Thus accusations flew between the West Bank and Gaza. All of the various groups that managed security in the occupied territory were at one time or another considered guilty of arbitrary arrests, torture, extrajudicial assassinations, and so on. The accusations, whether they came from partisan sources or independent bodies, were similar, with only the targets differing. Fatah accused the executive force of having carried out arbitrary arrests, harassment, and torture, as well as firing on demonstrators in the few protests that the nationalist movement had organized, interrupting wedding ceremonies, and making the Strip feel like a regime. For its part, Hamas accused the security organizations loyal to Mahmoud Abbas of arresting hundreds of Islamist militants, of managing West Bank towns in which Palestinian military personnel were deployed, Nablus, Jenin, and Hebron, with an iron fist and with the none too hidden cooperation of the Israeli armed forces. In the West Bank, youth on the streets similarly spoke of a regime atmosphere, one supported by those who were nicknamed the Dayton Guys, the men belonging to the security organizations trained by U.S. General Keith Dayton's plan. The rupture became worse over time, ultimately reaching peaks never before witnessed in Palestinian history. Moderates were increasingly marginalized. Ahmed Youssef was no longer Haniyeh's most trusted advisor. A few months after Hamas's coup in Gaza, he asked, "If one is chased away from European airports, as has happened to some of our ministers, how can one think that our positions might be strengthened?" 348. Ghazi Hamid resigned from his post as spokesperson immediately after the 2007 coup, and one has to ask whether it was merely a coincidence that at the same time a letter appeared on the internet, a letter that Hamid never disowned, which described not only the reasons for his 25-year-long membership in the Islamist movement, but also his view of where and how Hamas had made mistakes. Hamas, he wrote, ultimately lacked a clear strategic vision that will combine resistance with political work and a flexible ability in tactics and political maneuvering. 349 Rigid positions, empty slogans, and the easy refuge in an ideology that stated that resistance is our strategic position. According to the letter, all of these were mistakes that did not take into account the fact that resistance is a tool, not a strategy. 350. Time itself has shown just how much the situation was changing. For a full year after June 2007, Hamas kept behaving as though its administration of Gaza was only temporary. Sooner or later, an agreement would be reached with Fatah, and a unified PNA that would overcome geographical, political, and sectarian divisions would return to govern both Gaza and the West Bank. Yet in the summer of 2008, after a full year in power, the situation had patently changed. Hamas no longer merely administrated daily life, bureaucracy, and the constant emergencies that resulted from the total embargo that Israel continued to pursue. The change in the significance of the Islamist movement's role in power came from the June 19, 2008, truce brokered between Hamas and Israel itself. The agreement reached two objectives. First, it conferred upon Hamas de facto recognition by Israel, which bypassed Abu Mazen's PNA and allowed Israel and Hamas to negotiate directly. Second, in a phrase often heard among the people in Gaza, Hamas reinforced its power only within the Strip. Since administering the Strip meant having to deal on a daily basis with the desperation of over 1.5 million people trapped in a massive prison, the calm, Tadiyah, with Israel maintained a kind of paradoxical status quo. Yet combined with Hamas's clash with Fatah and the PNA in Ramallah, the Tadiyah crystallized the independence of that small slice of the planet, and thus also the independence of its Islamist administrators. Although the de facto independence of Gaza since the coup had been obvious, this new singular de jure independence was exemplified by a change to the concrete corridor on the doorstep of the Strip, a change made in the fall of 2008, less than 2 months before the start of Operation Cast Lead in December. Beyond the long reinforced concrete corridor, half a mile past the yards upon yards of red dirt that lay among the skeletons of the buildings destroyed by Israeli artillery and the agricultural fields of Beit Hanoun that hug the border wall, a cargo container sat hidden from the view of Israeli soldiers. Inside the office were a desk, a computer, and an employee of the administration who presented the visitor with a form. Nothing much, the typical form one fills out upon crossing a border and entering a foreign state. Except that Gaza was not a state. Neither was the West Bank, and neither was Palestine within the borders of the 1949 armistice. Yet that office and those forms, which Hamas began to require over a year after the June 2007 coup, were the physical mark of changing times. The crisis had been set in stone. Chapter 8. From Resistance to Government. War, Rebel, and Tunnels. The truce is convenient only for Hamas's leaders, Ahmed said, here in Gaza City in front of the barracks that the military wing of the Islamist movement had taken over in June 2007 in a matter of hours. Ahmed, a young man of little more than 25, was looking at a building painted a surprising turquoise, guarded by a few armed militants. Ahmed came from a Fatah family through and through. His father had returned with the legendary Force 17 after the advent of the PNA and had stayed loyal to Yasser Arafat, but had then retired from politics, let down. In his life, Ahmed had known only Egypt, outside the borders of Gaza. It was the end of October 2008, weeks before Operation Cast Lead would turn the Gaza Strip into an inferno. Since 6 in the morning on June 19, 2008, Gaza had been living in anticipation. The day before, June 18, the Gaza authorities and Israel had announced the 6-month Tadiyah. There was no written agreement to seal the deal brokered by Egypt and negotiated with Tel Aviv. Nevertheless, the truce held, very few Qassam rockets had been fired on Israeli cities in the Negev, and the Israeli army's military operations had remained at their normal level of low-intensity conflict. And yet Gaza had been closed off from all sides, from the north, from the east, from the south, sealed by Gaza's Egyptian brothers, and from the sea, where, if one took a good look, one might see the Israeli Navy blockading fishermen's boats in Gaza City's minuscule port. The truce did not have the expected result. The commercial crossings between Gaza and Israel remained closed. What made it through weapons, true, but more especially the food, medicine, cows, sheep, mobile phones, and clothes that made it to the people on the street passed through the hundreds of tunnels, the digging of which the Egyptians had not interfered with, in an effort to prevent the ongoing humanitarian crisis in Gaza from spilling over into Egypt. And yet it did spill over. On January 23, 2008, for example, when the iron wall at Rafah was blown up by Hamas itself, in all likelihood hundreds of thousands of Gazans poured onto the streets of the Egyptian town of Al Arish in the Sinai to breathe a few hours of free air before returning to their open-air prison. It was the poorest of the poor who worked in the tunnels. For a few shekels they would go through the tunnel and back, risking their lives, 1 or 2 of them dying every single day. But those who survived the work would help their families get by. The shelves of Gaza's small shops held those goods that made it through: snacks, pasta, canned tuna, nuts, chips, cookies, detergent. For those who could afford them, of course. For those who couldn't, meaning the hundreds of thousands of people living in the refugee camps, even Rafah, which had become a large open-air market, remained an unattainable dream. The truce is convenient for Hamas leaders, as Ahmed was saying. He is a secular young man, sporting the usual gelled hair, jeans, t-shirt, and v-neck pullover. What do we get in exchange for the truce? We keep dying in here, in this prison, while Hamas's power grows. Indeed, ever since June 19, the Gaza Strip had remained isolated under the embargo, with the flows of international food aid and electricity constantly subject to hiccups. And beyond this, little had changed from the moment Hamas was elected democratically and transparently to the Palestinian parliament, much less at the start of the June 2007 coup when Hamas took control of the Strip and Israel declared Gaza to be an enemy entity. Hamas must have sensed the criticism coming from the likes of Ahmed the secularist and from the Gazan people when, in the autumn of 2008, it made the proverbial leap from the frying pan into the fire by entering into direct confrontation with the Israelis over the issue of renewing the truce. Iyad al-Sarraj, the internationally known Palestinian psychiatrist, has a beautiful home in Gaza City, an Egyptian-influenced house bursting with secularist feeling. While the rain poured down outside and flooded the lush garden, and the truce held Gaza in limbo, Al-Sarraj explained one of the major reasons behind Hamas's ultimate decision to break that truce: they are closer to the people, they have a network of people who listen to what the community thinks. 351. At the time, the community was thinking about the rain, which had the Strip's refugee camps on their knees. The fragile electrical network, already feeling the strain from a lack of maintenance after 2.5 years of increasing isolation, had again gone offline during the morning, just as it had 2 days before, prompting Ahmed Youssef to say from his Spartan office adorned only with a photograph of Yasser Arafat, one of Abu Mazen, and a Palestinian flag that he would never have expected that his land could become like Somalia. 352. It was the fragmentation of the social fabric, the increasingly clear-cut division between Fatah and Hamsa, Fatah supporters and Hamas supporters, that worried Youssef, still one of Hamas's most moderate leaders. This division ran through cities, districts, individual streets, and even indeed, especially families. As Youssef put it, based on his direct experience barely a week before, you don't even go to weddings or funerals anymore, if you belong to the opposite faction. 353. This situation could not last. Hamas could not renew its truce with Israel without renegotiating its conditions. Cynically speaking, because so little had changed for Gaza's inhabitants after the truce, to maintain the status quo would have jeopardized Hamas's internal consensus. The Tadiyah hadn't saved Hamas or Islamic Jihad militants from death or prison. Both continued to be struck down by Israeli-targeted assassinations and Palestinian police roundups. Granted, the running battles on the streets between Hamas and Fatah militants had stopped, and indeed some clans, among them the largest and most powerful families in the territory, had been cut down to size, including the clan that had kidnapped British journalist Alan Johnston, who spent 114 days in captivity before being freed in a Hamas-driven operation after the movement had taken power in Gaza. One could walk the streets of Gaza freely, unlike the time when opposing factions would kidnap journalists to use as bargaining chips. But as for the rest, electricity, water, food, and children's clothes, not much had changed. It was true that fuel prices had dropped, mostly thanks to the tunnels through which Egyptian diesel oil would arrive. Prices had crumbled from 300 shekels a gallon to roughly 30, or from $80 to $8. For those few families who could afford it, the fuel could be used to cook, heat, wash, power the electric generator, and so on. But in terms of salaries in Gaza, those $8 remained, for many, an unattainable goal. So what about all these families, the masses of the unemployed who represented the majority of Gaza's Palestinians? On November 4, the truce was broken. A month and a half before its natural term, Israeli tanks penetrated a few hundred meters into the strip under cover of the Israeli Air Force. The official explanation was that the tanks were attempting to destroy a tunnel that Israel believed was being used in an attempt to capture Israeli soldiers. During the incursion, 6 Hamas militants were killed. The reaction from Hamas's military wing was not long in coming. Dozens of rockets were fired against Israeli cities in the Negev. The Goldstone report summarized the events. The soldiers attacked a house in the Wadi al-Salka village, east of Deir al-Bala, which was alleged to be the starting point of the tunnel, killing a member of the Qassam brigades. Several Israeli soldiers were wounded. In response, the Qassam brigades fired more than 30 Qassam rockets into Israel. Israel responded with an airstrike that left a further 5 members of the Qassam brigades dead. Both sides blamed the other for the escalation of violence. Hamas also accused Israel of trying to disrupt talks between Hamas and Fatah that were scheduled for the following week in Cairo. 354. Thus the drums of war had already begun beating well before the Tadiyah was due to expire on December 19 and well before Hamas formally refused to sign it again without renegotiation. Between November and December 2008, Israeli sources estimate, almost 200 rockets and more than 100 mortars had fallen across Gaza's border and onto the kibbutzim and towns in the Negev and north toward Ashkelon. When Israel started its Operation Cast Lead against Gaza on December 27, 2008, very few figures inside Hamas's political wing could say they had expected such an overwhelming show of strength by Tel Aviv. The Israel Defense Forces, IDF, launched the offensive at 11:30 a.m. on that Saturday with a surprise airstrike campaign that targeted police stations and security premises. It was a devastating attack, not only due to the high number of victims among the policemen and young recruits, but also because of the timing, which coincided with school arrival and departure times, and so involved almost all of Gaza's students. At 11:30, the airstrike sparked a state of panic among the hundreds of thousands of students in the streets of Gaza, several of whom were killed. It was only the starting point of a very short and very bloody military campaign, one which could be compared for the timing and for the harshness of the bombardments with the 33-day Israel-Lebanon war in the summer of 2006. From December 27, 2008 to January 17, 2009, the entire Gaza Strip was pounded by airstrikes, artillery bombardments, and infantry attacks, many unreported or only distantly reported by the independent foreign journalists who were, for the entire duration of the operation, forbidden entry to the Strip by the Israeli authorities. The casualty counts of the 22-day Israeli military offensive were shocking, even considering the difference between the numbers collected by NGOs and those collected by international organizations. UNRWA states that almost 1,400 Palestinians, including 347 children and 209 women, were killed and a further 5,300 persons were injured. 355 The attacks targeted military and civilian structures, as well. Around a quarter of all housing stock, more specifically, the homes of 59,779 families, was damaged or destroyed, affecting more than 300,000 individuals. 356. The Goldstone report's final conclusions were extremely severe regarding Israeli conduct during the war. From the facts gathered, the mission found that the following grave breaches of the Fourth Geneva Convention were committed by Israeli forces in Gaza: willful killing, torture or inhuman treatment, willfully causing great suffering or serious injury to body or health, and extensive destruction of property, not justified by military necessity and carried out unlawfully and wantonly. As grave breaches, these acts give rise to individual criminal responsibility. The mission notes that the use of human shields also constitutes a war crime under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court. 357. But what happened to the Palestinian Islamist movement during Operation Cast Lead? More exactly, what happened to its security apparatus, both the Al-Qassam brigades and those thousands of armed militants absorbed by the Gazan Police Corps after the Executive Force's dissolution in October 2007? There is no doubt that Operation Cast Lead dealt a hard blow to Hamas's military wing, the extent of which is almost unknown due to the secrecy that covered both its security operations and its basic organizational structure. Even the Goldstone report was unable to shed light on Hamas's military dimension, even to the extent of quantifying the losses suffered by the Al-Qassam brigades. The Goldstone report merely presents the statistic that less than 1/5 of the total deaths were combatants rather than civilians, treating policemen in charge of internal security as distinct from actual combatants. 358 The casualty counts among the military during Operation Cast Lead triggered a battle of numbers between Israel and Hamas about the death toll figures, a battle that immediately acquired an inescapable political significance. While the Israeli authorities, especially in early reports, described victims as belonging to Hamas, only providing statistics on the number of civilian dead when discussing the effects of bombings by the IDF, Hamas consistently focused on civilian casualties throughout its reporting on the war. In retrospect, it is clear that Hamas was unprepared for a massive Israeli military campaign. The movement had prepared for a 2-week confrontation with limited Israeli incursions along the lines seen during the Second Intifada, as one of the leading figures of Hamas acknowledged to the International Crisis Group's analysts. 359 The Hamas military wing, which, during the operation, was in charge of other armed groups in the Gaza Strip, including Islamic Jihad and the PFLP, therefore had to change its strategy on the run. Their strategic goal became bringing the Israeli infantry on its soil and forcing a direct confrontation in the streets of Gaza. The IDF avoided this kind of direct combat, however, wishing to minimize its losses. This strategy took into account the political climate, with the Israeli public increasingly reluctant to bear the weight of high military casualties. After the 121 soldiers who had died in the 2006 war with Lebanon, the Israeli public had already made its strong opinion known to its leaders. Hamas's reaction to this unexpected show of strength by the IDF was to implement a conservative military strategy 360. The military wings began to send only a few men at a time on the ground while continuing to fire rockets from Gaza into the Negev towns and to Ashkelon, in order to show that the powerful Israeli military machine did not affect the ability of the Al-Qassam brigades and other armed groups to strike beyond the borders of Gaza. The political repercussions of this attempt to contain Gaza's human costs were complex and developed over a long period of time. 2 ceasefires, announced simultaneously by Israel and by Hamas, came into force on January 18, 2009. Soon after, Hamas had to face the post-war period by juggling different roles. First, it had to bear the role of a government in full administrative control of Gaza. Second, Hamas was still a movement that, since its origins in the Muslim Brotherhood, had built its influence and popular consensus on its continuous social presence in the refugee camps and in the streets of Jabalia, Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Gaza City. Thus, as soon as the guns and rockets fell silent, domestic policies became totally consumed with assessing the amount of destruction and managing the humanitarian crisis. In order to forestall protests against the government's performance and to satisfy the needs of its strongest constituency, Hamas had to respond immediately to the needs of the Gazan people. It did this through giving direct aid, often in dollar reimbursements, to those who had their houses destroyed or damaged in the fighting. But a more complex issue remained to be tackled in the aftermath of the operation, namely, the relationship between the government and not least of all its bureaucracy and the international organizations that had managed the impressive machine of emergency aid and support by which the majority of the Gazan population had survived for dozens of years. These international organizations had also been affected by Operation Cast Lead. To take one example, Israel had to compensate the UN for the damages suffered by UNRWA buildings in the Gaza Strip due to IDF artillery strikes. The task of these organizations had been to channel the massive amount of international aid other nations offered for the purpose of repairing the widespread damage to the Gaza Strip, and the organizations had to do this despite explicit restrictions against putting any of this aid money into the hands of the de facto government. This was a difficult and paradoxical play, one that had many different actors on its stage: the international organizations, Hamas, Israel, the PNA in Ramallah, and Egypt. Even after the major defeat in terms of public opinion it had suffered after Operation Cast Lead, Israel still held on tightly to the keys of the Gaza crossings. The Abu Mazen and Salam Fayyad-led PNA remained the sole point of reference in the Palestinian spectrum, as far as the United States and Europe were concerned. And finally, Egypt was not only the mediator on several negotiating tables, but also the guardian of the door at Rafah along the southern border of Gaza. Right after the war, both Hamas and the Haniyeh government in Gaza did not dispute the notion that the aid would be managed and distributed by the international organizations, mostly through the UN agencies that worked in Gaza. However, they rather strenuously objected to the idea that the PNA in Ramallah would be placed in charge of the aid and the money. Relations between Hamas and the Abbas Fayyad duo had never improved, even during the worst days of Operation Cast Lead. In fact, soon after the operation, lingering doubts arose inside Hamas's leadership and in the streets of Palestine as to exactly how the PNA stood with respect to its brother Palestinians in Gaza. Had the PNA done its best to help Gazans? Immediately after the war started, rumors spread that Ramallah and even Cairo had known well in advance about Israel's decision to attack the Gaza Strip. Direct confirmation of this rumor arrived through U.S. diplomatic documents released through WikiLeaks. During a meeting with 2 important delegations of U.S. senators and congressmen in June 2009, one from the Senate Foreign Relations Committee led by Senator Robert Casey and the other from the House Committee on Foreign Affairs led by Congressman Gary Ackerman, Ehud Barak, defense minister during the war in Gaza and in the Netanyahu cabinet that followed it, confirmed the rumors. Barak explained that the Goy government of Israel had consulted with Egypt and Fatah prior to Operation Cast Lead, asking if they were willing to assume control of Gaza once Israel defeated Hamas. Not surprisingly, Barak said, the Goy received negative answers from both. 361. Therefore, Hamas had reasons to mistrust the Ramallah-based PNA. But it did trust the UN aid machine, well tested after dozens of years inside the refugee camps, and well known to be efficient at distributing emergency aid, an efficiency tested more in the Gaza Strip than in the West Bank. Even given that, the consequences of Operation Cast Lead revealed the political shift in Gaza that complicated its relationship with the UN. Hamas was no longer confining its role to a mere presence in the camps, as it had before the 2007 coup, but was now formally holding power there. The friction that occurred between the UN and the Hamas government, especially in the early weeks after the war, was a result of this new political situation. The international community also rendered the situation even more confusing, due to the fact that it had again been forced to deal with Gaza during and after the Israeli military campaign 362 after having avoided the issue for the previous few years. At the beginning, the international community exerted only light diplomatic pressure on the Israeli military operation, fueling the widely popular idea in the Arab world that the West had secretly endorsed the campaign. As the death toll rose to an unprecedented level, an increasingly embarrassed international community decided to intervene. Almost 2 months after the ceasefire, in March 2009, it hurriedly launched through the Sharm el-Sheikh conference a humanitarian appeal for donations, with the ambitious goal of raising $3 billion for the reconstruction of Gaza. The collection exceeded even this goal, raising $4.5 billion among the 80 countries gathered at Sharm. Money poured in like rain, and all of it was supposedly headed for Gaza. Widespread confusion, however, reigned then and afterward as to the means by which the aid would be collected and sent to the Strip. The West's problem had not been resolved. Hamas was a political entity. Consequently, the international community had to deal with the fact that it had no existing relationship with the government that had controlled Gaza since 2007. Formally and materially, who would receive the aid funds? Who would handle them? In her first entry on the Middle East stage as the new U.S. Secretary of State, Hillary Clinton showed continuity with the previous administration by publicly supporting the PNA run by Mahmoud Abbas and Salam Fayyad, never naming Hamas. However, the situation on the ground made it impossible to channel funds and aid to the Ramallah-based PNA in order to avoid contact with Hamas and to preserve the Islamist movement's isolation. The people of Gaza needed immediate help, for one, and for another, Operation Cast Lead had affected the image of Hamas both inside and outside the Palestinian territories in a paradoxical way. The day after the Sharm el-Sheikh conference, Rami Kauri, one of the most acute Middle East analysts, signed a blunt comment in the Lebanese newspaper Daily Star, using billions of dollars in international aid to maintain much of the Israeli siege of Gaza while trying again to prop up the Abbas government and ignoring the role of Hamas will not move anyone closer to genuine peace or security. 363. Rami Kauri's severe assessment underlines the international community's constant lack of preparation in dealing with the Israel-Palestine situation generally, and Gaza in particular. Western governments and their Arab allies could not overcome the impasse that had invalidated their strategy on the conflict since Hamas had entered the PNA as a democratically elected government in 2006. Nevertheless, Operation Cast Lead was a turning point in the recent history of the Middle East. Through the war, Hamas came back on stage as one of the main actors. Israel didn't succeed in its goal of overthrowing the Hamas government in Gaza. On the contrary, Israel had to negotiate a ceasefire with Hamas before the new Obama administration took power. Indeed, the ceasefire negotiations mediated by Egypt indicate the new and even more complicated situation more than any other event since December 27, 2008. The result of Operation Cast Lead was exactly the opposite of the one most expected. War put Hamas back on track. Don't talk with Hamas, but negotiate. In the middle of the war, more precisely, on January 9, 2008, some Hamas leaders crossed Rafah to negotiate the ceasefire. Among them were Jamal Abu Hashim, Salah al-Barda'al, and Ayman Taha. Each of them represented a different generation inside the Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, the founders, the middle generation, and the youth, this last represented by Ayman Taha, then 38 and himself the son of a member of Muslim Brotherhood in Gaza. Hamas chose its envoys among the officials known widely for their capabilities as mediators. One of the leading figures inside the elder generation, Jamal Abu Hashim, had been the mediator between Hamas and Fatah, a role also played by Salah al-Bardal from the middle generation. Over the course of a week, meetings followed upon meetings in Cairo with Egyptian government officials, Hamas leaders from Gaza, and movement members from the political bureau all in attendance. The Damascus-based office sent the second-in-command in the political chain, Moussa Abu Marzouk, as well as Mohammed Nasr, considered the man nearest to Khaled Meshal. That week was the most difficult one, said Salah al-Bardal 2 years later in a conversation in his Gaza office, bringing to mind those dense talks. 364. After a tough negotiation with Egyptian officials, Hamas accepted a truce, provided that Israel would commit itself to withdraw its troops from the Gaza Strip in a week's time. Both parties verbally agreed to the ceasefire, and Moussa Abu Marzouk announced it publicly at noon on January 18. Israel withdrew its troops well before the deadline. In less than 2 days before dawn on January 21, when Barack Obama was sworn in as the 44th President of the United States of America, soldiers had redeployed along the border between Israel and Gaza. Due to the timing, many consider the Israeli move an attempt to ease tensions with the new U.S. administration. In fact, rumors spread that the president-elect's transition team had also helped persuade Israel to end the bombing of Gaza and to withdraw its ground troops before the inauguration. 365. Objectively, Operation Cast Lead embarrassed the Obama administration, and the new president took steps to let the parties know his stand on the issue soon after he became the White House's new inhabitant. Prominent among these steps was that rather than calling Israeli President Shimon Peres or Prime Minister Ehud Olmert, the first call the newly appointed U.S. President made to a foreign leader was to PNA President Mahmoud Abbas on January 21. Meanwhile, Israel was once again experiencing a heated electoral atmosphere, with early elections slated for February 10. The political campaign was in full swing, and most of it was focused on Gaza. On December 26, 2008, the Ehud Olmert government had approved Operation Cast Lead unanimously, 366, with the strong support of the Labor Defense Minister Ehud Barak and Kadima member Tzipi Livni. In the war's aftermath, Livni held not only the role of Minister of Foreign Affairs, but was also the Kadima party's candidate for the premiership in the upcoming elections. In addition, she carried on her shoulders direct responsibility for the war's disappointing results. Therefore, the minuscule electoral returns for Kadima can be directly attributed to the defeat in Gaza, which paved the way for opposition candidate Benjamin Netanyahu. The Likud leader was able to build an alliance throughout the spectrum of the Israeli right, which had increasingly been seized by the settlers' lobby and the ultra-Orthodox sectors of the population. After Netanyahu had been entrusted with the task of forming the new government, Labour joined the coalition as its weakest member. Monopolized by Ehud Barak's leadership, it was riddled with divisions and splits and had recently shifted to a center-oriented policy. It was not only Israel that found itself in a very delicate position after Operation Cast Lead. The United States was also passing through its most dramatic political transformation in a decade, transitioning from the Bush administration and its aggressive Middle East policy to Barack Obama, the protagonist of the Democrats' political redemption. Obama won the presidential elections by a substantial margin just a few weeks before the largest Israeli military campaign against the Palestinians in the occupied territory since 1967. After the war in Gaza, too many variables had changed in the Middle East situation. The death toll caused by the bombardments was high and the humanitarian crisis was self-evident. The Gaza Strip was on its knees, its already miserable economic system, factories, greenhouses, farms, devastated and destroyed. Even Israel experienced a dramatically weakened position due to the strong accusations made by an increasingly broad sector of the international community that Israel had used disproportionate force. Gradually, the idea materialized that the Israeli military high command should be referred to international justice up to and including the International Criminal Court, and the UN easily approved the establishment of a fact-finding mission headed by South African Judge Richard Goldstone. Thus Operation Cast Lead was a political failure for Israel with respect to the international community, but also one with respect to its own relationship with the dual leadership of Palestine. During the operation, Israel had performed targeted assassination attempts against senior Hamas ministers, notably the powerful Minister of the Interior Saad Siyam, but the flexibility of the Hamas movement's structure had already survived similar assassinations, and it was not greatly affected by the new attempts. Additionally, Israel had failed to do any serious damage to the foundations of Hamas's infrastructure by repeatedly bombing the movement's offices, which the Israelis considered important in the organization of the Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya. The air raids and artillery actions designed to target those offices, however, overwhelmingly involved civilians to the degree laid out in the Goldstone report, a result that succeeded only in terrorizing the population rather than driving it to rebel against Hamas. The Gazan people did not revolt against Hamas, although in the months and years following the war a growing dissatisfaction toward the regime would become palpable. This dissatisfaction had little to do with the way that Hamas had underestimated the Israeli military reaction in December 2008. Rather, the people criticized the way Hamas managed its power in Gaza using a patronage system similar to Fatah's. Hamas's system of patronage was less outright cronyism, as it sought to strengthen the movement over any one individual within it, but it was equally inclined to favor its own side. And all the while, Gaza's borders remained closed, just as they had been since before the war. In this situation of nearly total isolation, which endured into 2009 and 2010, the issue of reconstruction took on heightened political significance. The international community had raised a great deal of funds, but what would it do with them? Would the West continue in maintaining the isolation of Hamas, or would it at last try to open a channel with the Islamic leaders? In the first weeks after the war, the international community pursued efforts toward the latter course, as diplomacy ran parallel to the redundant speeches of the donors' conference at Sharm el-Sheikh. Signs of this diplomatic approach toward Hamas were particularly evident in the tours of Gaza that many international celebrities began to make. Among the visitors were U.S. Senator John Kerry, Quartet envoy Tony Blair, Norway's Foreign Minister Jonas Gahr Støre, Douglas Alexander, the UK Minister for International Cooperation, and Javier Solana, head of European Union foreign policy. Even Gary Adams, Sinn Féin's historic leader in Northern Ireland, paid a visit. Adams was a politician with no specific agenda on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but his presence after Operation Cast Lead assumed a more symbolic meaning. It testified to the opinion shared by intellectual circles and think tanks, especially in Europe, that Northern Ireland could be usefully compared to Gaza in order to better understand, and maybe even facilitate, Hamas's possible transition from a violent resistance movement to a group that could work stably within Palestinian representative institutions. Thus, while diplomats still formally refused to talk to Hamas, internationally renowned public figures visited post-war Gaza to ascertain with their eyes the amount of destruction the Israeli bombs had caused. In essence, they were trying to understand whether there could be any opportunity to open a channel to talk to Hamas, without making any changes to the pillar of the Israeli and Western strategy on Gaza, that is, continued isolation of the Strip. As this was happening, some Western countries stepped up their contact with the Hamas leadership outside the West Bank and Gaza. They did this through diplomats, but also through the experts, politicians, and parliamentarians of various European nations who traveled to Damascus to meet with Khaled Meshal. The video conference between Khaled Meshal and British parliamentarians marked one striking example of the diplomatic climate. The conference happened in Westminster in April 2009 and triggered a strong controversy in London. The controversy was not solely because of the video conference itself, but in part because of the organizer, Claire Short, who had previously been the Secretary of State for International Development in the Blair government for 6 years and who had made a visit to Damascus along with 3 other MPs. Unlike many other meetings with Hamas in Damascus, the UK delegation's visit was given mainstream media coverage. Aside from the UK visit, which was the exception to the general rule of media silence regarding these meetings, public opinion and analysts knew very little about the talks and contacts established with Hamas leadership, especially since, strictly speaking, the EU has been disallowed from having any contact with Hamas since the movement was blacklisted as a terrorist organization in 2003. Governments and intelligence officials had to use channels outside of Europe and the United States in order to assess the possibility of using diplomacy to move beyond the impasse on Hamas. One of the few public cases of such non-traditional channels being used was the visit Mahmoud al-Zahar paid to Switzerland in June 2009, where he met Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs Micheline Camire. Switzerland, due to its traditional neutrality and its role as a host country for the UN, seemed to have assumed the role of a facilitator. Hamas is an important political actor and must not be left out in discussions over a solution to the Middle East conflict, said Minister Camire over Swiss Public Radio, specifying that Switzerland, unlike the European Union, did not consider Hamas a terrorist organization, but condemned any terrorist activities. 367 The comments drew irritation from the Israeli government. Mahmoud al-Zahar, who went to Switzerland together with the Hamas government's Minister of Health Bassam Naim, also met with two other figures, former U.S. Under-Secretary of State Thomas Pickering and Robert Malley, one of the talking heads of the International Crisis Group and former U.S. President Bill Clinton's Special Assistant for Arab-Israeli Affairs during the Camp David Summit in 2000. It is almost impossible to know more detailed contents of the meetings between these U.S. figures and Hamas, but it is no accident that this intense activity, which included efforts by former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, began right after Operation Cast Lead and Barack Obama's inauguration, then continued throughout 2010. No change in strategy was on the horizon for Washington, but contacts indicated that the new administration needed a better understanding of the state of affairs in the Palestinian House, including a better understanding of Hamas. In fact, the Israel-Palestine issue became one of the main points in the speech Barack Obama made at Cairo University on June 4, 2009, a speech that showed a dramatic discontinuity with the Bush administration regarding the Muslim world and the Middle East. To the Palestinians, Obama's speech represented a critical step. The recognition of the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people, counted as equal to the aspiration for a Jewish homeland, rooted in a tragic history that cannot be denied. On the other hand, as Obama affirmed in Cairo, it is also undeniable that the Palestinian people, Muslims and Christians, have suffered in pursuit of a homeland. For more than 60 years they've endured the pain of dislocation. Many wait in refugee camps in the West Bank, Gaza, and neighboring lands for a life of peace and security that they have never been able to lead. They endure the daily humiliations, large and small, that come with occupation. So let there be no doubt, the situation for the Palestinian people is intolerable. And America will not turn our backs on the legitimate Palestinian aspiration for dignity, opportunity, and a state of their own. 368 It was enough for the Palestinians, for all the Palestinians, to believe that there had been a major change in U.S. policy, and this change was contained in a sentence: Israelis must acknowledge that just as Israel's right to exist cannot be denied, neither can Palestine's. 369. Then there were the unspoken words in Obama's speech. The U.S. president never pronounced the word terrorism, a word he also left unsaid when speaking on the Afghanistan and Pakistan scenario and on the years that had followed September 11, 2001. Obama used other words, such as violent extremism or violent extremists, to define the complexity of political violence in the Muslim world, and to again signal discontinuity with the U.S. foreign policy of the previous 8 years. But why was this linguistic change of pace so important? Despite the new vocabulary, Obama did not evade the issue, namely Hamas's presence in the Palestinian political landscape. Indeed, he recognized the mandate Hamas had gained through its 2006 electoral success. It is only after having acknowledged this political legitimacy that Obama called on Hamas to respect the quartet's conditions. The drift of Obama's speech was clear: Hamas does have support among some Palestinians, but they also have to recognize that they have responsibilities. To play a role in fulfilling Palestinian aspirations, to unify the Palestinian people, Hamas must put an end to violence, recognize past agreements, recognize Israel's right to exist. Palestinians, Obama said, must abandon violence and focus on what they can build. 370. The U.S. President's message was sharp and clear in calling on Hamas to abandon violence. However, due to the obvious change in the language the United States used toward the Muslim world, the speech was greeted with genuine openness by the Islamist movement. Khaled Meshal confirmed this interpretation in a televised speech from Damascus given 20 days after Obama's and 2 weeks after the speech Benjamin Netanyahu made at Bar Ilan University in response to the new U.S. administration. Meshal said, "We sense a change in the American tone and rhetoric towards the region and the Islamic world, as was evident from President Obama's speech in Cairo. We welcome this with great courage. We evaluate any change in an objective manner." He provided, however, only a temporary opening to Obama. "We are not entranced by speeches. Speeches do not win us over. The effect of rhetoric is temporary. We are looking for change in the policies on the ground." 371. The changes on the ground that Meshal referred to, however, would not come from the new U.S. Democratic administration during the following years. The signals the United States gave regarding the Middle East were almost schizophrenically different depending on who was speaking from within the complex machinery of American foreign policy. For its part, Hamas continued to follow its policy of ambiguity about the demands that it comply with the peace agreements signed by the PLO and that it recognize Israel, making it difficult, if not impossible, for the Obama administration to reconsider its traditional positions on the Islamist movement. Hamas's response to the disputed results of the mid-June Iranian presidential elections also precluded any softening in the Obama administration's strategy. In line with the attitude its leadership had consistently followed for more than 20 years, Hamas took a hands-off approach to the internal politics of its allies and of any country with which it maintained relations. Therefore Hamas neither stigmatized the Muslim Brotherhood's continuous repression in Syria and Egypt nor attacked the Iranian regime over the issue of elections. In fact, the Hamas leadership congratulated Mahmoud Ahmadinejad on his re-election as president of Iran, despite the Iranian opposition's protests and accusations of vote rigging and harsh repression carried out by the Tehran regime. "No doubt what is happening in Iran concerns and worries us, but we consider it to be an internal affair," Meshal affirmed in August 2009 in an interview for Qatari newspaper Al Watan. "But we are definitely not worried about the relationship with Iran or the support that Iran offers us." 372. This apparent alliance with Tehran negatively impacted the Western attitude toward Hamas. The timid openings European and American diplomats had been making toward Hamas immediately tightened up. At the same time, Hamas became a source of friction between Riyadh and Tehran, as described by Saudi King Abdullah during a meeting in spring 2009 with the White House advisor on counterterrorism, John Brennan. The king described his conversation with FM Mottaki, the foreign minister of Iran at the time, as a heated exchange, frankly discussing Iran's interference in Arab affairs. When challenged by the king on Iranian meddling in Hamas affairs, Mottaki apparently protested that these are Muslims. "No, Arabs," countered the king. "You as Persians have no business meddling in Arab matters." 373. Hamas continued to send signals to the Obama administration, most prominently with a series of letters. The letters always had similar content, always came from Gaza, and were always written by Ahmed Youssef, deputy foreign minister and Hamas pragmatist. Youssef's long experience in the United States had given him direct knowledge of how to work within the American bureaucratic system. For example, a few weeks after the truce between Israel and Hamas in February 2009, Senator John Kerry paid a visit to Gaza to see the destruction. Karen Abu Zaid, High Commissioner of UNRWA, was directed to give Kerry a letter Ahmed Youssef had written. Without opening it, Kerry gave the letter to the American consul in Jerusalem, Jacob Walls. In this way, U.S. officials and politicians could, technically speaking, be free of the stigma of communicating with Hamas. But Yousaf's devices for breaking through the isolation Hamas was subjected to by the international community still allowed the movement's message to be delivered to Obama, and the message was once again the same: there can be no peace without Hamas. In other words, it was impossible, in the aftermath of Operation Cast Lead, to exclude the Islamist movement from any solution to the conflict. In a subsequent letter in Arabic that was delivered through a group of American women visiting Gaza, Ahmed Yousaf went further and called on Obama to visit the Gaza Strip on the eve of the U.S. President's speech in Cairo. At the same time, the South African judge Richard Goldstone made a visit to Gaza as the special envoy appointed by the United Nations in order to compile the report that the international community had requested on the legality of the war. Yousaf used the letter to Obama to point out that Hamas considered its behavior to be within the parameters set by the UN. We are, in the Hamas government, committed to a just solution to the conflict in keeping with international law and the rulings of the International Court of Justice and the UN General Assembly and human rights organizations. We are ready to continue with all parties on the basis of mutual respect, without any prior requirements or conditions, wrote the Vice Foreign Minister. 374. But Hamas's attempts to open a channel with the new American president who had raised so many expectations in the Arab and Muslim world did not succeed in changing U.S. Middle East policy. Washington's attitude toward Hamas remained the same, even though many signals from within the Obama administration seemed, especially in 2010, to push for involving Hamas in attempts to negotiate a lasting solution. Just as the United States was opening itself to possible negotiation with the Taliban in Afghanistan, experts, influential media figures, and even analysts within the Obama administration's bureaucracy drew the obvious parallel: peace in the Middle East could not be achieved without the participation of Hamas. 375. But what seemed possible in Kabul remained much less possible in the Middle East, despite the experts' recommendations. The official line the United States followed in the Middle East was not shared by everyone in charge of U.S. defense and foreign policy. In the summer of 2010, a confidential report sent by the so-called Red Team to the U.S. Central Command, CENTCOM, was published by Mark Perry in Foreign Policy. The report that senior U.S. intelligence officials had prepared for its recipient, General David Petraeus, provided a perspective that was different from the one envisioned in the Obama administration's official statements. It indicated a solution to the conflicts in the Middle East that went beyond the Israeli-Palestinian crisis and that included the whole Levant. The U.S. role of assistance to an integrated Lebanese defense force that includes Hezbollah, and the continued training of Palestinian security forces in a Palestinian entity that includes Hamas in its government, would be more effective than providing assistance to entities the government of Lebanon and Fatah that represent only a part of the Lebanese and Palestinian populace respectively, concluded the Red Team report. In fact, although Hezbollah and Hamas embrace staunch anti-Israel rejectionist policies, both the Lebanese and the Palestinian Islamist movements are pragmatic and opportunistic. 376. The Red Team thus decided to embrace a realistic approach. They had this in common with former U.S. President Jimmy Carter, who since the 2006 Hamas electoral victory had tried to keep a channel with the Islamist movement open and to involve it both in the Palestinian internal political transition process and in negotiations with the Israelis. Despite American officials repeatedly stressing that Carter had no role in the Obama administration, the State Department publicly confirmed that they were aware that between 2006 and 2010, Carter had met on different occasions with all the leading members of Hamas in Gaza, the West Bank, and especially in Damascus. 377. Jimmy Carter's shuttle diplomacy was not part of official U.S. diplomacy. Nevertheless, it was an open channel between Hamas and the United States, and one that Washington found necessary for collecting news and getting direct responses from the Palestinian movement. Gaza, however, is not Kabul. The privileged relationship between the United States and Israel and Tel Aviv's strong opposition to involving Hamas without preconditions meant that U.S. Middle East policy could not depart from its traditional track, even with Barack Obama installed as president. And despite the change in government and what changes there were in the diplomatic situation, Israel maintained its traditional attitude toward Hamas and toward the siege on Gaza. In short, nothing changed, that is, until the arrival of a regional player that mudded the Middle East conflict. Turkey's involvement in the Freedom Flotilla affair finally disrupted the diplomatic impasse on Gaza and forced Israel to alter, significantly, the restrictions it placed on the goods entering the Strip. The latent conflict between Israel and Turkey that led to its involvement in the Gaza situation exploded with the Israeli Navy's bloody attack against the Turkish vessel Mavi Marmara on May 31, 2010, an attack that once again showed the extent to which Israel was still the cornerstone for the American strategy in the Middle East. Even an ally like Turkey, crucial in terms of the U.S. military position in the region, could not undermine the relationship between Washington and Tel Aviv. In response, Turkey, after the dispute with Israel over the attack on the Freedom Flotilla, moved strategically toward the east. The shifting sands of reconciliation. The attack took place live on television. It was 4:30 in the morning, and the dawn had yet to rise on the eastern Mediterranean when the boats of the Israeli Navy's Special Operations Unit Shayetet 13, along with a helicopter, started the attack against the Mavi Marmara. The Mavi Marmara had sailed from Istanbul under the Turkish flag 10 days earlier, and was the largest in a convoy of 6 ships, called the Freedom Flotilla, that intended to break the blockade Israel had imposed on the Gaza Strip by bringing 10,000 tons of humanitarian aid. The whole operation was recorded by the journalists on board. The Shayetet 13 men were fully armed as they attached their ropes to the ship and climbed aboard. Then shots, injuries, blood. These live broadcasts, ending at 5:08 a.m. on May 31, were the last news from Mavi Marmara until official Israeli sources later provided their report. And thus a blanket of silence descended over the fate of over 700 peace activists from all around the world. The 9 dead in the attack of the Mavi Marmara were all Turks. 378. Meanwhile, the small port in Gaza was still colored by red Turkish flags with the crescent and star. In the days before the attack, the miserable marina had become a destination for small families who hoped to sight the peace flotilla. Hamas's leaders were always there, ready to be photographed by the cameras on the pier or on the police boats that patrolled the waters. Their rhetoric focused on the liberators who were coming to break the blockade around the Strip. But the horizon of Gaza City remained empty. Even so, Turkey acquired significance in the minds of the people. It was the only power that had not bent to Israel and that had defied the blockade around Gaza. They paid a high price, the lives of 9 men, for whom the Gazawi population organized funerals in absentia and after whom they named streets. The Turkish flag became almost as important as the Palestinian national flag, as Turkey overnight became a regional player in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Islamist movement was already looking at the Turkish Prime Minister Recep Tayyip Erdogan as a model for what could have happened after the 2006 elections. And once again, after the Mavi Marmara affair, Hamas saw Ankara as an important ally at the various negotiating tables where it was involved, or where it wanted to be involved. Most importantly, the Islamist movement saw Turkey as a diplomatic ally that, unlike Iran or Syria, could open a channel with the West. Indeed, Turkey had been the staunchest defender of Gaza, especially after Operation Cast Lead. Despite being one of the pillars of NATO in the Mediterranean, the country was crying out to break the blockade. The war in Gaza marked the tombstone of the mediation efforts that Ankara had performed between Israel and Syria in 2008, but gave Erdogan's government a new route to becoming a regional power. In an attempt to undermine the role Jordan and Egypt had played for decades, therefore, Ankara tried to be called on to intervene with its good offices in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. This same motivation was behind Turkey's request at the end of July 2009 to enter negotiations between Fatah and Hamas. Since the beginning of the reconciliation process between Fatah and Hamas, Egypt had functioned less as a neutral mediator and more as one of the parties. A long-standing supporter of Fatah, Cairo had since 2005 undergone a difficult and delicate transition to democracy linked to the question of who would succeed President Hosni Mubarak, a crisis that led to the January 25, 2011, revolution. This internal political instability made Egypt even more sensitive to what happened in the region, however, especially when political Islam entered the institutional game through Hamas. Hamas stemmed from the same predecessor group as the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, the only real competitor of the then ruling party, the National Democratic Party. Thus the reconciliation between Fatah, the party Egypt had always supported, and Hamas, an Islamist movement strengthened by both an electoral victory and by the complete control of Gaza, was almost a matter of national policy to Cairo. Egypt's delicate domestic situation cannot withstand the emergence of a successful or partly successful Muslim Brotherhood-inspired experiment anywhere in the Arab world, and certainly not on its very doorstep, commented Khaled Hrub in his analysis of one of the most muddled chapters in the reconciliation process. 379 The U.S. diplomatic documents released by WikiLeaks during autumn 2010 make Egypt's ambiguous role in the talks more clear. Omar Suleiman adamantly explained Cairo's priorities regarding the Palestinian question. Egypt's three primary objectives with the Palestinians were to maintain calm in Gaza, undermine Hamas, and build popular support for Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas. 380. Turkey's offer to enter the mediation process thus seriously worried Egypt. Ankara represented more of a competitor for Egypt than an ally. It is not surprising, therefore, to hear the comments that Hamas leaders made regarding what happened behind the scenes of the mediation process. Turkey was not able to play a role, because Egypt vetoed it in order to monopolize the talks, and U.S. officials at the time backed Egypt up. 381. However, Ankara's inability to join the Hamas-Fatah negotiations and to thus become part of the Middle Eastern diplomatic milieu did not succeed in curtailing Turkey's role as a regional power. The solution Turkey found has been erroneously defined as Neo-Ottomanism. In real terms, however, the Freedom Flotilla affair was a legitimately modern way to wield regional influence, and it became an integral part of Turkey's new strategy of interventionism in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Turkey became known as the only regional power that used its political strength in an attempt to break the blockade of Gaza. But Ankara activism failed to achieve its goal. Egypt remained the only power managing the main negotiating table after the 2008-2009 war in Gaza until the revolution whisked away the Mubarak regime in 2011. From the very day after the dismissal of Hosni Mubarak, and especially after Nabil al-Arabi became the new Egyptian foreign minister, the whole Middle East changed, the relationship between Turkey and Egypt included. But in 2009 all the negotiating tables to which Hamas was invited were under the mediating authority of the Egyptian security services under Omar Suleiman. There were three such negotiations, the first on a renewed and longer-lasting truce between Israel and Hamas, the second on a prisoner exchange between Israeli Corporal Gilad Shalit and the over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, and the third on brokering a reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas. The points to be negotiated were to be managed according to domino logic, one would have to be settled before the next could be reached. At the start of the negotiating process, Israel and the Islamist movement discussed a very different truce from the one that had brought about the 2008 ceasefire. Hamas wanted the crossings to be reopened, allowing Gaza to break out of its isolation. The intersection and overlap of these three separate Cairo negotiations, however, made it impossible for the diplomatic process to proceed in an orderly and linear fashion over the years. There were surprising moments of acceleration, in which the results appeared to be close at hand, that were followed between 2009 and 2010 by impasses, continuous delays, extensions, and unending changes to the same points on the agenda. Still, in mid-February 2009, Hamas and Israel seemed to be on the verge of coming to an agreement on a new truce. Israeli domestic politics was the main factor that pushed Hamas to accept the agreement, given the possibility that Benjamin Netanyahu might be asked by President Shimon Peres to form a new government. In Cairo, contacts were put in place with a mid-level Hamas delegation from Gaza, at which point Mahmoud al-Zahar and Nizar Awad-Allah joined the talks. There is little information on Awad-Allah, but it seemed he played a role in the military wing's organization during the 1980s and 1990s. Al-Zahar, who had both Palestinian and Egyptian blood in his veins, went directly to Damascus to discuss the Egyptian offer with Hamas's political bureau. He returned accompanied by Moussa Abu Marzouk and Mohammed Nasr, considered at the time to be Khaled Meshal's right hand. At the end of this round of negotiations, Moussa Abu Marzouk said that the truce was possible. The second-in-command of the political wing of Hamas then released to the Egyptian news agency MENA the news that the agreement's first phase had been accepted. There would be a ceasefire between Hamas and Israel for a period of a year and a half, in exchange for the opening of the crossings between the Strip and the Israeli territory, even if the question of which goods would receive permission to enter Gaza remained uncertain. The issue of the border crossings intersected with the issue of reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas. Hamas sources in Gaza said, in fact, that the Palestinian Islamist movement had no desire to bring complications to the reopening of Rafah, and would thus be willing to allow Mahmoud Abbas's presidential guard to manage the border crossings. It was obvious, according to the Hamas sources, that the agreement would involve the border being patrolled by Egyptian forces, the PNA's, and Hamas's own. At this point in the negotiations, however, Israel decided to change the order in which the negotiations would proceed and called for the release of Gilad Shalit before a final decision could be made on the ceasefire agreement and the opening of Gaza crossings. In the face of this, Egypt decided to put aside the first two issues and begin with the topic of reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas. This was an issue that for many years had been stalled due to both the stubbornness of both the PNA and Hamas, but also because of pressure from different international actors. Israel, for example, had worked against the reconciliation because it was interested in negotiating with only one part of the total Palestinian political representation. The divide between Fatah and Hamas meant, for Israel, that the PNA in Ramallah would be weaker, and that there would be no end to Hamas's isolation. Additionally, the United States and Egypt did their part to maintain the impasse between the two heads of the Palestinian government. February 26, 2009, marked the first negotiation on the topic of the Hamas and Fatah split after the war in Gaza. 5 committees were formed to overcome the obstacles, starting with the task of reorganizing the security forces and releasing the Hamas members that the PNA had detained in the West Bank and the Fatah members imprisoned in Gaza. The stone guest at this feast, however, was once again the question of reforming the PLO, reforms that still had not been implemented. The contenders knew all too well the underlying problem: the entry of Hamas into the PLO would mean that Hamas could potentially hold legitimate authority over the territory administered by the PNA. Khaled Meshal had originally placed such reform as the sine qua non condition for Hamas's participation in the National Unity Government before the Mecca Agreement in February 2007, after which he softened his position. Hamas's entry into the PLO was also the cornerstone of the March 2005 agreement among all Palestinian factions, an agreement initiated, mediated, and concluded by Mahmoud Abbas. The 2005 agreement gave the go to Hamas's participation in the parliamentary elections for the PNA and was intended to pave the way for the Islamist movement's entry into a reformed PLO, but this latter part of the agreement was never implemented. After the war on Gaza, Khaled Meshal put pressure on the Ramallah-based PNA, threatening to create an alternative national platform for those groups that were not represented in the PLO. A parallel PLO, in short. This solution was ultimately just a trial balloon launched by Meshal, but it indicated that the sticking point of the negotiations remained the same: the issue of reforming the PLO had never been truly addressed in negotiations. To address it would mean undermining the established powers within Palestinian society. In particular, it weakened Abu Mazen's position, already fragile after the end of his term as PNA president on January 9, 2009, while weapons still thundered in Gaza. Abu Mazen, however, maintained the position of PLO chairman, the PLO being the legitimate representative of the entire Palestinian people. To reform the PLO, then, would mean going deep into the heart of the issue of representation of the different Palestinian political forces. But this phase of the Cairo negotiations still lay ahead, to be mediated as always by Omar Suleiman, who went to Washington in March to moderate the American position on Hamas and to allow the establishment of a national unity government. Expectations, however, were soon dashed. On March 19, the talks which would have called for presidential and parliamentary elections to be scheduled for January 25, 2010 were postponed until after the Arab League summit. On April 2, there was a meeting with the participation of some of the most important representatives of both factions, Nabil Sha'ath and Ahmed Kouraya for Fatah, and Moussa Abu Marzouk for Hamas. The negotiations became even more complicated when the possibility arose that Salam Fayyad might be installed as a transitional unity government's prime minister in a reunited PNA. Fayyad had submitted a sort of preventive resignation to Abbas. Hamas did not say outright that it would veto Fayyad as a transitional prime minister, but it was evident that he would not be capable of mending the differences between Fatah and Hamas. Far from being just a technocrat, after nearly 2 years of leading the Ramallah-based Palestinian government, Salam Fayyad had already developed his own political stature and come out of the shadow of Abu Mazen and entrenched Fatah power. In addition, the strong support he received from the West precluded his being a neutral figure in the eyes of Hamas. There were other matters that made it complicated to accept Fayyad as a potential prime minister. The bureaucratic institutions in Ramallah and Gaza also had their own agendas that made reconciliation difficult. Given that Palestine is not recognized as a state, the day-to-day administration of both Gaza and the West Bank fell mainly to the parallel bureaucracies in each territory. As the PNA in Ramallah is the only one recognized by the international community, and thus the only one that received and administered the massive economic aid that allows Palestine to survive, Salam Fayyad, as someone who had taken steps to maintain very centralized executive power over the Ramallah bureaucracy, was poised to play a political game of his own. Even Israeli President Shimon Peres described Fayyad in February 2010 as a sort of Palestinian Ben-Gurion. The remarks came after Fayyad's government launched an ambitious program to strengthen Palestinian institutions in preparation for supporting a Palestinian state with full sovereignty over the 1967 territory, with East Jerusalem as its capital. The program was to be completed by August 2011, 382, a date that coincided impressively with the PNA's request that the United Nations recognize the State of Palestine in September 2011. The 37-page program meant to accomplish this administrative overhaul, however, is essentially devoted to practical and logistical matters, without any larger economic, social, or cultural vision for the nature of the new potential state. Despite this exclusion, Salam Fayyad and the program he initiated had given him a much stronger political role. Fayyad's presence as the PNA prime minister was based on his control of the West Bank cities defined in the Oslo Accords as Area A, which were formally under the authority of PNA security forces. Thus the Palestinian Prime Minister was credited increasingly in Europe and the United States, but also in a part of the Israeli establishment, as the figure on which Western ambitions and support should focus, often at the expense of attempts to reconcile the divided Palestinian political scene. The utmost expression of such ambitions was the West Bank First scenario, widely discussed in Western diplomatic circles, in which a viable Palestinian state would be established but only in the West Bank. According to the Western diplomats, this goal would have to be accomplished before there could be any reconciliation between Hamas and Fatah. This was the context as the regular meetings in Cairo reached the end of May 2009, with the main points of disagreement remaining the same again: the makeup and political objectives of the national unity government, the reform of the security forces, and reform of electoral law. The script was always the same. Representatives for Hamas and Fatah traded accusations that the other side was uninterested in reaching a real agreement. And as had happened before, the situation on the ground began to play its own part in stalling the talks. In Kalkalia, in the northern West Bank, PNA security forces and members of the Hamas military wing clashed once on May 31 and again on June 4. There were 8 deaths, among them Islamist militants, policemen, and civilians. In response, Hamas arrested Fatah members in Gaza. The Palestinian Center for Human Rights released its opinion that each side had adopted repressive policies toward the other by condemning the arrests in Gaza while at the same time speaking of the hundreds of Hamas activists in Fatah jails. 383 Everyone was afraid that 2006 would repeat itself, and that the West Bank would experience what Gaza had experienced in the earlier clash between the factions. The PNA in Ramallah, however, used the clash to strengthen the security apparatus around Abu Mazen, supported by the United States through the presence of General Keith Dayton. To control the West Bank, starting from the north, would mean meeting the demands of Israel's security forces, a goal that Hamas could not support. Thus the Islamist movement considered Fatah's decision to work with Israel to be one of the reasons reconciliation would not be possible. Among the Palestinian brothers in Hamas and Israel, Fatah chose Israel. He decided to side with the occupant, was the comment Hamas deputy Mushir al-Masri, youngest among the Hamas members elected in 2006, made a year and a half after the clashes in Qalqilia. 384 Even after Keith Dayton was replaced in October 2010 by Michael Moeller, this relationship between the PNA security apparatus in the West Bank and U.S. advisors indeed remained one of the obstacles to reconciliation, and Hamas immediately called for Moeller's resignation, stating that reforming the security forces also required reforming the ethics which prohibit security coordination and integration with the enemy. 385. However, even if the negotiations between Hamas and Fatah were often held hostage by members of the international community, it is equally true that the failure of dialogue between Hamas and Fatah was the result of a division in Palestinian society that time has increasingly deepened. Reconciliation remains elusive. As neither Hamas nor Fatah really want an agreement, said Omar Suleiman to U.S. General Petraeus. 386 Both sides have consistently used the repeated impasse in the negotiations to strengthen their own positions, widening the fracture between the West Bank and Gaza and essentially abandoning East Jerusalem to its fate. A typical example is what happened at Fatah's 6th General Conference, which in the summer of 2009 represented yet another obstacle placed in the path of reconciliation. Postponed again and again, the phoenix of the 6th Congress marked for exactly 20 years the deep divisions within the Nationalist Party. In particular, the long delay highlighted the clash between the leadership that returned from exile to Palestine together with Yasser Arafat in the aftermath of the Oslo Accords, and the younger elite who grew up in the occupied territory during the First Intifada. The internal battle became even more acute after the bitter electoral defeat in January 2006 and the seizure of power by Hamas in Gaza. But the conference, which opened on August 4, 2009, at the Terra Santa School in Bethlehem, followed a different logic than that of the Fatah internal reform, which many party cadres had requested during the entire period between the 1989 Fifth Congress and the 6th. The goal of the 6th Congress was primarily based on Abu Mazen's need to gather support from the delegates so that he might function effectively as the new head of Fatah and the true successor to Arafat. Abu Mazen had to be the man, who through the Congress's broad vote could be said to have a real consensus among the Palestinians. Since the eve of the conference, Mahmoud Abbas succeeded in maximizing his domestic support. First, he urged that the Congress take place in Bethlehem, and not abroad, as was traditional. This insistence on a location within the West Bank was a tool used to reinforce the centrality of the territory under the PNA's control and to diminish the significance of the groups within Fatah that were strong in the refugee camps, in particular Farouk Kadoumi's wing. Abu Mazen succeeded in setting the Congress location in Bethlehem and further managed to strengthen his leadership in the final vote, at the same time containing the support of the leader in absentia, Marwan Barghouti, and his supporters. In this case, however, the stone guest was Gaza. Hamas prevented the Fatah delegates from the Strip from traveling to the conference, owing to the failure of the PNA to release many of Hamas's West Bank leaders. For a moment, there was speculation that the absence of Gaza delegates could jeopardize the entire conference. "Without Gaza there is no conference," said Nabil Sha'ath, who had tried unsuccessfully to facilitate an agreement because, according to him, Gaza was the catalyst of our failures, the result of our problems. 387 But the conference had gone ahead, despite everything, giving Abu Mazen, 74, the legitimacy he had hoped to secure through the Congress. Mahmoud Abbas was formally designated Arafat's successor and the leader of Fatah. But Fatah did not reform itself. Given his strengthened position, Abu Mazen was ready to reopen the question of reconciliation at Cairo. Rumors were beginning to spread that Germany was acting as the mediator in the negotiations between Israel and Hamas for the release of Gilad Shalit in exchange for the release of the Palestinian prisoners in Israeli jails, a situation that caused the Egyptians to suddenly be concerned about the time the negotiations were taking. The unusual visit that Khaled Meshal paid to Cairo in early September confirmed that there were two negotiations in the making. Even Mahmoud Abbas was in the Egyptian capital, but the leaders of the two factions did not meet, the fracture was too deep. But the simultaneous presence of high-ranking Hamas and Fatah leaders meant that the negotiations had reached an important point. Thus, with time running out on the Egyptians, they pushed for an immediate end to the rift by preparing a reconciliation document to which they would not accept any changes or amendments. One of the amendments involved the procedure used to determine elections. The Egyptians proposed a mixed system, but that the share devoted to proportional votes be increased to 80% of the seats, compared to the 50% used in the 2006 elections. Fatah accepted. Hamas had yet to decide. Their positions in this case were not so far away from each other, but Hamas still made repeated requests for changes to the agreement. The Egyptian response was take it or leave it. Yet agreement on reconciliation seemed within reach thanks to what was happening on the other negotiating table with Israel on the prisoner exchange. A 2-minute video in which Corporal Shalit appears was handed to the Israelis on October 2, in conjunction with the release of 20 Palestinian prisoners, all women. It was the first time since Shalit was captured in late June 2006 that anyone had seen the Israeli soldier, who reads a letter in the video. This first, and only, tangible result between 2006 and 2010 on the Shalit file happened through the efforts of the Bundesnachrichtendienst, BND, the German intelligence services, which since 2005 had been led by Ernst Urlaw. In his capacity as mediator, Urlaw had achieved a major success in 2003 by getting the Israeli government led by Ariel Sharon to agree to a prisoner exchange with Hezbollah. Among the prisoners released by Israel, there were also Jordanian and Palestinian nationals. Urlaw achieved another success in 2008, again through mediation between Israel and Hezbollah, on the exchange of bodies of soldiers from previous conflicts. 200 bodies of Hezbollah fighters were exchanged for the bodies of the two Israeli soldiers whose murder in an ambush 2 years earlier had sparked off the 33-day war between Tel Aviv and Beirut. In addition, Israel released Samir Kuntar, the man responsible for one of the most heinous terrorist attacks against Israel. The exchange broker in this 2008 deal was Gerhard Conrad, a BND official about whom little is known, except that he studied in Syria and knows Arabic well. Rumors spread that Conrad was the man chosen in 2009 to assist the Egyptians in the negotiations between Israel and Hamas. At the Cairo table, the agreement on reconciliation was almost complete when it was suddenly postponed. The cause was the mid-September 2009 release of the Union Fact-Finding Mission's report on the Gaza conflict, known as the Goldstone Report. The Richard Goldstone-led report was harsh and accused Israel of having carried out serious violations of human rights and humanitarian law, to the point of suspecting openly that Israel had committed war crimes and crimes against humanity. Although Hamas also took the blame for firing rockets on Israeli towns and other human rights issues, the Goldstone report was indeed a j'accuse against Israeli conduct in the Gaza war, as well as an unequivocal condemnation of the occupation of the West Bank and the blockade of Gaza. But the PNA did not take advantage of the opportunity to discuss Israel's responsibilities to the occupied territory in a public debate at the UN Human Rights Council. On the contrary, it stalled for at least 2 weeks, as it would later be discovered by the Palestinian committee set up to investigate the PNA's behavior with respect to the Goldstone report. On October 1, in a last-minute decision, the Palestinian ambassador in Geneva, Ibrahim Kraishi, accepted that the debate on the Goldstone report in the UN Human Rights Council be postponed until March 2010. It was an unexpected decision, and one that unleashed a storm on the presidency of Mahmoud Abbas. And the first victim of the postponement of the Goldstone report was the reconciliation agreement. Hamas now refused to sign the take-it-or-leave-it Egyptian agreement, considering the PNA's action not only an attack on Hamas, but also an insult to the victims of Operation Cast Lead and to the suffering of the people of Gaza. In a few days, the wave of indignation mounted, causing Abu Mazen's closest advisors to try to repair the damage they had done in Geneva. From Amman, the chief Palestinian negotiator Saeb Erekat made it known that Abbas was seriously considering presenting the Goldstone report to the UN General Assembly and the Security Council. But this disclosure did not stop the attacks, which came from all sectors of Palestinian society, as well as from the whole Arab world. A committee of inquiry assigned to investigate the PNA's postponement of discussions on the Goldstone report reached the unavoidable conclusion: Mahmoud Abbas had given in to American pressure to delay the debate. 388. The suspension of the negotiations on reconciliation affected also the other negotiating table on prisoner exchange, where silence quickly enveloped the difficult and secret talks. Reports surfaced in early 2010 that Gerhard Conrad had resigned as a mediator due to Hamas's insistence on including certain controversial Palestinian prisoners on the list of those to be released, an insistence Hamas arrived at through one of its characteristic decisions made among its 4 constituencies. In short, negotiations on the prisoner exchange were once again frozen. The sophisticated 3D video produced by the Al-Qassam brigades, which surprisingly was made public in April 2010, did not help unfreeze the talks. The video depicts Jalad's father, Noam Shalit, waiting for the release of his son. Finally, he is released, but in this nightmarish vision of the future, he arrives at the Erez crossing in a coffin. 389 The political wing of Hamas immediately denied, in the words of Mahmoud al-Zahar, that the Al-Qassam brigades had represented Hamas's position. But it is evident that this attempt to wage psychological war on Israel through the movement's military wing showed that the Al-Qassam brigades clearly desired their own political input on the prisoner negotiations. On the Israeli side of the table, the Netanyahu government found it impossible to overcome 2 objections to the exchange. First, Israel wanted to prevent certain detainees from returning to their places of origin in the West Bank and insisted that they instead be deported to Gaza or outside of Palestine altogether, as happened in 1992 at Marj al-Zuhur. Second, the Netanyahu government refused to release the most controversial names on Hamas's list, which included prisoners that belonged to all factions. Marwan Barghouti would not be released, and neither would Ahmed Sadat, Secretary General of the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine. Israel also said no to the release of some Hamas militants, Abbas al-Sayed, Hassan Salamet, Alam al-Tamimi, and Kahira al-Asadi. Netanyahu repeatedly insisted on these 2 conditions, even after Noam Shalit increased pressure on the government to negotiate with Hamas for his son's release, even to the point of leading a march throughout Israel in June and July 2010 to force Israel to reopen negotiations after a complete 6-month freeze. Then, in early October 2010, Gerhard Conrad returned to Gaza to pick up the thread of a speech he had left interrupted many months earlier. It is hardly a coincidence that the reopening of the prisoner exchange negotiations came at the same time as Netanyahu and Abbas reopened the peace process between Israel and Palestine, a process that soon closed again after Israel refused to put a stop to the settlements springing up in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. But whatever the state of the prisoner negotiations, Israel's policy toward Hamas during 2009 and 2010 did not change. The Netanyahu government continued the blockade of Gaza, refused to open any regular diplomatic channel to Hamas, and exerted strong pressure on Western countries to ensure that they continued isolating the Islamist movement. There was, however, one important change in the Netanyahu government's handling of Hamas: it did not oppose the Islamist movement with a massive attack. Instead, it took actions against individuals. This was consistent with Netanyahu's previous handling of the Hamas situation, in particular the approval he gave during his term as Prime Minister in 1997 to the assassination attempt against Khaled Meshal, an attempt that became known as one of the worst Mossad failures. In January 2010, then, the Israeli Prime Minister gave the green light to another strike, this time against Mahmoud al-Mabhouh in Dubai. A member of the Muslim Brotherhood in Gaza, a Hamas militant since the movement's beginning, and a member of the Hamas military wing linked to Salah Shihadeh, al-Mabhouh had spent many years in exile in Damascus. His military actions, as he recounted in detail in a 2009 interview with Al Jazeera, during which the Hamas militant Warahud were all confined to the early years of Hamas and all directed against Israeli soldiers. 390. Al-Mabhouh, 58, was not a notorious figure, even among Israelis. His name became widely known only when he was killed in the elegant Al Bustan Rotan hotel in Dubai, where he was found dead on January 20 in the room he had checked into the day before. He had been suffocated with a pillow. Mossad's hand in the assassination was possible, as was the interpretation of Dubai's police chief, Lt. Gen. Da'e Khalfan Tamim. After very quick investigations, the police chief was able to publish the pictures of the dozens of men and women involved in the murder. Video footage showed the commandos who had followed al-Mabhouh, the passport photos, and all the different images that immortalized the faces of the potential Mossad agents. The pictures were shown on television around the world and collected by the Dubai investigators, who were able to go through tens of thousands of hours of footage recorded by cameras throughout the emirate in order to confirm the identities of a group of at least 35 people who were involved. Fingerprints and DNA findings were then sent to Interpol, together with an arrest warrant. Da'e Khalfan Tamim was unwavering: Mossad had killed al-Mabhouh. Israel, as always happens in these cases, neither confirmed nor denied the operation. Whatever the Israeli government's purpose, however, al-Mabhouh's assassination boomeranged on Tel Aviv. If the faces Tamim had broadcast really did belong to Israeli intelligence agents, their career was irreparably exposed. In espionage jargon, they were burned. In addition, the investigations discovered that the passports the suspected Mossad agents had used to enter Dubai had been cloned from authentic travel documents belonging to different European countries and to Australia. Thus the al-Mabhouh assassination became a scandal that put a strain on the relations between Israel and major Western countries, some of which were considered close friends of Tel Aviv. Britain, France, Germany, Ireland, Australia, all countries involved in the passport cloning reacted in various ways to Dubai Gate, ranging from complaints presented to the Israeli ambassador in each country to the expulsion of diplomats and officials from Britain, Ireland, and Australia, all the way up to the arrest of an Israeli citizen in an unidentified country in the summer of 2010. Al-Mabhouh's assassination in January 2010 also shed a different light on an episode that had happened just 3 weeks before, one that had been given much less emphasis in the media. 2 bodyguards of Osama Hamdan, the Hamas representative in Lebanon, were killed by an explosion at the end of December 2009 in the Harid area in southern Beirut. The Harid neighborhood was totally under the control of Hezbollah and was thus considered immune to attacks by Israeli intelligence. There were different interpretations of the attack: were explosives mailed to one of the Hamas offices in the region, or was the attack an accident caused by Hamas's clumsy handling of its own weapons materials? The curtain of mystery around the incident has never been lifted, even by Hamas, which admitted immediately after the attack through its spokesman, Ayman Taha, that the circumstances of the explosion are unclear and it is too early to name the responsible party. 391 Whether or not it was an attack, the odd blast of Harid combined with the assassination of al-Mabhouh in raising the question of the use of targeted killings of Hamas members by Israel. But in terms of the reconciliation talks, stalled in October 2009, there was nothing to speak of. Ramallah and Gaza were consolidating their own separate powers. Both sides made the usual redundant statements, recriminations, and accusations of repressing, arresting, or torturing opponents. Nabil Shaath's visit to his native Gaza in February 2010, the first of a senior Fatah member since the coup 3 years earlier, could only open a crack in the armor of mistrust, despite the importance the media devoted to the event. Shaath and members of Hamas were shown smiling and embracing in photos, and later, far from television cameras, Nabil Shaath tried to act as peacemaker by meeting with some Hamas leaders in the West Bank. But his attempt had little success. 392. It was not until late spring that something changed. According to sources inside Hamas, the negotiations on Hamas and Fatah's reconciliation opened again due to a substantial non-intervention by the American administration, which decided not to oppose the dialogue between Hamas and Fatah. Mahmoud Abbas relied on a committee made up of 4 important figures in the Palestinian political and intellectual landscape: Munib al-Masri, Hanan Ashrawi, Hannah Nasser, and Nasser al-Din al-Sha'ir, to try and reopen the talks. The committee's mandate was short, with only a few weeks remaining until June. Nevertheless, Abbas's committee organized 4 or 5 meetings, as well as came to the conclusion that the document drafted by the Egyptians, on which the factions had almost reached an agreement in October 2009, was not sufficient. The committee did not discuss specific points, but only their general strategy. They would seek an agreement between all the Palestinian factions on the disputed points, then go with this compromise in hand to Cairo. The committee's idea of a parallel document drafted by the Palestinians that would be combined with the unamendable Egyptian agreement was behind the push to return to active negotiations. Surprisingly, Omar Suleiman was behind the push. At the beginning of September 2010, however, Fatah and Hamas were even more at odds after negotiations between the PNA and Israel resumed at the request of Barack Obama. In Washington on September 2, Mahmoud Abbas and Benjamin Netanyahu began bilateral talks under the supervision of Secretary of State Hillary Clinton and the White House envoy for the Middle East, George Mitchell. It was not a relaxed diplomatic atmosphere, and not only because of the controversial issues on the agenda. First and foremost, the number of Israeli settlements in the West Bank and in East Jerusalem continued to grow rapidly. The day before, Israel had buried the 4 victims of an attack for which Hamas had claimed responsibility. The attack had been chosen for its symbolic value, the Palestinian village of Bani Naim, in the outskirts of Hebron, just behind some of the more radical Israeli settlements in the West Bank. The most important of those settlements was Kiryat Arba, in whose cemetery is buried Barak Goldstein, the infamous settler who massacred 29 faithful in the Ibrahimi Mosque in Hebron in February 1994. The 4 settlers had been killed in an ambush. The Hamas military wing immediately, yet ambiguously, claimed responsibility. From Gaza, the spokesman of the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades, Abu Ubaidah, stated that the attack had occurred in the Palestinian land occupied in 1967-393, not in Israel, therefore, but to the east of the Green Line. What did this mean? That Hamas continued in its own way to respect the unilateral ceasefire declared in early 2005 that had ended the suicide bombings inside Israel? This seems the most plausible reading of Abu Ubaidah's message. Together with a confirmation, so to speak, of the territorial limitation of violence, the Hamas military wing also launched a warning directed exclusively to the PNA. Hamas had attacked Hebron, which was still considered the West Bank's Islamist stronghold. As such, Hebron had been subjected to tough and thorough restrictions administered by the PNA security apparatus. Yet Palestinian security forces and intelligence services had failed to stop the Al-Qassam Brigade's members prior to the attack, though they did subsequently perform hundreds of arrests directed at the Islamist militancy. But this was too little, too late. Hamas had shown that its military ability to harm the West Bank had not been reduced, as had been generally believed before the attack. The tragic episode not only affected relations between Ramallah and Gaza, but also between Palestinians and Egyptians. In Cairo, the attack seemed to show that the increasing radicalization in Gaza might no longer be manageable. The talks had been stalled intermittently since February 2009, during which time the borders of Gaza remained closed, an intolerable situation that was slowly but certainly radicalizing the population. The growing Salaf and jihadist sectors in the Strip could, in Cairo's view, easily bind together with the growing dissatisfaction of the Sinai population. For dozens of years, this Sinai population had represented a thorn in the side of the security services led by Omar Suleiman, but the threat was considered even more dangerous in September 2010, on the eve of the Egyptian parliamentary elections in October. Thus Omar Suleiman again revived the talks between Hamas and Fatah in September, in the face of this growing threat and while Israel and the United States were committed to the negotiations in Washington. As Ramadan drew to a close, Suleiman and Khaled Meshal took advantage of the Muslim holy month's last days to meet in Mecca. The powerful Egyptian intelligence chief was formally in Saudi Arabia to report to the authorities in Riyadh on the face-to-face meeting between Abu Mazen and Netanyahu in Washington. The September 8 meeting between Suleiman and Meshal took place over the 2 hours before the prayer of Fajr, the dawn, as the pan-Arab newspaper Al-Hayat discovered. After the talks, Suleiman called Mahmoud Abbas. Beyond the issue of the Sinai and the succession, however, there were reasons of timing behind Suleiman's push to reopen the negotiations on Palestinian reconciliation during the peace process. Suleiman's efforts were made in the context of a comprehensive American push to restart the diplomatic engine of the entire Middle East. In mid-September, during the second meeting between Netanyahu and Abbas, Senator George Mitchell left Hillary Clinton to mediate between the two leaders and flew to Damascus. This visit, as well as the next stop in Beirut to meet with the highest authorities in Lebanon, was a part of the new White House's Middle East strategy. Since its inception, the Obama administration had always insisted that any lasting peace in the Middle East had to go beyond agreements between Israelis and Palestinians. Thus Mitchell went to Syria and to Lebanon in search of a comprehensive regional solution to the problem. First, there was the September 19 news that Hamas had sent a letter to the Obama administration seeking an open diplomatic channel. Hamas had sent such letters before, but this one distinctly stated that Hamas would not oppose the creation of a Palestinian state on the 1967 borders, with Jerusalem as its capital. The Palestinian Security Forces, concerned by the possibility that the letter might result in a change in Washington's strategy, indirectly confirmed the new interest that Europeans and Americans had toward the idea of Hamas involvement in the Israeli-Palestinian negotiation process. The Palestinian leadership has learned that the U.S. officials are now studying the situation of Hamas the same way they studied the situation of the PLO in 1990, General Adnan Damirai told the Jerusalem Post. 394 Damirai was the spokesman for the security forces in the West Bank that had been trained through Keith Dayton's programs. If Damirai was right, then the possibility of the West opening a channel to Hamas might be on the table. It was in the context of these events that a few days later, on September 24, an important meeting was held between Fatah and Hamas in Damascus. The 3-hour-long talks boasted a small army of important figures from the political and security wings of Fatah and Hamas. In the Fatah delegation there was Azam al-Ahmad, General Nasser Youssef, and Sahar Bey Sisso, the Nationalist Party's intelligence chief. For Hamas, there was Khaled Meshal, Moussa Abu Marzouk, the head of intelligence, Izzat al-Rashak, and Mohammed Nasr, this last still considered the man nearest to Meshal. Thus the reconciliation process started again, this time with the explicit intent of dealing with the crucial points left unanswered and unresolved in previous meetings. As Abbas's committee had decided, the 2009 Egyptian-authored text of the agreement was not touched, but the process by which it would be implemented would be changed, requiring Fatah and Hamas to prepare a parallel agreement. After the mini-summit in Damascus, each party returned to its traditional script, high-toned and optimistic declarations, followed by complaints and postponements. What was different this time, however, were the signals coming from Hamas, echoing what the letter to Obama had said: the Islamist movement could possibly accept the establishment of a Palestinian state on 1967 borders, with East Jerusalem as its capital and with the guaranteed right of return for refugees. Hamas's 4 constituencies had already accepted this formula years before and had announced it in the international media more than once since 2006. But now, in September and October 2010, Khaled Meshal repeated this stance over and over in numerous interviews in a clear media offensive that Hamas leadership launched through several American and European newspapers. The novelty of this situation related to the organization's internal balance and to what was happening in Gaza under the Israeli embargo. The blockade, now in its 3rd year, had 2 politically relevant results. First, Gaza, as a constituency, had become more important to Hamas since the 2007 coup, and second, Gaza had become increasingly radical. At that time, few people could imagine or even dream that Gaza's isolation would be broken only a few months later in 2011, after a revolution that would oust Hosni Mubarak from the presidency in only 18 days. We understood better than they did. A fisherman casts nets by hand, plunged into the sea up to his waist. The sea is dark, its pollution obvious to the naked eye. An acrid and unhealthy smell wafts up to the beach to level ground not far from a large outdoor coffee shop, 4 old tables and a few blue plastic chairs. This is Shidi, which started its life as a refugee camp and later became the northern outskirts of Gaza City. But even if this is one of the most neglected places of the world, it does not take much to enjoy the sea, even if the sea in Gaza is fouled by the sewage that washes up on shore, while the chimneys of Ashkelon in Israel, only a handful of miles away, puff white smoke into the air. Only 200 meters from the shore, small fishing boats drag the water, which at this distance becomes blue and clear as the sea should be. There are very few fish this close to shore, but to go any farther out means challenging the Israeli naval blockade. Under the Oslo Accords, the limit was 20 nautical miles from shore. Since Operation Cast Lead, Israel has restricted Gazan boats to 3. In many ways the coastal road in Shidi is no different than any other road in the world. There are men jogging, occasional cars, buses with old and rusted carburetors, scooters, Egyptian motorcycles, and tuk-tuks, motorcycles with carts attached. Thousands of Chinese-made tuk-tuks have been smuggled into Gaza through the Rafah tunnels from Egypt, just as the motorcycles and the scooters have been. The Gaza train completes the false picture of normality in the Strip, a red and white train for children that travels on wheels from somewhere to the miserable coastal road in Shidi. Only here, in the largest refugee camp in Gaza City, can this false normality hold. There are no shanties left, as there were between 1948 and 1951, when the refugees arrived from the north. Now there are only buildings 2 or 3 floors high, many houses built literally on top of each other, all the way to the edge of the beach. The buildings often have no plaster on their exposed grey bricks. After Operation Cast Lead, the Gazans took the concrete rubble left after the Israeli bombardments, crushed it, and kneaded it into new grey bricks. They are weaker and less durable than bricks made of real concrete, useful only to expand existing apartments. The poverty of the refugee camps is obvious. It is constantly before your eyes, in the shops that sell made-in-China trinkets, in the battered streets, in the cheaply dressed inhabitants, in the people wearing black slippers. It is in the Egyptian-flavored marriage processions. The band plays drums to celebrate the couple, riding in a bright yellow truck. And then the guests arrive, all on a bus rented for the occasion, because cars and fuel are an unattainable luxury. After the marriage and the party, even the furniture for the new house, or more probably for the room where the couple will live, will arrive on that yellow truck. The home of Abul Abed, as Shidi's residents continue to call Prime Minister Ismail Haniyeh, is there, close to the waterfront. Abul Abed has not abandoned the refugee camp where he was born. The only changes in Haniyeh's life after being appointed Prime Minister are the safety measures next to the house. Armed police are stationed in a booth on the waterfront, a bar closes the access road to the house, and what seems to be a bulletproof metal covering protects the front door. The fact that Abul Abed remained here in Shidi really matters to me, says a young man named Mahmoud. The more the leaders are close to us, the more they are part of us, part of the population. It means also that they have remained modest. Mahmoud has no hesitation. He is 33, with prematurely graying hair, a pair of small and fairly elegant eyeglasses, and a soft-colored striped polo shirt, identical to the many polo shirts that one can find along the Mediterranean coasts. As Prime Minister, he can live wherever he wants. Among his duties, Abul Abed needs also to receive the government's guests. But the fact that he did not want to live elsewhere really matters to me. Mahmoud calls himself a Hamas activist, one of those who believed, and still believe, in the 2005-2006 decision to participate in elections in the PNA. We always see Abul Abed, we meet him during Ramadan, he is still the Imam in our mosque. 395. Mahmoud is not the only one to speak in these terms about the Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya leaders. The description is always as follows: they are not corrupt, and even the last 3 years in power in Gaza do not seem to have changed their habits. Abul Abed lives in his house inside the Shadi refugee camp, near the Great Mosque with the green Hamas flag on top of it, and he is only one among the many Hamas leaders who decided to remain in his house, among the people. Something, however, has changed in the very simple picture drawn by the Hamas activists, as the power of the Palestinian Islamist movement consolidated in the Strip. Probably there is no individual corruption of the kind that began to afflict Fatah, according to countless critics in Palestinian society. However, Hamas's militants would use every possible tool to strengthen their movement. Even if the leaders have not fundamentally changed their lives after entering power, it does not mean that the popular consensus that elected Hamas remains the same in Gaza. Indeed, the years after the 2007 coup have shown a far more complex, grey-toned picture of the movement. On the one hand, the population recognizes that Hamas as a government and as a bureaucracy has been able to administer a territory despite a lack of literally everything that one would seem to require: no financial resources, no productive infrastructure worthy of the name, no commercial network able to trade with the external world, no freedom of movement. And yet daily life in Gaza, closed like a prison, somehow functioned. The trash was collected. The ministries functioned, and there was working internet available for public use. The traffic laws were upheld, and penalties and fines were assessed. Incredibly, the so-called black market of the tunnels was even properly taxed. What was missing was freedom. The only link with the outside world beyond the concrete walls was the tunnels. As time elapsed, the people began to make more and more accusations, not only against the Haniyeh government, but also against the judiciary and the police department. The accusation was always the same: the authorities want to Islamicize the Gaza Strip. Indeed, the territory, already known for its conservative mores, became even more restrictive after the closure. Both activists and Hamas leaders were among the first to recognize that Gaza was gradually radicalizing, though there were different explanations as to why. It is the society which became more conservative than our movement, because the enduring occupation affected the mentality, according to one of the middle-generation Hamas leaders. The occupation, he continued, transformed the behaviors into pathological ones. Only when there is freedom, arts and culture can develop and flourish. The most obvious example is what happened during Al-Andalus era, in the heyday of Muslim Renaissance. Now, even those who love art and cultivate it, they prefer to do it on their family's walls. 396. In other words, away from the inquisitive eyes of conservative Gazan society. There were many among the middle-generation leaders in the West Bank and Gaza who stigmatized the radicalization, which affected the Islamist youth in particular. Hamas activists provided two different explanations. In Gaza, radicalization derived from isolation. In the West Bank, it derived from repression by the PNA security forces. One of the sources of the radicalization of most serious concern, highlighted by the members of that generation who had studied abroad or who still managed to cross the borders of the occupied Palestinian territory, is the heavy internet use among young activists. This older generation has no ideological preconception against internet use, quite the contrary. Their concern is regarding what the young are reading online, not Western ideas, but rather extremist jihadist or Salafist information. For example, forcing young Hamas activists into hiding, said one of the movement's leaders in the West Bank, means forcing them into solitude and blocking them from building social relationships. They were left alone with a computer and what radical information passed in front of them, without any mediation. 397. This kind of analysis: an Islamist leader worried about the extremist trend on the rise in a movement that he himself considers moderate is completely opposed to the stereotypical Western way of reading Hamas. The same interpretation also came from younger members, especially regarding the situation inside Gaza. Boys prefer to go into the Qassam brigades rather than engaging in politics, said Mushir al-Masri. In short, boys support the military option, because the international community no longer has much appeal for them. They believe that the international community supports only those who hold the power, those who have strength, and that it does not bear those who made democratic choices. Participating in the 2006 elections and voting Hamas was a democratic choice, 398 said al-Masri, who had in 2006, when he was only 29 years old, become the youngest PLC member in the Hamas parliamentary wing. Mushir al-Masri's political career inside Hamas differentiates him from his peers, not only for his academic credentials in political science, but especially because he was well known in leadership circles, meeting assiduously with Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, Abdelaziz al-Rantizi, and Ismail Haniyeh. In sum, al-Masri had represented a bridge between the old and the new generation since the time he led the University Student Council. The generation now in their 50s, who had been raised by the stones of the First Intifada in 1987, had endured terrorist attacks inside the Israeli cities, cafes, and buses, but had then abandoned suicide attacks unilaterally in March 2005. This exit strategy from the Second Intifada was that generation's great political success, albeit a short-lived one. The younger generation's experience was very different. They had passed through the Al-Aqsa Intifada's extreme violence, had lived through the electoral process, but had become immediately disillusioned. Soon after the 2006 elections, in fact, Gaza lost any hope for its future, not only politically, but also economically and socially. It could be interpreted as a paradox, since the Israelis left Gaza after the 2005 unilateral disengagement, leaving behind them empty settlements and land. Nevertheless, from the perspective of the Islamist younger generation's activism, their elder brothers had failed to achieve any of the objectives they had in mind. By entering the PNA institutions, Hamas's middle generation cadres had wanted to achieve recognition both in Palestinian politics and from the international community. Hamas's youth saw only the negative results of this strategy, the isolation of Gaza and the war. Therefore, they felt a profound disappointment and one focused especially on Europe, which even in the Gaza Strip was considered the cradle and the model of democracy. Called to cast their vote in democratic, fair, and free elections, the Palestinians had been punished for choosing Hamas. This is the phrase heard all throughout the Palestinian territory, especially in Gaza. Thus some youth groups in the Gazan social fabric reacted vehemently by shifting toward the fringes of Islamism represented by Salafism. The Salaf threat became clear the afternoon of August 14, 2009, when the Hamas government's police forces attacked the stronghold of Jund Ansar Allah at the Ibn Taymiyyah Mosque in Rafah. Earlier, the preacher Mousa Abdul Latif, also known as Abu al-Nawr al-Makdisi and a medical graduate in the Egyptian University of Alexandria, proclaimed the establishment of an Islamic emirate. The violent fighting between the police force and the Jund Ansar Allah militants lasted until the day after and resulted in a bloody death toll, 25 dead, including 3 children, 3 civilians, and 6 members of the Hamas police. There were more than 100 injured, and more than 90 people were arrested. Among the victims was the acknowledged leader of Jund Ansar Allah, Mousa Abdul Latif, who according to the Ministry of the Interior spokesman, Ihab al-Ghussian had detonated the explosive belt he was wearing when the police went to arrest him the morning of August 15. In the case of Jund Ansar Allah's sedition, Hamas decided to violently suppress the growth of a radical jihadi wing inside the Gaza Strip. The extremists represented for Hamas not only a dangerous competitor, but also a thorn in the side of the security apparatus. This deep concern was palpable, for example, in a letter that Ahmed al-Jabari, the strong man of the Al-Qassam brigades, addressed to Khaled Meshal, warning against divisions within the military structure of Hamas. 399. Paradoxically, however, it was the political influence of Salafism that most concerned Hamas. For all its ideological foundations, Hamas is very far from the Salaf literalist interpretation of Islam. The theology of Hamas is rooted clearly in the reformist interpretation of the Muslim Brotherhood, which broke with the traditional reading of the Muslim faith. The Ikhwan proposed, on the contrary, a reading that brought together religious and political beliefs, adherence to the faith's confident vision combined with a strong engagement in society and politics. Yet it should not be forgotten that Hamas sees itself as a moderate Islamic party, and that the Salaf movement in Gaza shared the same view of itself. For these radical Islamist fringes, Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood departed from the right path, that is, a very narrow and literal Salaf interpretation of Islam. Omar al-Ansari, leader of Jaish al-Islam, a Gaza-based Salafist movement, described in his own way the profoundly different religious and ideological interpretation that divides the literalist groups from Hamas. The problem is that Hamas has decided to deal with modernity, and they chose the path of democracy, thus dealing with the Western world. Thus creates a gap between us and them. 400 he explained in mid-2010, exactly a year after the Hamas-led crackdown against Jund Ansar Allah. The Salafists were born in 2001, explained another leader, but they grew after 2005-2006 and Hamas's decision to participate in elections. Hamas' participation in elections and its joining the atheist Palestinian Legislative Council was the spark that ignited Salaf thought, gradually appearing and spreading among young men, said Abu al-Harith, a leader of Jund Ansar Allah, which according to this description constitutes the backbone of the Jaljalat, the Salaf social world within Gaza, together with Omar al-Ansari's group and two other Salafist organizations. In 2010, according to al-Harith's description, Jaljalat had 11,000 men, including some members of the Al-Qassam Brigades. 401 Beyond the fog that still surrounds the structure of Salafism in Gaza, the political problem for Hamas was to address two issues. First, it had to mediate between the description of its movement as the representation of a moderate and political Islam and as a resistance group and a nationalist movement that fights against the occupation of the Palestinian land. Representing their movement as the moderate political Islam in Palestine, however, did not provide Hamas leaders with the tangible results they expected in terms of international recognition. Therefore, in the total isolation of Gaza, Hamas's political failure could not but strengthen the most radical and uncompromising groups in society. It is no coincidence that all the local Hamas activists and leaders gave the same interpretation of the battle against Jund Ansar Allah. They all emphasized that Salafism was popular especially among young people, who preferred the military option and armed struggle as a reaction to a situation that has not improved substantially for years. The drift toward the jihadi trend and the groups inspired by al-Qaeda, albeit presumably from an ideological point of view rather than due to actual links with the Bin Laden network, is therefore the result of Hamas's choice to turn to politics and the isolationist strategy the international community had decided to pursue toward the Islamist movement. Beyond active repression, Hamas also reacted to the growth of Salafism by yielding to Salafism's radical tendencies and homogenizing 402 some of its positions on social mores and moving closer to a substantial Islamization of Gazan society. Even if pursued in a gradual way, this kind of soft Islamization implied in any case a shift by Hamas toward a more conservative position compared to the one expressed in the electoral program of the 2005-2006 Change and Reform List. It is likely that the shift to more conservative positions by the Hamas wing in Gaza affected the internal balance of the Islamist movement as a whole, in all its constituencies. It was the head of the political bureau, Khaled Meshal, who differentiated the 2010 Hamas position from the Salafist position on Islamization and the role of women in social and political spheres. In an interview with Al-Sabil, Meshal said that Hamas would not allow the ages of backwardness or the weight of social norms and traditions that stem from the environment rather than the religious text to distort Islamic concepts, especially since the environment of Palestine is not a closed one but a historically civilized one enjoying plurality and openness to all religions, civilizations, and cultures. 403. From the point of view of Hamas's internal political balance, Meshal's clarification said something more than this. It said clearly that the leaders of Hamas were actively concerned with the radical views gaining ground within some areas of the movement in Gaza. The decision to enter politics was the first target of the radicalization that affected the younger generation after 2007, the generation from which the future leaders of Hamas would arise. If this is true, if the turn to politics decided on by the 50s generation no longer appeals to the 30s generation, then the possibility of Hamas becoming involved in the PNA and in the peace negotiation process between Israel and Palestine is endangered. Al-Shabi Urid. March 15, 2011, was not a classic day of rage. It was not as it was in other Arab countries, shaken in the same months by the perfect storm of the Arab Spring. And yet March 15 was the day when the Palestinian youth took to the streets of Ramallah and Gaza City in protest against the divisions inside the Palestinian house. As had happened in Cairo, Tunis, Manama, Tripoli, and Damascus, the protest grew by means of that postmodern market square, the Internet, both through blogs and through social networks like Facebook and Twitter. And as in the other Arab cities, the protesters in Palestine were all young people in their 20s and 30s, young people who had, during the previous months, drawn up documents listing their political demands. These included not only the obvious demand to end the division between Fatah and Hamas, but also to reshape radically the concept of Palestinian identity. No longer should Palestine as nation be thought of exclusively in terms of the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem. In the view of the young protesters, it must include the Palestinians of Israel, the Palestinians in the refugee camps outside the West Bank and Gaza, and the Palestinians in the diaspora. Given the young people's view of an ideal Palestinian national identity, it is no coincidence that another of the demands requested a new PLO parliament, the PNC, through new elections. At the same time that Hamas was offering its ambiguous acceptance of a Palestinian state on the 1967 borders, the March 15 youth asked all the factions to call new elections that would bring to power those who would represent Palestine beyond the borders of the PNA. This request was by no means simple to answer. There were not as many people in Ramallah and Gaza City on March 15 as there were in Tahrir Square. Still, the protesters in Monara Square in Ramallah filled the center of the West Bank city. Around them, however, there were too many brand new flags carried by Fatah's young militants, indicating that Fatah and the PNA were attempting to piggyback on the youth protests in order to lower to some extent the pressure the Palestinian street was placing on them. Hamas did the same in Gaza, where the situation was even more acute. It was clear that Gaza's youth, far more than the protesters in the West Bank, belonged to the same generation that was revolting against the authoritarian Arab regimes. The Gazans even borrowed slogans from the Arab revolutions, especially the most powerful one, Al-Shabi Urid, the people are demanding. But here, people were not demanding the fall of the regime as they were in Cairo and in Tunis, in Sana'a and in Homs. Instead, the Palestinians demanded the end of the division, a unity that would lead naturally to a new government and new administrative rules to replace the two cabinets in Ramallah and Gaza City. The people were demanding, they were once again revealing themselves to be the source of legitimacy for power, and the Palestinian factions were forced to listen. This was especially true given the scandal that struck some leading Palestinian political figures during the Egyptian Revolution, when Al Jazeera published the Palestine Papers, nearly 1,700 internal and confidential PNA documents that covered more than a decade of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Hamas's reaction to the March 15 protest was to signal its immediate openness to a compromise with Fatah. On the same day, Ismail Haniyeh's government invited Mahmoud Abbas to Gaza via a live television broadcast. "I call on the brother, President Abu Mazen, and on Fatah to meet us right now here in Gaza or anywhere else, to begin the national dialogue in order to achieve reconciliation," said Haniyeh. 404 Abbas instantly accepted. The timing of Haniyeh's invitation and Abu Mazen's prompt reaction showed the efficacy of the youth protests, which finally broke the impasse toward reconciliation and led directly to the agreement that Fatah, Hamas, and all the other factions formally signed on May 4, 2011, in Cairo. Understandably, given the sudden and unpredictable fall of Zine al-Abidin Ben Ali and Hosni Mubarak, both Hamas and Fatah dreaded the possibility of being overwhelmed by a wave of unrest in the West Bank and Gaza. Although the numbers were certainly smaller than those of the revolutions in Tunisia and Egypt, both Palestinian political organizations were and are fully aware of the lack of consensus they had suffered ever since the Hamas coup in Gaza in June 2007 and the crystallized division between the two governments. Reconciliation, therefore, was a strange but unsurprising result of the Second Arab Awakening. Given its history, it is unsurprising that Hamas was the first to reach out to Fatah in response to the protests. Born and bred within Palestinian society, Hamas has always been incredibly sensitive to the reactions of the street to its political strategies, as well as pragmatic enough to adjust those strategies in response. It is very likely that even during the first months of the Second Arab Awakening, the Palestinian Islamist movement was recording the popular reactions to the uprisings and formulating potential political responses to them. And clearly the many ears of Hamas knew about the reactions to the Arab Spring in Gaza and the West Bank, in the world of refugees, and in the other countries involved in the Israel-Palestine conflict. Fatigue, frustration, and disaffection toward both Hamas and Fatah had been manifest in Palestinian society for years. The Second Arab Awakening gave the necessary push to that nascent frustration, which culminated in a request for reconciliation that, had it not been granted, could have easily have detonated as a new intifada against the Israelis as well as an uprising against the elites in power in the West Bank and Gaza. Equally as important as internal Palestinian politics was the influence of the upheaval throughout the region. On that same day, March 15, Syria's opposition forces also began a revolution, albeit a much more difficult and bloody one. Syria's instability represented danger for Hamas, many of whose leadership had lived in Damascus for over a decade. Faithful to the strategic choice that had guided it even before the movement was formally founded in 1987, Hamas never meddled in the internal affairs of the states it had relationships with. This policy was in sharp contrast to the actions of Fatah and other PLO factions, as is evident in the PLO's expulsion from Beirut by the Israeli army in 1982. Even Hamas's long season of terrorism never ventured beyond the borders of Israel. Thus, despite the fact that the Muslim Brotherhood was illegal and was harshly repressed under Bashar al-Assad's regime, Hamas maintained a neutral position in the first phase of the 2011 revolt, and allowed Syria to play a full part in the reconciliation process between Hamas and Fatah that produced the May 4 agreement. At the same time, however, Hamas's embarrassment toward the Syrian regime began to be increasingly evident, and rumors spread that the Hamas political leadership might move its headquarters to other countries. The most credible of the rumors to this effect was that the Hamas leadership abroad would be divided into 3 sections, which would eventually be located in Cairo, Doha, and Ankara. After a certain time, the rumor fell through due to the embarrassment those governments felt at the idea that they might play host to Hamas. Regardless of the rumored transfer of the political bureau out of Damascus, however, the most interesting aspect of the Arab Spring, as far as Hamas is concerned, remains the strategic posture Hamas took relative to the revolution's .405 in Gaza. Ismail Haniyeh's government had repeatedly used its security forces to prevent opposition demonstrations and dissenting voices. Hamas itself was the regime, since it held power and controlled a territory, albeit an embargoed one. But externally, Hamas was encircled by the upheavals that confronted the Syrian and Egyptian regimes in Damascus and Cairo. If Damascus's instability put the relationship of patronage between the regime of Bashar al-Assad and Hamas at risk, the fall of Hosni Mubarak completely changed Egypt's role in the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Post-revolution Cairo looked at Gaza from a role far different from the perspective the Mubarak regime had taken, a position that in recent years had been seen as a sop to U.S. strategy in the Middle East, especially regarding Egypt's faithful alliance with Israel. Although Gaza still remained a major internal and security problem on the Sinai border, Egypt's role in the conflict had changed. The Islamist movement's political bureau recognized the powerful meaning of the Arab revolutions. Moussa Abu Marzouk considered both the March 15 movement and the Egyptian revolution the root causes of the Palestinian reconciliation. He went even further in a commentary published in The Guardian 20 days after the reconciliation accords, asserting that political Islam was one of the key components of the Arab revolutions, the winds of historic peaceful change sweeping the Middle East will, sooner or later, reach the shores of the West. Its governments can no longer marginalize, disparage or ignore the democratic popular Islamic movements in the region, and that includes Hamas. 406 Even Khaled Meshal recognized the role of the youth in the Arab awakening by paying a visit to the different organizations that made up the Egyptian revolutionary movement that had overthrown Hosni Mubarak. By meeting the Tahrir youth, Meshal clearly signaled that Hamas recognized them as a key political force in the changed regional landscape. And yet the reconciliation agreement signed on May 4 in Cairo was not a product of the Tahrir revolutionary spirit, despite the fact that one of the facilitators, Munib al-Masri, told Robert Fisk that both sides realized they might miss the boat of the Arab Spring 407. The negotiations were first and foremost a diplomatic success of Egyptian intelligence, which wanted to rebuild its perceived stature after Omar Suleiman had disappeared from the scene. Suleiman was second in the Mubarak regime's chain of command, and was well known for his prominent role in the Cairo negotiations on reconciliation. However, thanks to the diplomatic American and Palestinian documents released through WikiLeaks, as well as the Palestine Papers, analysts know that Suleiman's aim was not to bring about a reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas, but instead to exercise a tough control on the Palestinian leadership, especially Hamas. This was evident from the fact that Fatah had signed the non-negotiable Egyptian-authored reconciliation agreement of October 2009. One of the key reasons that Ramallah signed was its certainty that Hamas would never do the same, a fact Suleiman must have been aware of. 408. But after the Egyptian revolution, Cairo intelligence and the new government of Prime Minister Essam Sharif wanted an immediate success as proof of a successful transition from the era of Mubarak and Suleiman. In particular, the Transitional Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nabil al-Arabi, pushed for the reconciliation between Fatah and Hamas to go forward. Nabil al-Arabi personified the shift in Egypt's Middle East policy after Mubarak. A staunch opposer of the Camp David peace agreement, al-Arabi brokered meetings between Egyptian intelligence and a small team of Palestinian independent figures who had worked unsparingly during the previous years to accomplish reconciliation. Only after these meetings did the independent team meet also with Amr Moussa, at the time still the Arab League's Secretary-General. One remarkable detail stands out from the meeting between the independents and al-Arabi. During the meeting, Nabil al-Arabi asked the participants if they would accept another party in the negotiations. Upon their agreement, he asked Turkish Foreign Affairs Minister Ahmet Davutoglu to join the meeting. 409 It was a turning point in the relations between Cairo and Ankara, especially considering how assiduously the Mubarak regime had prevented Turkey from playing any part in the Palestine negotiations. With both Palestinian factions weakened by the fast-changing scenario in the Middle East, Hamas and Fatah agreed to reopen the negotiations on reconciliation, knowing full well that this time it would be quite impossible to use delaying tactics, as had been done during the previous rounds of talks. The October 2009 Egyptian document, signed only by Fatah, remained the stumbling block, but the agreement by both factions to draft a parallel document still stood, and they finally accomplished this goal with the new understandings paper that they signed on April 27, 2011. Purposely ambiguous to leave room for political maneuvering, the new document still managed to resolve important political issues while raising new and important ones. For example, the new understandings paper remained deliberately ambiguous on security and on the question of PLO reform. At the same time, the factions agreed that the National Unity Government had to be formed in consensus between them regarding the appointment of ministers, including the Prime Minister position. The most important addendum related to the issue of representation. There would be 3 elections 1 year after the signing of the new understandings paper, all conducted simultaneously, to elect the President, the parliamentarians, and the Palestinian National Council. This was a vital change, one that put the issue of providing representation to Palestinians outside of the PNA back on track. 410. The reconciliation ceremony held in Cairo on May 4 in the presence of all the factions and the Egyptian leadership was a true achievement. However, the following months witnessed the same delaying tactics that had always sapped the force of reconciliation efforts. Nothing happened, there was no new national unity government, nor were the procedures needed to hold elections performed. The reconciliation agreement also became the hostage of the bid the PNA was making in September 2011 for statehood at the UN, a bid that asked that the State of Palestine be recognized as a full member of the UN. Thus, still crystallized in their quasi-states of the West Bank and Gaza, Fatah and Hamas again avoided tackling the political problem. They still could not share power, which meant no reunification of the Palestinian territory under an institutional umbrella, no independence from patronage, and no representation for the Palestinian people outside of the PNA. The events of September and October 2011 signaled that the various Palestinian negotiations, formally led by the Mubarak-era Egyptian intelligence services, were profoundly linked to each other, as if they were parts of a chain. Only few months after the May 4 agreement on reconciliation, the Middle East's paradoxical impasse was broken by an unexpected event. On October 11, Israel and Hamas suddenly announced that they had reached the long-awaited deal to swap Gilad Shalit with 1,027 Palestinian security prisoners detained in the Israeli jails. The deal between Israel and Hamas on the so-called prisoners file followed the agreement on reconciliation. One after the other, one because of the other, it was the direct confirmation that the dossiers were closely linked, and that their solution relied on the negotiators' goodwill. The swap took place exactly 1 week later, on the morning of October 18, following a complicated and delicate procedure that allowed the newly appointed Sergeant Gilad Shalit to be freed and handed over by the Hamas military wing to the Egyptian mediators at Rafah Crossing, who would transfer him to IDF officials inside the Sinai Peninsula. Meanwhile, 477 security prisoners, many of them Hamas militants carrying heavy sentences or life terms, were transferred to the West Bank, Gaza, Israel, and Egypt. The deal provided for a second phase in which another 550 Palestinian security prisoners would be liberated from Israeli jails. Put in the cone of shadow by the PLO bid for statehood, Hamas regained its place on the political stage with full strength through the prisoner swap. It was undoubtedly a success for the movement inside the Palestinian society. Regarding Hamas's internal balance, however, it confirmed the increased political role of the military wing, whose participation was essential to reaching the deal on Gilad Shalit, as Ahmed al-Jabari's presence during the last phase of the negotiations in Cairo testifies. The list of freed prisoners included not only Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza, but also, and symbolically more important, from Jerusalem and from Israel. Top figures, such as Marwan Barghouti and Ahmed Sadat, were not freed by the exchange. The national success for Hamas, however, was beyond doubt. The prisoner swap was not only a consequence of the reconciliation agreement, but also of the changes caused by the Arab Spring, especially in Egypt. Additionally, it put Mahmoud Abbas and Khaled Meshal again on the same level in international perception, underlining once again that the Palestinian politics continued to be two-headed, and as a consequence divided. Still, in Ramallah and in Gaza City, flags from all the factions waved again together on October 18, 2011, to celebrate the prisoners. Chapter 9. 10 years later. The Shalit file. The car runs fast on the main street of Gaza City, Omar al-Mukhtar Street, the axis that connects the small port to the city center. In the Israeli Armed Forces video, the missile fired from an air fighter is a ball of light, the kind seen in a video game. However, in physical reality, the missile kills 2 men in flesh and bone on the afternoon of November 14, 2012. They were Ahmed Said Khalil al-Jabari, 52, the operational commander of the Izz al-Din al-Qassam Brigades, IQB, and Mohammed al-Hams, a young member of the Hamas military wing. Blamed by Israel for being the captor-in-chief of Gilad Shalit in June 2006, al-Jabari was the operational commander of the IQB after its previous head, Mohammed al-Diaf, escaped, severely wounded, one of the 8 assassination attempts by Israel. Since then, the al-Jabari execution was the first targeted extrajudicial killing of a senior Hamas leader in a joint operation by the Israeli Air Force and the Shin Bet. Moreover, he was the most senior Hamas operative to be killed by Israel for almost 4 years since Operation Cast Lead. The story of the kidnapping of Gilad Shalit and the prisoner exchange reached in October 2011 is central to understanding the reasons behind the targeted murder of Ahmed al-Jabari. Moreover, the Shalit file is a helpful tool for observing the internal balance within Hamas between the military and the political wing and the new regional dynamics following the 2011 revolutions. With IQB, 2 other groups, the Popular Resistance Committees and the so-called Army of Islam of the Dakamush family, assumed responsibility for the attack on the Israeli military outpost in Kerem Shalom, at the border between Israel and Gaza. On June 25, 2006, Palestinian militants launched an attack from inside Gaza via a tunnel near Kerem Shalom, killing 2 soldiers and kidnapping Israeli Army Corporal Gilad Shalit. Indeed, Ahmed al-Jabari was the mastermind of the kidnapping. For the following 5 years, Ahmed al-Jabari concealed Shalit's whereabouts in defiance of Israeli intelligence and military. He served as the negotiator of the prisoner exchange, with Egypt's mediation and the German facilitator from BND National Intelligence Gerhard Konrad, after which the government led by Benjamin Netanyahu released 1,027 Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails. Finally, al-Jabari confirmed his role as Shalit's abduction mastermind and captor by personally escorting him at the handover in October 2011. The indubitable gain in terms of his nationwide consensus notwithstanding, Benjamin Netanyahu paid an impressively high price for the prisoner exchange, more than 1,000 Palestinian detainees in exchange for Gilad Shalit. The price we paid for Shalit's abduction in the past was too high, Ehud Olmert, who was Prime Minister at the time of Shalit's abduction, said firmly in a TV interview. 411 1 year later, Netanyahu decided it was the right time to use the Shalit issue to achieve other outcomes and let Israeli public opinion forget about the high price he decided to pay for Shalit's release. The first outcome, ordering the extrajudicial killing of Ahmed al-Jabari, would have coalesced Israeli public opinion around Netanyahu, given the early elections in January 2013. A few weeks before the al-Jabari targeted killing, Netanyahu called early parliamentary elections, as his coalition did not agree on the national budget, in a campaign move to ensure his re-election. In the Israeli Prime Minister's intentions, the expected result was all within the regional dimension, especially at a time when relations between Israel and Egypt were up in the air after the Tahrir Revolution. A few months later, in June 2012, a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, Mohammed Morsi, was elected to the presidency of the Egyptian Republic. As a result, Hamas was no longer confined within the Gaza Strip's blockade and marginalized in a hostile anti-Islamist regional environment. For Israel, it was time to test relations with Cairo. Benjamin Netanyahu launched, therefore, his first war on Gaza after having built his second rise to power by opposing the Operation Cast Lead. A few weeks before, in a speech in the Knesset, Netanyahu blamed his predecessor Ehud Olmert for entering 2 unnecessary wars, i.e., the 2006 Second Lebanon War and 2008-9 Operation Cast Lead on Gaza. He fiercely stated, "In all my 7 years in office I have not declared a war for 12 in the years to come." As Israeli PM, Netanyahu would declare 3 wars on Gaza, the last one in 2021 while he waited for his successor Naftali Bennett to compose the new government coalition. The 2012 Gaza war took place immediately after the re-election of Barack Obama. Netanyahu would have preferred Mitt Romney. It also happened after a period when the friction between Israel and the United States was evident on the Iranian nuclear issue. Finally, the war drums started during the Obama administration's extremely delicate interregnum phase. Nevertheless, the U.S. president remained a staunch supporter of the alliance with Israel, and he considered the state of Israel's security a top priority. In the specific case of the armed confrontation with Hamas, he was a strong supporter of Israel's missile defense system at the northern border with Gaza, as showed by the particular request in the 2011 budget, when the Obama administration and Congress agreed to $205 million for the Iron Dome system. The figure of Ahmed al-Jabari was a litmus test for Benjamin Netanyahu and Hamas. It is also essential to understand what happened, behind the scenes, inside Hamas in terms of its internal equilibrium and the relationship between its political and military wings. Telling the story is Marwan Issa, the de facto IQB operational commander-in-chief after Ahmed al-Jabari's extrajudicial killing. In probably his first ever interview, granted to Al Jazeera Arabic's investigative journalist Tamer al-Mishal, he gave an analytical report of the Shalit abduction and the 5-year-long negotiation for the prisoner exchange finalized on October 18, 2011. The wording used by Marwan Issa to describe the reason behind Shalit's abduction sheds a different light on the events unfolding during the spring and summer of 2006, while Hamas's political wing tried and failed to arrange a unity government with Fatah after its electoral success. He indirectly confirms the lengthy discussions between the political and military wings, about which the Israeli journalist and analyst Shlomi Eldar wrote profusely in his articles and commentaries. Eldar wrote precisely about the fact that the political leaders were unaware of or against the abduction and its timing, as is the case of the firm opposition of Ismail Haniyeh, who was at that time the PNA government's prime minister. Marwan Issa confirmed that the military wing made the decision. In other words, Shalit's abduction changed some of the crucial rules inside Hamas, and the prisoner exchange profoundly modified the balance of power inside the Islamist movement. Here are Marwan Issa's words. Deciding on an armed operation against the Israeli soldiers on the other side of the fence surrounding Gaza in June 2006, Marwan Issa said, was difficult under the prevailing political situation when Hamas joined the government and got involved in political action. However, according to Issa, the military wing felt the pressure. It was clear that the enemy, under those political circumstances, was imposing pressure on the ground and tightening the grip on Palestinian resistance targets. That's why we took a firm decision to retaliate and conduct the operation, no matter how high the price. 413. Why does Marwan Issa use the verb retaliate? The Israelis conducted 2 raids before June 25, 2006, i.e., the day Gilad Shalit was kidnapped and 2 other soldiers killed. First, the Israelis launched an airstrike that killed Jamal Abu Samhaydana, the first leader of the Popular Resistance Committees and the head of the newly formed executive force. Second, the Israelis carried out an incursion on Rafah that killed 2 Hamas fighters. Al-Jabari did not confine himself to commanding the military wing of Hamas. The Shalit case shows, for example, that the management of the prisoner exchange negotiation was all on Al-Jabari's shoulders. Moreover, after his killing, a previously unknown aspect also came to light, his role in the ongoing contacts with an Israeli figure to agree on a long truce, a tadiyah. In the aftermath of his targeted murder, this was revealed by his counterpart, Gershon Baskin, Israeli scholar and peace activist, in a commentary published by the New York Times with the explanatory title Israel's Short-Sighted Assassination. Mr. Jabari was not just interested in a long-term ceasefire, wrote Gershon Baskin. He was also the person responsible for enforcing previous ceasefire understandings brokered by the Egyptian intelligence agency. Mr. Jabari enforced those ceasefires only after confirming that Israel was prepared to stop its attacks on Gaza. On the morning that he was killed, Mr. Jabari received a draft proposal for an extended ceasefire with Israel, including mechanisms that would verify intentions and ensure compliance. This draft was agreed upon by me and Hamas's deputy foreign minister, Mr. Ghazi Hamid, when we met last week in Egypt. 414. According to Gershon Baskin's revelation, at stake again was the tadiyah, a 15-year truce. A truce, and not peace, was not a new proposal for Hamas, which has consistently opposed the idea of peace with Israel, proposing, on the contrary, a truce, a period of calm. Would the history of Hamas and its attempt to enter the PNA representative system and, subsequently, the PLO, have changed if the military wing had not followed up on the Kerem Shalom incursion? Would it be different if Netanyahu had not ordered al-Jabari's targeted extrajudicial killing? It is impossible to answer with certainty, but clearly the military wing's decision to proceed with the Kerem Shalom attack had taken on a political role that jeopardized the very structure of the Palestinian Islamist movement. The first Netanyahu war after the Arab awakening. Immediately after al-Jabari's targeted extrajudicial killing, Israel launched Operation Pillar of Defense, its most extensive military campaign since 2009, and pounded the Gaza Strip for days until a ceasefire mediated by Egypt was reached on November 22. The cold numbers of the war's consequences provided by the United Nations fail to describe the price Gaza paid in 8 days of bombing. Israel targeted over 1,500 sites throughout the Gaza Strip in airstrikes and, to a lesser extent, artillery fired from tanks and naval forces. Overall, 165 Palestinians were killed in the Israeli attacks, including 99 civilians. The Gaza Ministry of Health reported that 1,399 Palestinians were injured, mostly civilians. Palestinian armed factions fired 1,506 rockets toward Israel. Of the total number of rockets launched, 421 were intercepted by the Iron Dome anti-missile defense system. Overall, 6 Israelis were killed by the rocket attacks, including 3 civilians, and 224 others were injured, most of whom were reportedly civilians. Escalation had already begun a few weeks earlier, in the run-up to the American elections and a unique visit to Gaza, the first ever by an Arab head of state. The intensification of clashes between Israel and the armed factions in Gaza had begun, to be precise, after the Israeli military killed a leader of the Salafist front in the Strip. 5 children were also wounded during the air raid. In this case, the military wing of Hamas did not avoid involvement in the rocket and mortar attacks in response to the killing. Furthermore, the IQB's presence underlined Hamas's participation in the Mukawama, the resistance against Israel, like the other armed factions. On the other side, the Israeli side, the escalation was meant to put pressure on Hamas after Egypt and Qatar demonstrated their political support for the Palestinian Islamist movement. Qatar went further in its show of force, scheduling for October 23 a few hours visit to Gaza by Emir Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani, the first head of state to visit Gaza, perhaps ever, and at least since 2007, when Hamas took control of the Strip in a coup d'état. Formally, the Qatari Emir was in Gaza to inaugurate a works project worth more than $250 million, focused on the reconstruction of the 3 main arterial roads linking the north to the south of the Strip, from the waterfront to the east, and the construction of a neighborhood that would bear his name. Sheikh Hamad City served to leave a mark, as had the old and respected Sheikh Zayed, the president of the United Arab Emirates, who built the extensive district of Beit Lahia that reaches almost to the Eretz crossing in the north of the Strip. Qatar paid for roads and houses after years in which the reconstruction promised by the international community at the Sharm el-Sheikh conference in March 2009 had only materialized in a series of small projects. The small projects were carried out to avoid recognizing the Hamas government's authority by circumventing the formal obstacles. However, Sheikh Hamad's visit meant much more than bringing investments of this level to the Strip and creating jobs for about 10,000 people to work on the Qatari projects. With his presence in Gaza, the Qatari Emir broke the isolation of Hamas and its government. He had already provided hospitality and refuge to the leadership in Doha, in Premies Khaled Meshal, after the abandonment of Damascus's safe haven by the Politburo of the Islamist movement. Qatar, furthermore, was also the country that had hosted the face-to-face meeting between Meshal and Mahmoud Abbas a few months earlier, in February 2012, which resulted in the Doha Declaration, the most important document on reconciliation since the 2007 Mecca Agreement. Sheikh Hamad supported Hamas in the Palestinian political arena in its ongoing confrontation with Mahmoud Abbas while simultaneously accomplishing 2 other operations. Firstly, Qatar was interested in the broader acceptance of Hamas as part of the Islamist wave in the region. In other words, the Islamist wave gaining ground in the Arab region could be a second chance for Hamas after it had failed to be accepted by the international community through electoral success in 2006. The second operation involved regional equilibrium. The Qatari Emir ensured, with his visit, that Gaza was inextricably linked to Turkey and Egypt as part of the anti-Assad front. None of the regional actors wanted Gaza, isolated and neglected, to strengthen its relations with Tehran. Better, therefore, to bring in heavy investments in the Strip, coming from Qatar but with the approval and coordination of Egypt. The regional dimension also helps to explain a stage given to Meshal in Turkey during the AKP Congress, where Erdogan had shaped his own political future and at the same time crafted regional alliances to face the Syrian crisis. Strengthening the southern front with Hamas meant, for Qatar and Egypt, also trying to reduce the risks of radicalization. At that time, jihadist sectors, whether or not they were Salafist-inspired, were trying to undermine the new equilibrium that reformist political Islam had created in various countries of the region. New Islamist governments and strong Islamist overt political engagement had emerged from the 2011 revolutions and expanded the Islamist presence in the region. Therefore, the significant difference between Operation Cast Lead and Operation Pillar of Defense was around Israel and Gaza. In other words, Egypt once again played its traditional role of mediator between the two contenders, except that now the ruler in Cairo was no longer Hosni Mubarak and his regime but an Islamist president, Mohamed Morsi, with a new and very different regional agenda. The 2012 armed confrontation between Israel and Hamas was the first Gaza war in the era of the Second Arab Awakening. New Arab governments had a strong message to send to Israel, the United States, and Europe. 10 of the most important Arab countries' foreign ministers were at the Rafah border on November 20 to visit Gaza, pay respect to the dead and the injured, and recognize Hamas's role in the region. 10 Arab FMS represented the Arab League in the rubble of Gaza. The most crucial difference with the past was implicit in the message the region's foreign ministers gave through their photo op: Hamas cannot be ignored anymore. They considered the Palestinian movement part of the same Islamist green wave that gained electoral consensus after the Arab revolutions. Unlike after Operation Cast Lead, Hamas was now a movement recognized and supported by the leadership that mattered in the region. Even Gaza City was no longer a place to be avoided. During the last days of the war, Gaza became a tragic, paradoxical showcase for the area leaders who visited the Strip, the Egyptian Prime Minister Hisham Kandil, the Tunisian Foreign Minister Rafiq Abdeslam, and his Turkish counterpart Ahmet Davutoglu. On the sideline of the Arab League summit in Cairo, Mohamed Morsi held talks with Qatari Emir Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani and Turkish Prime Minister Tayyip Erdogan on the Gaza crisis. In the region's equilibrium, an Islamist trio of no minor importance had the crisis and its solution in its hands. The tone of Egypt's reaction had to rise to the occasion. The Egyptian president, government, and parliament were under the control of the Muslim Brotherhood, which had grown from the same breeding ground from which Hamas was born. Moreover, Cairo hosted the number 2 of the Hamas Politburo, Moussa Abu Marzouk, the man who had presided at the negotiation table, also in the times of Mubarak, and was also at the negotiation table on the exchange of prisoners between Hamas and Israel in which Ahmed al-Jabari participated. Morsi denounced Israel's attacks in harsh terms and recalled his ambassador for consultation, keeping an eye on his internal consensus, which was Islamist but also nationalist, leftist, and secular. After the fall of the Mubarak regime, the Palestinian issue was an increasingly tangled knot, on which Morsi risked unpopularity, or worse, risked being paired with the president who had preceded him. Morsi's Egypt, however, wanted to maintain its role as a mediator of the Gaza issue and maintain security in the Sinai. The November 21 announcement of the ceasefire agreement did not come as a surprise. Cairo remained the broker of the Palestinian issue. Gaza first. Reading the 2012 Gaza war through new lenses means drawing different conclusions from the past. Hamas took away some advantages from the crisis, both in terms of regional, if not international, recognition and in terms of internal consensus. After experiencing an increasing loss of internal consensus in Gaza, it gained from the crisis due to its role as a party in power, a government, and a bureaucracy in the making. The Israeli pillar of defense operation also mitigated Hamas's internal struggle between the Gaza wing on one side and the Khaled Meshal-linked sector on the other. The Gaza war marginalized the PNA, drawing a new role for political actors, although a few days after the ceasefire between Hamas and Israel, Palestine reached significant international recognition. In the UN General Assembly, more than 130 countries voted on November 29 to upgrade Palestine to a non-member observer state of the United Nations, a triumph for Palestinian diplomacy and a sharp rebuke to the United States and Israel. Judging from reactions on the street, people recognize Hamas to have returned to the armed confrontation with Israel, left in the past years mainly to other armed factions. In the brief and bloody war in Gaza, this time, Hamas has claimed the launching of rockets and missiles, showing indeed a strengthening of its military arsenal. However, the internal consensus following the Gaza war could not last indefinitely if the doors of the Strip's borders, to the north toward Israel and the south toward Egypt, did not open. Not only that, the broader and more compact consensus obscured, but only superficially, a confrontation between two parts of the Hamas leadership that were far from having settled their differences. Little is known about the confrontation between the Gaza wing and the Hamas political office outside the Palestinian territories. However, it was clear something had changed when it filtered out that Khaled Meshal had made it known that he did not want to run again for the leadership of the Politburo. Consequentially, Ismail Haniyeh's ambitions went well beyond the Gaza Strip, based on his power's premiership and territoriality. What is certain is that Hamas lived through a critical transitional phase, during, after, and because of the Second Arab Awakening, and that the targeted murder of Ahmed al-Jabari by Israel was part of that. The crisis of Hamas's internal balances reached the public at the beginning of 2012 when the leadership abroad was experiencing a moment of transition and repositioning. Abandoning Damascus, Khaled Meshal and other leaders had been welcomed in Doha. Moreover, Qatar had decided to take on a broker's role in the Palestinian rift between Fatah and Hamas. It had already happened in February 2007, when Saudi Arabia entered with all its weight into the political rift between Fatah and Hamas and politely forced the two Palestinian movements to accept the government of national unity. A short-lived government, just 3 months, until the Hamas coup in Gaza in June of the same year. However, the Saudi mediation had made it clear how sensitive the Palestinians were to the influence coming from the Arabian Peninsula. In the meantime, times had changed, and a lot. 5 years after that agreement signed on February 8, the same protagonists found themselves outside Palestine. This time not in Mecca, but in Doha. Again Mahmoud Abbas and Khaled Meshal. Still, the same persons are leading their respective movements, but in a context entirely overturned by the Second Arab Awakening. Again, Abbas and Meshal tried to agree on a government of national unity or instead on the president's government. As leaders of Fatah and Hamas, their respective weaknesses were two critical elements in the arrangement. Meshal decided to accept the agreement based on a government of the president, an executive led by Abbas in his role of president, already expired, of the PNA. A sense of urgency probably pushed him to sign, in order to obtain a result in a delicate moment of recomposition of Hamas's internal balances. Moreover, Meshal, and Abu Marzouk, could not lose the favorable wave that rewarded the Muslim Brotherhood in the region. However, the Gaza constituency counted for much more, even if not internally homogeneous. The would-be cabinet headed by Abbas was supposed to deal with legislative elections, presidential elections, and the reconstruction of Gaza. The commitment was linked to the promise made 2 days before the Doha Declaration by the Emir of Qatar himself to the Prime Minister of Gaza, Ismail Haniyeh, during his regional tour. The Emir promised Haniyeh to rebuild Gaza. The rebuilding of Gaza was crucial, not only because funding could have come from Iran. Gaza could not be left in a state of social and economic prostration, in order not to further destabilize Egypt. Was there too little time to set up Hamas's constituency consultation machine, especially after the closure of the political office in Damascus? Or were the mediators pressing for a quick deal? The Hamas establishment had had no say in Meshal's signature under the Doha Declaration. The result was disastrous for Hamas's cohesion. Public statements against the agreement started to surface, first and harshest among them being Mahmoud al-Zahar's. Even from a decidedly different position, Ahmed Youssef confirmed the awkwardness but underlined that Hamas would overcome the differences. The fact is that, despite not being mentioned, many events were changing the same internal decision-making process in Hamas. It was less the Second Arab Awakening, which had primarily affected the diaspora and secondarily influenced the equilibrium within Gaza. Instead, it was primarily the role of the military wing inside Gaza that was influencing how Hamas made decisions. Though unrecognized, this was now the fifth constituency, a shadow constituency within the Islamist movement. It wanted its say on the political direction and strategy, when at least until 2006 and therefore for the first 20 years of Hamas's existence the military wing had no formal or substantial say on the Islamist movement's political strategy. 5 years after his abduction, the kidnapping of Gilad Shalit and the modalities of his release marked Hamas's internal structure's evolution. Shalit's kidnapping was a step that affected national reconciliation, even before it affected relations between Palestinians and Israelis. The conciliation effort between the different Palestinian political cultures and factions, organized by the prisoners with their national document, had been aborted mainly by the break represented by Shalit's kidnapping. It was the military wing that had decided, even if, perhaps, at the last minute, on the seizure of power in Gaza in 2007. Also, in the Doha Declaration, the military wing was the stone guest, few rumors filtered outside about its presence. One of the most crucial markers was the letter that armed wing leaders sent to Khaled Meshal to emphasize how vital a tighter and more publicized alliance with Iran was for the military wing. The intent was to warn him against aligning with Qatar at the expense of Iran, saying that it was Tehran's military support and not subsidies from Gulf countries that made it possible to resist the Israeli military Operation 415. Another much more special episode was Ismail Haniyeh's visit to Tehran 2 days after the Doha Declaration on February 10, 2012. It was the most unambiguous indication of a disagreement between the leadership abroad and the Gaza constituency. Haniyeh decided to visit Iran during a diplomatic tour undertaken by the then Prime Minister of the Gaza government without the external leadership planning it. Khaled Meshal reportedly tried to convince Ismail Haniyeh to cancel his visit at the last minute, to no avail. 416. Gaza was the only territorial constituency in which the Islamist movement also meant the power, the authority, the government, and the military force. Confirming the political presence of the military wing is the result of Hamas's internal elections in April 2012 for the renewal of the Gaza Politburo, which became the most crucial constituency over the years. To the detriment of the defeated pragmatists, the newly elected list is significant: Ahmed al-Jabari and Marwan Issa, first of all, and then Khalil al-Hayya and Nizar Awad Allah, whose election is said to have taken place with the votes controlled by the Al-Qassam brigades. However, the most critical name coming out of the Politburo elections is Yahya Sinwar. He was the one who would change the balance of the movement in the following years with his entry into the Politburo. Yahya Sinwar had been one of the founders in the early years of Al-Mahd, the squad constituted by Sheikh Ahmed Yassin to identify and punish collaborators with Israel, and was known as one of the most famous IQB commanders. Arrested in 1988 and condemned to a life sentence, he led the prison constituency as the most prominent Hamas figure in the Israeli jails. His name had been among the heaviest for Israel in the Gilad Shalit exchange list, and his return to Gaza in 2011 significantly changed the internal balance of power. Above all, it added to the increasingly strong weight of the Gaza constituency within the leadership. The same re-election of Khaled Meshal as head of the Politburo had not been taken for granted in 2012, a crucial year for the new weights and balances within Hamas. The movement's top leader since 1996, Meshal had risked failing against a strong competitor like Ismail Haniyeh, head of the Politburo in Gaza. After his re-election, Khaled Meshal's brief visit to Gaza on December 10, 2012, stands out as one of the episodes that would find their place in the history of Hamas. It was significant for various reasons, including Israel's substantial silent agreement to the entry of Hamas's Politburo No. 1, the same man Israel had attempted to kill in 1997. Khaled Meshal, in other words, is welcomed by a sea of people, without Israel obstructing his triumphant entry through the Rafah crossing with the No. 2 of the movement, Moussa Abu Marzouk. Also, the timing chosen for Meshal's first visit to the Palestinian territories after 45 years of exile is not accidental. The movement's founding was 25 years ago after the First Intifada and the formal birth of Hamas, a foundation to which Meshal himself had contributed from abroad, from Kuwait and then Jordan, as a member of the Young Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood among the refugees. Meshal used a meticulously prepared mass event in Gaza City's Al-Katiba Square to issue challenges to Israel and, at the same time, political messages to Mahmoud Abbas, Fatah, and Palestinian political cadres. First, the challenge to Israel, delivered from the Strip just weeks after the truce agreement ended the brief and bloody war in Gaza. Palestine is ours from the sea, Mediterranean, to the river, Jordan, and from the south to the north. There will be no concessions, not even on a square centimeter of the land, Meshal had said from the stage set up in Al-Katiba Square. We will never recognize the legitimacy of the Israeli occupation, the Hamas political bureau chief said. Meshal's speech focused on Mukawama, the resistance in Arabic, one of the constituent words in the acronym Hamas. Behind him, the stage set put together the entire political rhetoric of Hamas, the founder, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, and on the other side Ahmed al-Jabari, head of the military wing, both killed by the Israelis in targeted extrajudicial killings. Then, in the middle of the huge banner, the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem, and the life-size model of a Qassam M75, the missile that was launched in the direction of Jerusalem during the last flare-up between Israel and Hamas. Meshal's first political message was clear. He wanted to move in the footsteps of Yasser Arafat. Moreover, for the Palestinian imagination, his very entrance into Gaza recalled the end of Arafat's exile alongside a similar sea of people when he set foot for the first time on Palestinian land after 27 years of exile. It was 1994, and the land was, even then, Gaza. Meshal could claim to have regional stature. Egypt, under the presidency of Mohamed Morsi, had granted Meshal entry into Gaza. In front of the militants, Meshal spoke of reconciliation with Fatah, indicating the direction in which Hamas intended to move. They were words of unity, but all within the Palestine Liberation Organization. We have one authority and one point of reference, he had said. And that is the PLO. 10 years later, the goal of Hamas and Khaled Meshal's leadership of entering the PLO still needs to be achieved. Hit the headlines for a day and then fade away. The illusion of a new chapter in history lasted only a few months for Hamas. The Islamist wave that should have taken power in the region after the Second Arab Awakening cannot stand the counter-revolution's impact. Mohamed Morsi's presidency did not survive two obstacles in Egypt. First, his inability to consult and include the different political and social sectors in keeping with his authoritarian drift, and second, the Egyptian armed forces' return to and consolidation of power. At the beginning of July 2013, the Egyptian army orchestrated a coup d'état. It dismissed the elected president Mohamed Morsi, arrested him, and put General Abdel Fattah al-Sisi in power. The coup concluded with the massacre of Rabat al-Adawiyah, in mid-August, in which the military killed just under 1,000 people, most of them belonging to the Muslim Brotherhood. For Hamas and Gaza, it is the end of an illusion. Hamas believed it had obtained regional recognition through the support of the countries of the Islamist Front. Gaza thought it had broken its isolation through the opening of Rafah and the border with Egypt after years spent smuggling goods, products, medicines, and foodstuffs through the dense network of tunnels. It was an underground system of sustenance upon which Hamas had also built an essential fiscal lever. The situation turned upside down from one day to the next. The Gaza Strip finds itself again wholly isolated, politically and geographically. Immediately after gaining power, al-Sisi decided to destroy the tunnels between Gaza and Sinai in October. As a result, the Hamas government lost, analysts think, hundreds of millions of dollars in tax revenues, and the population faced, once again, the scarcity of everything from food to fuel. In the following years, Egypt deepened the separation between the two territories along the Rafah border, not only preventing the digging of new tunnels but implementing a large buffer zone, to the detriment of the population living along the border on the Sinai side. The Egyptian authorities forced them to abandon their homes and relocate. It is worth remembering that the inhabitants of the border area are linked to Gaza by economic ties and close family bonds. The border area became an empty space. In 2012, 420,000 Palestinians from Gaza transited through the Rafah terminal. The number of people who transited in the first 5 months of 2015 is a stark reminder of Gaza's return to isolation and confinement. Less than 7,000 people were permitted to cross through Rafah. In February and April, nobody was allowed to pass through the Rafah terminal. Egypt had sealed off Gaza. Engulfed by a massive financial crisis, Hamas had to face new political fragility, both internally and regionally. If Egypt had brutally repressed the Muslim Brotherhood, Saudi Arabia also declared the Ikhwan a terrorist organization. Hamas members suffered the consequences immediately, with a wave of arrests made in 2018 against Palestinian and Jordanian citizens. In August 2021, a Saudi court sentenced Hamas's representative in Saudi Arabia, Mohammed al-Qudari, to 15 years in prison. His son, Hani, was sentenced to 3 years. The UAE shared almost the same policy in fighting and marginalizing the Arab reformist Islamist panorama, especially after the Emirates normalized their relations with Israel under the new Trumpian Middle East vision by signing the Abraham Accords. One episode is enough to describe how profound the political change in the UAE has been. In addressing a worldwide audience participating in the 2021 American Jewish Committee Virtual Global Forum, the UAE Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation launched a direct attack against Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Muslim Brotherhood. Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan affirmed that countries don't talk about Hamas, Hezbollah, Muslim Brotherhood, making a distinction in the movement's organization and designating only their military wings as terrorist organizations. However, the same movements, he said, do not make any distinction for 17. Even Qatar, the sole Hamas supporter in the Gulf, had to confront years of embargo imposed in 2017 by Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, the UAE, and Egypt, under accusations of supporting terrorism. Diplomatic relations were restored only at the beginning of 2021 when Saudi Arabia and Qatar fully set their differences aside at a Gulf Cooperation Council summit. It took years for the thaw between Hamas and Riyadh to begin, which came after the surprise rapprochement between the two historical competitors in the Gulf area, namely Saudi Arabia and Iran. Mediated by China, the landmark agreement to normalize relations between the Iranians and Saudis, reached in March 2023, also affects the future of Hamas and its alliances. Internally, the Gaza constituency had established its strength through territoriality, but it was once again isolated and therefore a target. After abandoning the safe haven of Damascus, the leadership abroad is dispersed to countries that have given hospitality to different leaders. For years, the West Bank activists continued to suffer the Israeli and PNA security forces' repression. Isolated and weakened, Hamas decided to return to the internal negotiation table and to play the Palestinian reconciliation card. It is a process that has been going on for years, exhausting and without results, but it was the only card left to play. The meeting was not abroad, as had happened in the other attempts at agreement, through the good offices of a broker like Egypt, Saudi Arabia, or Qatar. Instead, the venue was Gaza, the Shitty refugee camp where Ismail Haniyeh lived. The personalities who arrived in Gaza were the protagonists, in various ways, of the reconciliation between Hamas and Fatah. The delegation arrived from the West Bank, and at the end of the meetings with Hamas leaders, they signed an agreement that retraced, almost wholly, the general lines of the agreements on reconciliation signed in Cairo in 2011 and Doha in 2012. It was necessary to create a government that could somehow overcome divisions and connect enemies, albeit through technocrats. The government must then schedule presidential, PNA general, and PLO assembly elections. These steps were essential to reconciling the opposing parties and preserving the status quo in Palestinian politics, the national authority, i.e., the territory, on the one hand, and the PLO, i.e., the people, on the other. Despite Abu Mazen's cries and threats to hand back the keys to the PNA and dissolve power in Ramallah due to failure, the signing of the agreement in Gaza City on April 23, 2014, confirmed that no one in Ramallah and Gaza City wanted to give up their power. If anything, everyone wanted to find an understanding that perpetuated the strange equilibrium with no borders, no future, and no strategy. Is there anything different from business as usual in the Shitty agreement? First of all, the place, Gaza City. Signing the agreement on Palestinian land meant reconciliation of Palestinian dynamics and recognition of the role of Hamas's Gaza constituency and territorial influence. Ismail Haniyeh put his signature under the agreement, and this detail is essential too. It was not Khaled Meshal who, together with Mahmoud Abbas, kept away from Gaza. Therefore, Haniyeh was not only the delegate to sign for Hamas, but he also merged in his figure the roles he played, both in the government and in the movement. Something that, in the history of Hamas, had never happened before. Moussa Abu Marzouk supervised the negotiations. He arrived from Cairo, where he still resided despite the iron fist of the Egyptian military regime against the Muslim Brotherhood, accused in the courtrooms of having acted against the Egyptian state in cahoots with Hamas. Abu Marzouk was not only the strategist of Hamas. He was always involved in any mediation concerning Hamas, Gaza, and Egypt. His relations with the Egyptian military intelligence are the basis of his mediation ability, not only in truces with Israel but also in the release of Palestinian prisoners in the Gilad Shalit deal. Abu Marzouk's presence also indicated, for example, that Hamas had managed at least partially to come out of its isolation, particularly from the closure imposed by the Egyptians at Rafah, to mitigate, that is, the position of profound weakness in which Hamas found itself. On the other hand, there were men of a different kind in the delegation that arrived from the West Bank. It was not Fatah that signed the agreement, but the PLO, i.e., the ambiguity that had occurred on previous occasions was overcome. Abu Mazen's signature brought together in the figure of Abbas PNA and PLO without undoing the knot. Instead, in Shitty there were representatives of factions and movements within the PLO, including Mustafa Barghouthi. Palestinian tycoon Munib al-Masri, who has been pressing for reconciliation for years behind the scenes, was also in Shitty. In sum, the PLO knot came to the surface because the entry of Hamas into the organization that represents Palestinian people transnationally had needed to be addressed for years. So far, without a solution. The Shitty agreement received heavy criticism from all sides. All the protagonists were accused of signing an unconditional surrender. Despite this, the process went on. At the beginning of June, the government led by Rami Hamdallah took office in Ramallah, but things on the ground stayed the same. Hamdallah was supposed to have power over both the West Bank and Gaza. He was furthermore supposed to reform the security sectors and get a handle on the civil service, which doubled in size over the 7 years that witnessed 2 governments, 2 bureaucracies, and 2 security sectors in Ramallah and Gaza City. None of this happened, and not only because of Hamas and Fatah. On the eve of Palestinian reconciliation, the acts of violence fell again, which broke out between the West Bank and Jerusalem. A cycle of violence not seen in the city's heart since the Second Intifada broke out in the summer of 2014. Many young people were paying a heavy price. The first victims were named Ayel Yifrak, Gilad Shar, and Naftali Frankel, young Israeli settlers kidnapped in the West Bank in mid-June 2014 and killed in the days following the ambush. Soon after, in early July, Mohammed Abu Qadir, a 16-year-old Palestinian boy, fell victim to intercommunal violence, tortured and burned alive on the outskirts of Jerusalem. The city witnessed a tragic crescendo that would last for more than a year: Israelis killed or wounded in the city in lone wolf attacks, Palestinians gunned down in the street in front of the Damascus Gate by equally young border guards who in some cases unloaded the entire magazines of their M16s on boys already wounded and fallen to the ground. The bodies of the 3 Israeli boys kidnapped in the West Bank were found buried in a shallow grave under rocks in a valley close to the southern West Bank city of Hebron at the end of June 2014, 3 weeks after the ambush unleashed a massive search in the West Bank by the Israeli army. The Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, blamed Hamas for the murders. However, Hamas refrained from taking responsibility for the abduction and murder, even though it had expressed support for the attack. Nevertheless, Netanyahu warned that the militant group would pay for the deaths. A new war on Gaza was approaching in quick steps, and it would be devastating. Operation Protective Edge lasted 51 days, between July and August 2014. Witnesses said it was impossible to describe the losses and the destruction. To sum up what is impossible to describe and beyond imagination, it can help to read the report of the United Nations Independent Commission of Inquiry on the 2014 Gaza conflict. 418 In a pivotal March 2021 decision, the International Criminal Court ruled that it could exercise its criminal jurisdiction over the Palestinian territory. Therefore, the ICC's chief prosecutor Fatou Bensouda opened a formal investigation into alleged war crimes committed in the Israeli-occupied West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza Strip since June 2014. In Gaza, the scale of the devastation was unprecedented. The death toll alone speaks volumes. 2,251 Palestinians were killed, including 1,462 Palestinian civilians, of whom 299 women and 551 children, and 11,231 Palestinians, including 3,540 women and 3,436 children, were injured. A/HRC/28/80/AD.1, Para 24, of whom 10% suffered permanent disability as a result. While the casualty figures gathered by the United Nations, Israel, the State of Palestine, and non-governmental organizations differ, regardless of the exact proportion of civilians to combatants, the high incidence of loss of human life and injury in Gaza is heartbreaking. The death of 6 civilians in Israel and 67 soldiers and the injury of up to 1,600 others were also the tragic result of the hostilities. Alongside the toll on civilian lives, there was enormous destruction of civilian infrastructure in Gaza. 18,000 housing units were destroyed in whole or in part, much of the electricity network and of the water and sanitation infrastructure were incapacitated, and 73 medical facilities and many ambulances were damaged. Many Palestinians were uprooted from their homes or temporary shelters multiple times. At the height of the hostilities, the number of internally displaced persons reached 500,000, or 28% of the population. The effects of this devastation had a severe impact on the human rights of Palestinians in Gaza that will be felt for generations to come. During the 51-day operation, the Israel Defense Forces carried out more than 6,000 airstrikes in Gaza, many of which hit residential buildings. 419. Just as had happened after Operation Cast Lead, the issue of rebuilding Gaza after the devastating 7 weeks of bombing in the summer of 2014 became central. It was crucial not only from a humanitarian perspective but especially from the point of view of the relations between Hamas, Israel, regional actors, and the international community. Once again, promises of financial aid to support the reconstruction of the tens of thousands of homes, buildings, offices, industrial plants, and greenhouses destroyed or damaged by the Israeli bombings rose high from meetings and press releases. The total funding promised by international donors amounted, for Gaza alone, to $3.5 billion. Nevertheless, despite Gaza's patent immiseration and instability in the aftermath of the war, very little has changed for the population in the following 4 years, a situation impossible to bear both from the human and humanitarian point of view. International organizations' data photograph the black hole into which Gaza has fallen, the highest unemployment of any economy in the world, at 41.5% overall, with 2/3 of the unemployed being youth. 4/5 of the population relied on donor aid, almost 40% lived under the poverty line. Malnutrition and food insecurity were plagues caused by war, blockade, and isolation. As of March 2018, more than half of the financial aid promised by international donors has arrived in Gaza. The graph of international aid's geographical distribution reveals that mainly regional donors, especially the Gulf countries, had not yet fulfilled their commitments in the first 4 years after Israel launched Operation Protective Edge against Gaza. Even Qatar, which alone had promised $1 billion of aid to Gaza, had only disbursed a little more than $200 million. It is necessary to ask what were the reasons for the delay in the arrival of aid and the lengthy entry into the strip of products needed for reconstruction, such as cement and building materials. It is necessary to underline how the reconstruction of Gaza, like the whole issue of Gaza itself, cannot be considered merely a humanitarian issue but rather also an exquisitely political one. The solution, at the same time as it is humanitarian, must also be political. Rebranding, again. The document of general principles and policies did not come out of the blue. Unlike the 1988 document, the new, de facto Hamas Charter is the outcome of internal consensus reached in at least 4 years of consultation among the constituencies. It represents the result of a democratic process within the movement. The rumor of its imminent publication was a piece of political news in the early months of 2017. It is a crucial document for the Islamist movement. It has to explain the changes within Hamas from its birth until 2017. It must replace the international narrative and expert analyses of the 1988 Charter, the anti-Semitism it contains, and the oratorical, emotional, almost liturgical tone. It also has to bring together, coherently and formally, the disparate collection of policy positions with the official imprimatur of the movement. 420. Above all, the document must be a shared political declaration, and not, as occurred in the first months of the movement's establishment, the expression of only a part of Hamas, written practically by a single person. The text is based on consensus reached after years of internal debate. The document of general principles and policies is verbatim from the official text published on Hamas's website, the product of deep deliberations that led us to a strong consensus. As a movement, we agree about both the theory and the practice of the vision that is outlined in the pages that follow. It is a vision that stands on solid grounds and on well-established principles. This document unveils the goals, the milestones, and the way in which national unity can be enforced. It also establishes our common understanding of the Palestinian cause, the working principles which we use to further it, and the limits of flexibility used to interpret it. 421. The text leaves no room for interpretation or conjecture. Compared to the verbosity of the 1988 Charter, this all-too-brief document represents the movement's consensus and unity. Hamas leaves no room for casual circumstances for the document's presentation to the international public. First, the date, May 1, 2017, is not accidental. According to the Jewish calendar, Israel celebrates Independence Day in Jerusalem, and Israel's independence means Nakba, a catastrophe for the Palestinians. Moreover, Hamas releases the document just days before the PNA President Mahmoud Abbas has to meet President Donald J. Trump. There is also an internal Hamas deadline that pushes to shorten the time frame. There will be a reorganization at the top of the movement within a few days, perhaps the most important in the past 20 years. Khaled Meshal will leave his role at the head of the Politburo and hand it over to Ismail Haniyeh, indicating a territorial shift in the internal balances. The movement, in other words, indicates in the equilibrium at the top how much Gaza, i.e., the territory where Hamas exercises direct power and control and has done so since 2007, exactly 10 years, is relevant. It is therefore necessary for Meshal to present the document to which he has devoted so much effort while he still plays the most crucial role within Hamas. It is Meshal who takes responsibility for making the document public. As head of the political bureau, Meshal was the document's architect, which he left as his tangible legacy to the movement. At the same time, as Khaled Hrub underlines, the outgoing leadership, represented by Meshal, seemed to have wanted a solid consensus on all declared Hamas positions, committing the new leadership to those positions regardless of any hardline tendency that some of its members may have. Maintaining and asserting a unified line of politics and practice has always been a top priority for the movement. 422. Equally important is the venue for the presentation. The press conference for international journalists has been scheduled in Doha, the city that for years, at least since 2011, has become, together with Istanbul, one of the two permanent headquarters of the Palestinian Islamist leadership after its departure from Damascus. However, Doha does not turn out to be free for Hamas of the repercussions of the international and regional climate that increasingly threatens the entire galaxy of Islamist movements. These are the years in which the Daesh, al-Dawla al-Islamiyya fi al-Iraq wa al-Sham, phenomenon grows, and the so-called Islamic State expands in the ground by conquering key cities in Syria and Iraq. It is the time of the long and bloody battle for Mosul where, since 2014, Daesh has opposed the Iraqi army and its allies, while shortly afterwards, the war in Yemen opened on the southern front of the Middle East quadrant, with the Saudi-led coalition's attack on the Houthi Shia militia. The distant confrontation between Iran and the Gulf countries becomes even worse than before. The costs of this tension are very high for Hamas, which has had to juggle between the few regional actors that have still supported it in recent years. As a Sunni Islamist movement, it continues to receive support from Sunni-majority countries in Iran and from political and armed groups, such as the Lebanese Hezbollah, which has excellent relations with Iran. However, the differences within the Hamas leadership are more and more marked. They have even overcome the cloak of secrecy that has always characterized internal discussions and reached the public dimension. Some would like to see a more solid rapprochement with Tehran, while others would like Hamas's position not to be squeezed by the alliance with Iran and, instead, more diversified. Hamas's position in the region becomes even more complex and takes the movement toward increasingly acute marginalization. The global Muslim Brotherhood movement finds itself isolated, now considered a terrorist movement by Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. The turning point came in Riyadh as early as March 2014, with the inclusion by royal decree of the Muslim Brotherhood in the list of terrorist organizations. The Saudi terrorism list also includes the kingdom's branch of the Shiite movement, Hezbollah, and Syria-based militant groups, the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, ISIS, and the al-Qaeda-linked al-Nusra Front. The Saudi move, which makes no difference within the Islamist sphere, follows the decision of the Egyptian government, which had declared the Muslim Brotherhood a terrorist group in December 2013 after accusing it of carrying out a series of bomb attacks in Cairo. As a result, many of the Muslim Brotherhood's members and top supporters have found refuge in Turkey and Qatar. In the same days, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Bahrain withdrew their ambassadors from Qatar to protest Doha's support for the Brotherhood. More precisely, Hamas had leveraged its pragmatism by silently distancing itself from the Muslim Brotherhood in order to avoid further isolation, as was seen in the period following Abdel Fattah al-Sisi's rise to power in Cairo. As Milton Edwards rightly pointed out, Hamas leaders have worked assiduously to rebuild trust with Cairo, as the Hamas leadership understood the extent to which its fate, and the Palestinians in the blockaded Gaza Strip, is tied not just to Israel but also Cairo. 423 Pragmatism is, not coincidentally, one of the main ingredients in the composition of the Document of General Principles and Policies, in which the filial relationship with the Muslim Brotherhood, clearly indicated in the 1988 Charter, is now concealed. In this context, the election of Donald J. Trump to the U.S. presidency comes as a particle accelerator. Since January 20, 2017, everything already in place in the region has undergone an unexpected and surprising acceleration. The list is impressive, starting from the increasingly heated international atmosphere of Islamophobia to the more and more Israel-focused vision of Trump's Middle East policy. Its main goal was to isolate Iran, doom the nuclear deal achieved by his predecessor Barack Obama, and grant Israel, led by Benjamin Netanyahu, everything it demands in terms of territory, control, and annexation of Palestinian territories. Even one detail shows that times are complex and challenging: the location of Hamas's press conference, scheduled in a luxury hotel of an international chain. According to the invitation sent to the international journalists present in Doha, the venue was intended to be the Intercontinental. However, Hamas had to move the press conference after the Intercontinental felt pressure from the U.S. An hour before the press conference was scheduled to begin, organizers were forced to change the venue. A pro-Israel American legal think tank warned the Intercontinental Property Group that it risked liability under U.S. law if it allowed Hamas to use its Doha hotel, as the group is blacklisted in the U.S. As a result, Hamas delayed the meeting 2 hours after the Intercontinental Hotel in Qatar apologized for fears of U.S. Treasury Department sanctions. Eventually, the conference took place in the Sheraton Hotel's Gilded Salwa Ballroom in Doha, where Khaled Meshal announced the updated and new party charter, chairing the event alongside Moussa Abu Marzouk and Sami Khater. Simultaneously, Hamas's top leaders are pictured in photographs taken in Gaza City. Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar, and Khalil al-Hayya sit in front of a TV as they listen intently to Meshal describing the document's contents. Even a Hamas press conference in Doha, in other words, can spark problems and trigger reactions, mainly since the document due to be unveiled on May 1, 2017, was already considered a minor earthquake in the current and most prevalent narrative about Hamas. The document's contents were, in fact, already circulating, underscoring how much the new charter used a new, more contemporary, profoundly political, less rhetorical, and therefore more challenging language. The document was a triumph of politics over resistance, 424 to quote Beverly Milton Edwards. Indeed, the document represents a significant change in the movement's discourse, compared to the 1988 Foundational Charter. The differences are evident in the very language used. The words are different, the rhetorical style is different. Not only that, but the terminology of the contemporary historical and global political discourse on the Palestinian issue burst into the document. Words such as colonial and colonialism appear on 4 occasions, and then occupation, 10 times, settlement, 5, right, 16, and rights, 19, racist, 2, national, 14, self-determination, 3, Israel and Israeli side by side with Zionist and Zionism. The national, territorial, and physical dimension is predominant. The word Palestine and its derivatives are mentioned 89 times in the 2017 document, nearly always associated with the word land, 21 times. References to religion and Islam hold a much smaller space, dedicated more to the role of Islam in history, tradition, and the Palestinian land, rather than the theological references used in the 1988 Charter. The document emphasizes the historical dimension rather than the religious, as shown by the recurrence, 14 times, of the word Ummah. Far from being a quantitative and philological exercise, attention to the kind of words used in the document and approved by the whole movement through a long-lasting internal debate is necessary to understand the differences from the 1988 Charter, dictated by the urgency of the contingent moment. Moreover, attention to specific language is necessary for comprehending the evolution of Hamas over 30 years. In a wide-ranging TV interview with Imran Garda, Khaled Meshal himself explains for the Turkish Radio and Television Corporation's English-language channel, TRT World 425 aired in June 2017, by which time he was no longer at the helm of the Hamas Politburo. Hamas is changing, it is evolving, like any living organism, it has vitality, explained Meshal to Imran Garda. What Hamas presented was a document, not a charter. The first charter of Hamas was in 1988. Now we have a document in 2017. It presents a balanced, creative, and authentic model, how to resist and adhere to the rights of people and nationalistic ideals, that does not compromise and play games with principles, while at the same time remaining open-minded, and open to the regional and international environment, knowing the laws of the conflict, how to manage a conflict, when to advance, and when to stay back. The best example of this scheme is the coexistence, within the document, of 2 articles that seem to oppose each other, Article 2, which defines the geographical boundaries of the land of Palestine and the inalienable right to the land, and Article 20, by which Hamas declares itself willing to compromise on a future state of Palestine along the June 4, 1967 borders, i.e., the Green Line. Article 2 unambiguously and physically identifies Palestine, which extends from the River Jordan in the east to the Mediterranean in the west and from Ras al-Naqoura in the north to al-Rashrash in the south, as an integral territorial unit. It is the land and the home of the Palestinian people. 426. It is also crystal clear regarding an uncompromising right to the land, the expulsion and banishment of the Palestinian people from their land and the establishment of the Zionist entity therein do not annul the right of the Palestinian people to their entire land and do not entrench any rights therein for the usurping Zionist entity. 427. It is evident in the 2017 document that for Hamas, the mere establishment of Israel is illegitimate. So says Article 18, which calls into play international legality as well as human rights conventions. The following are considered null and void: the Balfour Declaration, the British Mandate Document, the UN Palestine Partition Resolution, and whatever resolutions and measures that derive from them or are similar to them. The establishment of Israel is entirely illegal and contravenes the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people and goes against their will and the will of the Ummah. It is also in violation of human rights that are guaranteed by international conventions. Foremost among them is the right to self-determination. 428. The subsequent article, number 19, is even more forthright: there shall be no recognition of the legitimacy of the Zionist entity. Whatever has befallen the land of Palestine in terms of occupation, settlement building, Judaization, or changes to its features or falsification of facts is illegitimate. Rights never lapse. 429. If such assumptions are founded on principles for Hamas, where is the difference from the 1988 Charter? It is a strategic distinction in pursuit of Palestinian national consensus, as explained in Article 20. It is necessary to read in detail to understand its relevance in the history of the Palestinian Islamist movement. Hamas believes that no part of the land of Palestine shall be compromised or conceded, irrespective of the causes, the circumstances, and the pressures, and no matter how long the occupation lasts. Hamas rejects any alternative to the full and complete liberation of Palestine, from the river to the sea. However, without compromising its rejection of the Zionist entity and without relinquishing any Palestinian rights, Hamas considers the establishment of a fully sovereign and independent Palestinian state, with Jerusalem as its capital along the lines of June 4, 1967, with the return of the refugees and the displaced to their homes from which they were expelled, to be a formula of national consensus. 430. In the interview mentioned above with TRT-World's Imran Garda, Khaled Meshal explains Article 20, the document is crystal clear. It states clearly the declaration of illegitimacy of the occupation, our claim to all Palestine, Jerusalem, and the right of return and the resistance. These are clear principles. The language in Article 20 regarding the 1967 borders is also very clear. This is a project based on establishing a state on June 4, 1967 borders, with the capital being Jerusalem. It also includes the right of return granted to those forcibly displaced and refugees to the areas they were expelled from. This is a national initiative that is shared with others to make our national reconciliation easier, so we can work together to resist the occupation but without compromising our rights and our national principles and without acknowledging Israel. 431. Meshal differentiated Hamas's position from other unnamed political formations that have put forward their political agenda but drifted away from their cause. Their political engagement contradicts their political principles and is far removed from their origins and their national ideals. Hamas is making choices and is trying new things but remains committed to dealing with the conflict from a strategic point of view that fulfills its natural principles. This is the authenticity that Hamas has offered. 432. The document in its entirety represents a fundamental breakthrough for Hamas, mainly because it shifts the axis of discourse to a platform involving international responsibility on the Israel-Palestine issue. It does so by employing a highly contemporary language that rewrites the same interpretation of Palestinian history using three tools: the decolonial observational lens, contemporary European history, and international legal and political responsibility. It is worthwhile in this regard to read Articles 15, 16, and 17. The Zionist project is a racist, aggressive, colonial, an expansionist project based on seizing the properties of others. The Zionist project also poses a danger to international security and peace and to mankind and its interests and stability. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they are Jewish but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet, it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism and the Jews with their own colonial project and illegal entity. Hamas is of the view that the Jewish problem, anti-Semitism, and the persecution of the Jews are phenomena fundamentally linked to European history and not to the history of the Arabs and the Muslims or to their heritage. The Zionist movement, which was able with the help of Western powers to occupy Palestine, is the most dangerous form of settlement occupation which has already disappeared from much of the world and must disappear from Palestine. 433. The Palestinian issue's placement in the international framework of reference supports Hamas in trying to achieve two results: escaping the stranglehold in which it is confined by engaging the international community on the level of responsibility 434 and legitimizing resistance within a global legal framework of reference. 435. However, the document contains an entirely internal component of the Palestinian political world. It is perhaps the part on which Meshel himself might have put the most substantial leverage, especially in the last decade when he pushed for the entry of Hamas into the PLO as the only representative body of all Palestinians. The document dedicates Article 29 to the PLO, according to which the PLO is a national framework for the Palestinian people inside and outside of Palestine. It should therefore be preserved, developed, and rebuilt on democratic foundations, to secure the participation of all the constituents and forces of the Palestinian people, in a manner that safeguards Palestinian rights. 436. This is Meshel's imprint on the recent history of Hamas, which delivers to his successor, Ismail Haniyeh, a new charter that is the result of an internal consensus not at all taken for granted, judging by the contrasts between the constituencies in more recent years. There is no surprise factor in the immediate reaction of Israel, which completely rejects the new de facto charter of Hamas as the reproposition of the 1988 charter, most notably its non-recognition of Israel and its consideration of Palestine as reaching from the Mediterranean to the Jordan River. If anything, the primary difference in the Israeli attitude is in the blatant tones used by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In a video widely spread on the web and TV, Netanyahu crumples and throws the newest Hamas document into a garbage can, adding that the Islamist movement was trying to fool the world. Cool, if not definitely negative, are both the Palestinian and Arab positions. In the following months, some Hamas leaders focused on listing the positive signals coming from the international community. For instance, Osama Hamdan, the head of Hamas's international relations, "Many European capitals have dealt positively with our new political document," he said in an exclusive interview with Anadolu Agency. "We got positive responses from Sweden and Norway along with positive signs from Britain in addition to supportive positions from Russia and China." 437. Nothing, however, changed in Hamas's politically marginalized condition, domestically and internationally. The bloc opposed to political Islam, as embodied by the Muslim Brotherhood, is increasingly assertive, as evidenced by the results of the tour made by Donald J. Trump in May 2017. The opening of a new global center for combating extremist ideology, based in Riyadh, is the crystal-clear representation of a strong alliance against the Islamist trend that emerged from the Second Arab Awakening, and a new balance of power in the Middle East in the making. President Trump, King Salman of Saudi Arabia, and President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi of Egypt placed their hands atop a radiant whitish globe, the image spread across the web, indicating the path of the years to come. The change of guard. Khaled Meshel's long history at the helm of the Hamas Politburo ends 5 days after the release of the new de facto charter. After more than 20 years since he took Moussa Abu Marzouk's place on an emergency basis in 1996, Meshel left the post in the hands of Ismail Haniyeh on May 6, 2017. A few years younger, Haniyeh shared the same path as Meshel within Hamas since the movement's origins. There is, however, a substantial difference, Meshal's life is marked by exile, his whole political path being within the constituency abroad. On the other hand, Haniyeh is entirely inside the Strip, more specifically inside the Shadi camp, a short distance from Gaza City. He is within the dynamics that in the last decade have changed Hamas through its government's rule, its bureaucracy, its own economy and fiscal leverage, and its military control of Gaza. It is a decisive change of the guard, perhaps the most important since the series of extrajudicial killings that decimated Hamas cadres in the West Bank and Gaza, culminating with the killing of Sheikh Ahmed Yassin in 2004. Since then, the leadership abroad has taken on a more prominent role, based on the protection of the states that harbor the Politburo. Moreover, Hamas has been governing the Strip for 10 years, despite the blockade and wars on Gaza, causing the Gaza constituency to assume a specific weight that cannot be underestimated. Nor can it be overstated that just inside Gaza there are two decisive actors in the equilibria of the movement, the constituency and the military wing, itself more and more a shadow constituency. There is also ample evidence of this to be found in what occurred just a few months earlier, in February 2017, when Hamas elected a hardline commander and founder of its armed wing as the movement's overall leader in the Gaza Strip. Replacing Ismail Haniyeh, Yahya Sinwar's election is therefore seen as a sign of the growing power of Hamas's armed wing. However, it would be reductive and misleading to see Yahya Sinwar's rise to power as a mere strengthening of the military wing's demands. The political stance adopted by Gaza's new leader reflects Sinwar's pragmatism and ability to navigate difficult waters. There is evidence of this, for example, in his relationship with Egypt and its security services, for decades at the center of all mediations between Palestinians and Israelis, Gaza and Israel, Hamas and Fatah. Immediately after the changing of the guard inside the Politburo, Sinwar traveled with a Hamas delegation to Cairo. The first objective was to discuss the measures that strangle Gaza, the security of the border with Sinai, the opening of the Rafah terminal, and the supply of goods, especially fuel, through the border with Egypt. In those June days, another group of Palestinians was also in Cairo. The leading figure was Mohammed Dallon. After the 2007 defeat in Gaza and the subsequent rupture of relations with Mahmoud Abbas, Dallon took refuge in the United Arab Emirates, building his fortune and role. However, his main target is still Gaza, or, more specifically, Palestine through Gaza. The succession to Mahmoud Abbas is at the center of analysts' speculations, and Mohammed Dallon's name comes up most frequently. Sinwar and Dallon have known each other their entire lives. They come from the same refugee camp in Khan Yunis, they were playmates. The distance came when both entered politics on different fronts and, over time, represented groups that were opposed. Sinwar and Dallon talked explicitly about the humanitarian situation in Gaza, where the suffering of the 2 million Palestinians living in the coastal enclave has reached unbearable levels. Dallon's senior aide, Samir al-Mashara'i, confirmed that the two politicians had reached an understanding, the goal of which was to alleviate people's suffering for 38. The years to come showed that the new understanding was not just words. Funds channeled through the NGO Fatah, aka the Palestinian Center for Human Perseverance, founded by Dallon's wife, Jalila, continue to arrive regularly in Gaza for charitable actions and small projects in service of the poorest segments of the population. The humanitarian dimension is only part of the story of Dallon's indirect return. In recent years he has founded his own political organization, the Democratic Reform Bloc. The rapprochement between Dallon and Sinwar has been interpreted as an attempt by Hamas to create a de facto alliance that can endanger the power of Mahmoud Abbas. The presentation in the then-suspended May 22, 2021 elections of the list The Future, which is the expression of the Democratic Reform Bloc, was proof of this. On the other hand, the rift between Gaza and the West Bank, which has been ongoing since 2007, has never been completely resolved. The Mahmoud Abbas-led PNA, at certain points, has been one of the actors in the worsening conditions of the population inside Gaza, both concerning the vexata questio of the payment of civil service salaries by Ramallah and about the issue of paying for the electricity that Israel supplies to the Gaza Strip. The arrival of Yahya Sinwar at the helm of Hamas in Gaza coincides with one of the most challenging moments in the confrontation with Ramallah. Hamas had decided to establish a Supreme Administrative Committee to manage the government, given the failure of the ongoing reconciliation process with Fatah and the consequent handover of government tasks to the PNA executive in Ramallah. Mahmoud Abbas's reaction has been to block the payments, cut the salaries paid to PNA staff in Gaza, reduce payments to Israel for electricity for Gaza, and scale back medical services available to Gazans. These punitive measures were intended to push Hamas more and more isolated toward a new phase of negotiations. Indeed, contact resumed in Cairo under Egyptian mediation after Hamas's decision in September 2017 to dissolve the Gaza Administrative Committee, a body viewed by Abbas Palestinian National Authority, PNA, as a parallel government. In October, the parties reached yet another reconciliation agreement, demonstrating Yahya Sinwar's unexpected pragmatism while sticking to Hamas's original principles. Although a slow and cumbersome process, it is essential to note that the last phase of inter-Palestinian reconciliation, starting in 2017, had seen the only tangible result in a 15-year history, the preparation of the May 22, 2021, elections, the elections that never happened. From the perspective of its confrontation with Israel and its international dimension, the guard change at the top of Hamas has been marked by the Trump administration's influence in the Middle East. The three pillars of Donald J. Trump and his son-in-law Jared Kushner's vision for the Middle East have been the basis of a game-changing shift in the region that has not stopped with the arrival of the Biden presidency. The deal of the century, the Abraham Accords, and the relocation of the American embassy to Jerusalem are gestures with significant weight in accelerating Israel's annexation of the Palestinian territories, a plan which has been underway for years, but without the formal blessing of its most important ally, the United States. The peace plan, the scheme proposed by Trump, and the agreements to normalize relations between Israel and some Arab countries, the UAE, Bahrain, Morocco, and Sudan, have a profound regional impact, but they do not change the symbolic, emotional, or national alignments all that much. On the contrary, it is not surprising that the American embassy's relocation to Jerusalem has triggered the most impressive mobilization in Gaza in recent years, since it is both a symbolic and real break from the past, confirmation that a point of no return has been crossed. The Great March of Return began in 2018 with the Day of the Land, held every year on March 30. It is an initiative that starts from the grassroots, without even a covert push from Hamas and other factions. Hamas, however, decides to jump on it, sensing its strength and the danger that it could turn into a demonstration against the rule of the Islamist movement in the coastal enclave. So Hamas organizes the buses that lead the demonstrators to the border with Israel, the soccer fields for children, and the prayer centers. It also asks the imams to push people to go to the borders. It is an impressive, peaceful, and symbolic mass rally. It is mainly young people who take part in the demonstrations every Friday for more than a year, claiming the right to return inherited from their families to the villages and cities from which they were forced to flee to find themselves refugees in Gaza. The Israeli reaction is brutal. As soon as the protesters approach a border of embankments that mark hundreds of meters, they are greeted by fire. On May 14, 2018, on international TV screens, images of the grand inauguration of the U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem, in the presence of Donald J. Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, alternate with pictures of the Great March of Return, amid fire set to tires by Palestinian protesters and the crackle of Israeli weapons. On the eve of the 70th anniversary of the Nakba, participation at the Great Marches of Return, which follow one another for over a year, is the most impressive. It is estimated that there were 40,000 demonstrators, with over 60 killed along the Israel-Gaza border. According to OCA figures released in 2020, 214 Palestinians, including 46 children, were killed, and over 36,100, including nearly 8,800 children, were injured. 439 1 in 5 of the injured, over 8,000, were hit by live ammunition. The UNRWA official statement describes the asymmetry between the action and the reaction. While protests have continued to be largely nonviolent and the vast majority of those in attendance are unarmed, there are often reported incidents of stone throwing, as well as tire burning, attempts to damage the fence and, since April, some demonstrators flew kites or balloons towards Israel that carried burning rags and damaged Israeli property, including agricultural land. Israeli security forces, ISF, have responded to these civilian demonstrations using tear gas, rubber-coated bullets, and live ammunition. 440. Hamas did not create the Great March of Return, but it undoubtedly used it to boost its image within Gaza, in the Palestinian national context, and abroad. It used the mobilization to refer as Ismail Haniyeh did in a public speech on April 9, 2018, held under a banner with images of Gandhi, Martin Luther King, and Nelson Mandela to a hybrid strategy combining nonviolent, legal resistance by protesters with separate armed resistance. 441. The outcome was different from what was intended. Not even the Great March of Return could break Gaza's blockade. The humanitarian situation in the coastal enclave has worsened, unemployment is still the highest globally, and survival strategies are the most varied. Especially young people in recent years are using technology, which breaks physical boundaries, to be able to work and earn. An increasing number of software designers and web developers use social networks, offering technical services to customers who are almost all beyond the Gaza blockade. However, the political issue at the root of the humanitarian disaster still needs to be addressed. What about Hamas? Hamas plays different roles in Gaza than in its international dimension. It is the government, the authority, the rule, the military power, and the provider of social and administrative services, but in a situation where the authority is located within a besieged and isolated territory. It is resistance for Palestinians, while for many Western countries, it is terrorism. Criticism of its way of governing, accusations of rights of expression violations, and criticism for death sentences carried out over the years against alleged collaborators have pushed the analysis to the point of defining Hamas as not only governance, but as a rule and even a regime. The silent getaway. Getting out of Gaza is difficult. Or rather, it is practically impossible. It was so before 2007, before Hamas seized power. This is even more the case since Israel has consolidated the embargo around the Palestinian enclave. The passing of time, however, is not a weightless variable. On the contrary, the passing of time hollows out the idea of the future and makes daily life in one of the world's most desperate places unbearable. From time to time, news comes out of Gaza about the deepening distress of the young people in the Strip, i.e., the vast majority of the more than 2 million Palestinians living there. Drugs, suicides, and fleeing Gaza to emigrate are three elements that act as a litmus test of the condition the population is in. The illicit use of drugs, from cannabis to opioids, is a well-known story, the subject of studies by the PNA and UN agencies and media inquiries. Against the spread of opioids such as tramadol or amphetamines such as Captagon, Hamas has made repressive measures even harsher, going so far as to issue high prison sentences and even death sentences against drug smugglers. On suicides, it is difficult to have accurate information, as the stigma against those who decide to end their own lives extends to their families. On the other hand, the case of those fleeing Gaza to emigrate is different, as the methods, routes, and costs of leaving the Strip and crossing into Egypt are widely known. Those fleeing are not only very young people but fathers of families who cannot feed their children. Not many arrive safely in Greece or on the route out of Tunisia. Reports of Gazans drowning while tempting their fate by migrating have increased over the years, as have the attacks on the Hamas regime, held responsible along with Israel for the misery of its inhabitants. One of the increasingly less veiled criticisms is directed at Hamas leaders who spend much of their time outside Gaza. The accusation is that they, too, have fled Gaza but in a privileged condition. The list of Hamas leaders living outside the Strip for years is spiraling. It is not only the old leadership of the diaspora, such as Khaled Meshal or Moussa Abu Marzouk. Gaza's high echelons are primarily out of the Strip. Two countries, in particular, are home to well-known Hamas personalities, Turkey and Qatar. The list includes Salah al-Bardal, Sami Abu Zuri, Fathi Hamid, and Taher Naunu. Also abroad are increasingly relevant figures such as Khalil al-Hayya, the protagonist of the October 2022 rapprochement between Hamas and Bashar al-Assad that overcame the 2012 rift with Syria. It is, above all, the case of Ismail Haniyeh that describes what the relocation permanent or temporary of many Hamas leaders means for the new image of the movement. Like all first-time leaders, Haniyeh has always lived in the heart of the society, in his case, in one of the most crowded refugee camps, Shadi, on the outskirts of Gaza City. Living in the heart of the society has always been a distinguishing feature that has, for the population, indicated the difference between Hamas and many Fatah and PNA leaders. The image of Hamas has changed in recent years, precisely because of the increasing distance, including geographically, between the leaders and the population of Gaza. Ismail Haniyeh has been abroad for years, first in Turkey and, more recently, in Qatar. Hamas is increasingly playing the role not only of administrative power but of power tout court. The distance is also perceived in the West Bank, albeit on a very different level. In the armed factions landscape, an increasingly evident disaffection between the youth and the traditional Palestinian parties can be seen. A confirmation of this is the emergence in 2022 of armed groups that do not identify themselves with movements such as Fatah, Islamic Jihad, PFLP, or Hamas, particularly in the area of Nablus and Jenin, where confrontation with the Israeli occupation forces is a daily occurrence. A case in point is the Lion's Den in Nablus. It indicates a growing disaffection with the political paradigm that has been in place for the past 40 years. It is not only the PNA on the stand but the entire traditional Palestinian political framework, the protagonist of a failed reconciliation process and bureaucratization that no longer gives concrete answers to the population affected by what is now shaped, on the Israeli side, as annexation through occupation. Epilogue. War of Flags. Once upon a time, the flags that flew in Gaza seemed to prove that the Strip could never be controlled entirely by a single force, neither Fatah nor Hamas. The flags flew not only on military maps, but from rooftops, from balconies, or from the roofs of ramshackle huts along the seafront. On one roof, a yellow Fatah flag near a satellite dish. On a neighboring building, a PFLP flag. A little farther along, the black banner of Islamic Jihad, and then the green of Hamas. And then, in 2008, Hamas consolidated its grip on power, and the flags grew increasingly worn. Even the material for flags was in short supply. The only exception was the green of Hamas's own banners. Then there came a time during which flags became banners for the militants of only one or another movement, utterly excluding all others, all adversaries, even at private events such as weddings or funerals. And then the flags flew together once more during the Israeli bombardments of Operation Cast Lead. Flags flew beside one another at the funeral processions. They covered the bodies of the victims lined up next to each other, large adult bodies and the small bodies of children. Hamas's green banners next to Fatah's yellow. But this was perhaps merely a reconciliation that occurred in grief, a reconciliation whose roots were more in the societal behavior than in politics, as it was when exceptionally the flags flew beside one another to celebrate the liberation of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners under the deal between Israel and Hamas in October 2011. However, with time, politics divided Palestinian society as it had throughout the post-Arafat transitional period, and the flags returned to the territory under each faction's political control, as in a macabre game of risk. Green in the Gaza Strip. Mostly yellow in the West Bank. Whatever the color, the flags generally flew with the Palestinian national banner. Hamas and Fatah wanted to show their constituencies and the people that each of them was the sole legitimate government of the PNA. This is the reason, especially in the last 7 years, that flags epitomized the core issue of the post-Arafat era in Palestine, the inability to share power. The Fatah versus Hamas conflict typified the endless and incomplete political transition, marred by the incapacity to effectively participate in the Palestinian National Authority, an institution that was certainly bound up by the strings of the Oslo agreements and the necessary limitations of its sovereignty, but nevertheless the only national institution where Palestinians could exercise power. It was this inability to share power that led to the War of Flags. It is impossible to deeply understand the roots of this War of Flags without questioning the mainstream interpretation of Hamas's history, from its formal birth in 1987 as an Islamist resistance group in Palestine through its different stages, the Revolt of the Stones, the fight against the Oslo process, the violent phase of terrorism, Yasser Arafat's death and Israel's assassination of Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, and finally Hamas's decision to take part in the political process through its participation in the 2006 general elections. From pebbles to power, one might say, from terrorist attacks to ministries, this is the history that I have attempted to trace, without forgetting that these 2 decades took place within the context of the history of political Islam and the Muslim Brotherhood in Palestine. The roots of that history do not go back merely 2.5 decades to 1987, nor even only to the 1970s and the establishment of Ahmed Yassin's Mujama al-Islami. The roots of Hamas are deep, dating back to the late 1920s with the establishment of Hassan al-Banna's Ikhwan al-Muslimun in 1928. These dates acquire meaning only if they indicate a historical trajectory. The historical trajectory of the Muslim Brotherhood, now the most important Islamist movement in the Middle East and North Africa, begins precisely when Egypt was undergoing the most interesting and vibrant period in the construction of its modernity. It evolved side by side with the sea changes that the Arab world has witnessed over the last 80 years, colonialism and decolonization, nationalism and pan-Arabism, the establishment of Israel and the origins of the Palestinian question, the failure of Nasserism and the exponential growth of Islamism, the return of Western, military, power to Arab lands, and the endogenous transition toward democracy. Along this path there must be a special chapter for the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, special not least because Islamists themselves consider it to be special, a Sonderweg which derives its specificity from the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. The Ikhwan that the followers of Hassan al-Banna spread to Gaza, Jerusalem and Hebron was not the product of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, but that conflict set it apart from all the other national incarnations of the Brotherhood. In 2007, one of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood's most prominent leaders, Abdelmunim Abul Fouda, explained Hamas's specificity to me in terms as simple as they were disarming. Hamas is the only movement that traces its roots to the Ikhwan that has used violence. Nor could it be otherwise. Hamas must face an occupation. All the other national movements of the Muslim Brotherhood chose non-violence decades ago. 442. It is precisely this inescapable genealogy, the ideological and programmatic link between Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood, that makes it a simplistic generalization to say that the Palestinian Islamist movement is nothing but a terrorist group. This is the perspective taken by a sizable slice of published works on Hamas. And yet a fuller reading of history, one that includes Hamas, the Mujama al-Islami, and the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood, tells a much broader story. This story tells us, for example, that the terrorist period, the one marked by suicide attacks within Israel's borders, was not born along with Hamas in 1987, but at a very specific moment in the history of the fundamentalist movement. Before 1994 and after 2005, the political and strategic behavior of the Islamic resistance movement was different. Before this period, Hamas had to scramble to establish its nationalist credentials and its credibility with respect to other factions such as Fatah or the PFLP, who had for years committed themselves to armed struggle against the Israelis as a way to fight against the occupation. The social and religious movement of which Hamas is a splinter had different priorities. Not politics as a means to maintain power, or as resistance to the occupation, but rather something more radical still, the construction of the good Palestinian Muslim. The pillar of the Mujama al-Islami, the result of the initiative Sheikh Ahmed Yassin took in the same year as the Yom Kippur War, was the need for Palestinian society to return to Islam. In this view, it was the abandonment of the straight path of a conscious and rigorous adherence to the faith in daily life that had been the cause of Palestine's desperate status as an occupied land. It was necessary to build a new society, as well as its ethical foundations, religious creed, and traditional and conservative values. And in order to do this, it was necessary to tackle the questions central to social stability, family, health, emancipation from poverty, care of the young, and the re-establishment of the traditional role of women. The Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood's fundamentalist message thus reached the heart of Gazan society without initially referring to the occupation. At different times and to different extents, this also happened in the West Bank. This despite the fact that it was precisely the occupation that ultimately determined who the Brotherhood's constituencies would be, as well as ultimately the Mujamas and Hamas's, the refugee camps, which changed the face of the Gaza Strip, tripling its population in the space of a few days, and the poor West Bank villages that no longer had any connection with pre-1948 Palestinian cities. Paradoxically, it was Israel that would give the Ikhwan the possibility to grow and develop by following a strategy similar to the one al-Sadat had used in Egypt against the socialists. Israel would pit Islamists against nationalists. It is in this context that the Islamist movement's leadership was born, took shape, and was strengthened. Its leaders today are between 45 and 55, and have been at the forefront of the last 7 years of Palestinian history. This generation reflects the history and life work of one man, Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, but it also reflects the cultural context in which these leaders were brought up. In particular, there were the universities. On the one hand, there were the Palestinian universities established after 1967, which became the first terrain in which the middle-aged leaders of today had matured into an entirely homegrown elite. On the other hand, there were also the Arab universities in Cairo and Alexandria, Damascus, and Beirut, all in ferment throughout the 1970s and driven by the campus clashes between secularists and Islamists. Thus, although the leadership of these professors is therefore the result of a political and cultural history that goes beyond the confines of Palestine and is in this sense fully Arab, at the same time the political commitments of the Islamist leadership that emerged in the West Bank and in Gaza have always been resolutely national rather than pan-Islamic. The Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood was certainly far from the tradition of guerrilla warfare and from the Fedayeen when for years they concentrated their efforts on a social network, using the licenses they obtained from the Israeli authorities to operate schools, universities, and hospitals. And yet all of this was done within a Palestinian framework. This national focus and the deep social roots that went with it explain why Hamas has become a part of contemporary Palestinian history, rather than simply part of the conflict with Israel. Even given the relevance of Hamas beyond the conflict, its role in that conflict can be inferred from Israel's own military-style campaigns aimed at eradicating the Islamist movement, from the deportations between the 1980s and 1990s to the long line of targeted assassinations after 9/11. The snake, however, did not die after it was decapitated. Indeed, it rose from the ashes yet again, demonstrating not only an unexpected organizational vitality, but also a pragmatic ability to change its strategy. After Yasser Arafat's death, Hamas decided upon a clean break in its political direction, just as it had in 1987, when the youngest among the Palestinian Muslim Brotherhood's leadership had forced the previous generation to accept the birth of an operational organization such as Hamas. In 2005, Hamas decided upon a unilateral suspension of suicide attacks inside Israel and committed itself to entering the political mainstream. Notwithstanding the extremely harsh blows dealt to its leadership, the assassination first of its spiritual leader Sheikh Ahmed Yassin and then of his political heir Abdelaziz al-Rantizi, Hamas demonstrated yet again an ability to interpret the mood of its constituencies that was far superior to that shown by other political movements such as Fatah. This was confirmed by the historical record itself, namely, from the majority consensus Hamas received at the municipal elections that took place in the occupied Palestinian territory between 2004 and 2005, as well as in the general elections of January 25, 2006, a consensus that was not the result of the terrorist attacks it had carried out over previous years, but rather the reward for its social engagement and for a different kind of national political presence. Far from bringing the international community a measure of relief, Hamas's shift from using political violence to participating in traditional politics placed a conundrum before Western governments. Should they accept a more mainstream Hamas in the hope of moderating its political views? Or should they isolate it and bet yet again on Fatah, the adversary to Israel that they had consistently chosen to negotiate with for 2 decades? After a timid attempt to open up to Hamas, Israel, the United States, and Europe decided on the second option. In so doing, they contributed to the worsening conditions within the occupied Palestinian territory with the birth of 2 governments and 2 Palestines, one controlled by Hamas and the other by Fatah. The first phase of Hamas's history drew to a close with its coup in June 2007. In the space of 20 years, the movement had gone from the founding charter of 1988 that called for the destruction of Israel to the Hamas in a suit of Ismail Haniyeh, the student and right-hand man to Sheikh Yassin, who between 2006 and 2008 repeatedly stated the proposal for a long-term truce with Israel and for the recognition of a Palestinian state within the 1967 borders, a de facto recognition of the State of Israel within the Green Line. Exercising its power on the specific territory of the Strip, Hamas, after its coup in Gaza in June 2007, became not only a de facto institutional actor, but also opened up a new chapter in the shaping of its internal structure. This profound change has been epitomized by the military wing's role in the negotiations for the prisoners' exchange, finalized in October 2011 with the liberation of the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit and of 477 out of 1,027 Palestinian prisoners involved in the deal. The military wing imposed its weight on Hamas's political structure, as the Gaza constituency also began to play a larger role in the movement's internal balance of power. There are 2 diametrically opposite ways of interpreting these changes in Hamas's strategy, including its participation in the PNA institutions. The first and certainly the most popular views the decision to take part in elections as just another instrument Hamas had adopted in order to reach its unchanging objective of destroying Israel. This is a wholly unscientific and wholly political Manichaean reading of the last 2 decades of Palestinian history, one that fails to take into account the evident pragmatism of Hamas in responding to events, and one that demands that a side be chosen in the conflict. The second approach instead sees Hamas as a movement that has used terrorism, but that cannot be thought of as simply a terrorist organization. Behind the dark facade of suicide attacks, of their instigators, and of their wicked teachers, 443 Hamas has also maintained a complex welfare network and political strategy, a moral rigor, and an ongoing political analysis of concepts such as citizenship, common good, and public interest. Just as in other movements, which hark back to their religious roots, for example, European ecclesiastical communities and parties that take their cue from Christianity, there is a continuous reflection upon the relationship between religion and politics, between faith and collective morality, between the government of public affairs and the necessity to respond to the needs of citizens. Even within Israeli historiography itself, scholars of the caliber of Hamas expert Shaul Mishal encounter considerable difficulties when attempting to portray the Islamist movement as a rigid organization. Despite the horrifying toll claimed by Hamas's violence, it is essentially a social and political movement, providing extensive community services and responding constantly to political reality through bargaining and power brokering. Along this line, it has been reluctant to adhere to its religious dogma at any price, and so has tended to adopt political strategies that minimize the danger of rigidly adhering to principle, doctrine, or ideology, ready to respond or adjust to fluid conditions without losing sight of ultimate objectives. 444 Henry Siegmann goes even further. An expert in Middle Eastern politics, Siegmann was born in Germany in 1930, escaped anti-Jewish persecution in 1933, first in the Netherlands and then in the United States, and served as president of the American Jewish Congress for 16 years. In an article published in the London Review of Books in late January 2009, Siegmann states that it is too easy to describe Hamas simply as a terror organization. It is a religious nationalist movement that resorts to terrorism, as the Zionist movement did during its struggle for statehood, in the mistaken belief that it is the only way to end an oppressive occupation and bring about a Palestinian state. While Hamas's ideology formally calls for that state to be established on the ruins of the State of Israel, this doesn't determine Hamas's actual policies today any more than the same declaration in the PLO Charter determined Fatah's actions. 445 One of the hallmarks of the Israel-Palestine conflict is its paradoxes. Thus it is possible to talk of political choices, strategies, and electoral manifestos within the Palestinian territory as though one were speaking of the domestic politics of a state rather than of an entity that lacks form and borders. Putting the conflict aside for a moment, it is possible to study Hamas as a political movement made not just of structures, but of ideas, programs, and perspectives. Taking such an approach provides a three-dimensional picture of an important piece of Palestinian history and implicitly rejects the all-too-often one-dimensional representation of events in the Middle East. Such a view allows us to understand the two events that marked Hamas's history between 2007 and 2009, the coup, and the showdown between Hamas and Israel that followed a year later. An aborted final jump? Why did the Islamist movement not make the final jump from resistance to politics? This is the basic question of Hamas's recent history, and given that Hamas is still involved in a conflict with Israel, the question is on its face difficult to answer. Since its inception, the very name of the movement has contained the word resistance, and it is difficult to erase this component entirely, especially if the initial conditions that prompted that resistance remain. The West Bank remains occupied, and the military fence still isolates the Gaza Strip that Ariel Sharon liberated in Israel's unilateral withdrawal in 2005. Between 1995 and 1996, the first window of opportunity opened with Al-Khala's experiment, which attempted to resolve the debate between resistance and politics by distinguishing Hamas as a movement from the political party Al-Khala's. But this experiment lasted barely more than 3 years and was ultimately aborted because the mother ship, so to speak, did not manage to give its satellite the autonomy it needed. Distinguishing between Hamas, the movement, and Al-Khala's, the political party, would have forced politicians to undertake a different path within the embryonic Palestinian national institutions. Ghazi Hamid, who took part in the experiment, has said that Hamas was not yet mature enough to function with such differentiated responsibility. And history certainly isn't built on ifs and buts. It was necessary to pass through the most violent and bloody chapter in the recent history of the conflict, the Second Intifada, before Hamas was ready to discuss again the passage from resistance to politics. The decision to enter national politics after the Second Intifada is extensively documented by witnesses within the movement. The decision to enter the PNA formally is equally well documented. There are no records, however, of political debates concerning the suicide attacks, which ended after the unilateral truce in January 2005, with the exception of the isolated case of an attack in Dimona, inside Israel, in February 2008. The topic of suicide attacks is considered taboo among Islamists, at least in their interactions with outside interlocutors. But there are, indeed, ambiguous answers that I collected from some Hamas leaders that clearly lead to the following hypothesis: the political wing invariably consulted its 4 constituencies in order to decide whether or not to continue with suicide attacks. One leader in Gaza told me about having consulted the 4 constituencies in order to decide whether to increase or decrease the resistance, a euphemism for the suicide attacks. But we must infer the existence of a specific political decision on the matter to explain why the military wing has not launched a single suicide attack in the 6 years since the unilateral truce. Of course, this does not mean that there were no more indiscriminate attacks targeting civilians, as indeed happened through the launch of thousands of homemade Qassam rockets from the Gaza Strip. But these rocket launches differed from suicide attacks in 2 key respects. First, they thankfully did not have the devastating firepower of the kamikaze attacks that spread fear and death into the very hearts of Israeli cities. Second, suicide attacks are closer to a conception of armed confrontation that is typical of guerrilla warfare. In a way, then, the choice to abandon suicide attacks in favor of rocket launches appears to suggest that the political wing of Hamas militarized, so to speak. And it is precisely this militarization that holds back the transition from resistance to politics, leaving the confusion that surrounds Hamas unresolved and encouraging the international community to subsume armed factions and political wings, Qassams, and participation in government under a single roof. Yet it is certain that the positions the international community adopted since 2006 affected Hamas's ability to complete the process of de-radicalization that had been demanded of it. The intransigence, the isolation, the embargo, the marginalization, the preconditions required before any contact whatsoever with the international community was possible, all these were crucial in reducing the influence of moderates, or at least of pragmatists, within the Palestinian Islamist movement. In this sense, a highly debatable page of the history of diplomacy, of media information, and of politics, and not just Middle Eastern politics, but European, Western, and American politics as well, has been written. The West avoided real opportunities to moderate Hamas positions by enclosing them within a diplomatic framework that would place armed radicals in a position from which they could no longer damage the process. The result has been that the moderate voices within Hamas have been silenced in favor of the hawks. Especially after Operation Cast Lead, the new generation of Hamas's activists have been less and less inclined to pragmatism and more attracted to a renewed military option. The condition in which Palestinian politics as a whole finds itself today, namely an existence with a very limited degree of sovereignty, cannot be explained without understanding the role of the complex corridors of power in Ramallah and in Gaza City. The movement's intention in standing for election in 2006 was to partake of legislative power by entering parliament but not sully its hands with executive power. This half measure was immediately swept away by the result of the elections, which forced Hamas to put itself completely on the line, yet, in a decision for which Hamas bears full responsibility, not commit completely to participating in the PNA. Palestinian Islamists' proverbial lack of flexibility was the root cause of the failure of a possible coalition government in the spring of 2006, resulting in the Hamas-only government led by Ismail Haniyeh. Hamas's slow decision-making process and its inability to negotiate politics' inevitable compromises, however, could not save Fatah from its own culpability. Fatah's equally inflexible inability to share power, its inability to reform itself, and to address the problems that had led to its electoral defeat represent the other root cause of the darkest chapter in Palestinian politics, the civil war that exploded onto the streets of Gaza in the spring and summer of 2007. In the aftermath, Palestinian politics submitted to the will of its international patrons, and while Hamas, despite being supported by Syria and Iran, maintained a national perspective, in the perception of Palestinians on the streets, Fatah slowly but surely came to echo the political objectives of others. This perception weakened not just Fatah, but most importantly the very institutions of the PNA, first and foremost Mahmoud Abbas's presidency. The split between Fatah and Hamas, between the West Bank and Gaza, has without a doubt diminished the national dimension of the Palestinian question. There are plans on the desks of certain administrations for the establishment of two separate entities, Gaza and the West Bank, that are increasingly thought of in terms of their links to would-be patrons such as Egypt and Jordan. These plans are the result of the split. Yet that split is not only a result of internal Palestinian politics, it has been stoked and sustained from the outside. The strong role the international community has taken in Palestinian internal affairs has only made existing problems worse. In particular, military intervention by Israel has failed to produce any definitive result. On the contrary, even an operation on the scale of Operation Cast Lead has failed to destroy Hamas, either from the outside through bombardments or from the inside by inciting the population to revolt. The Qassam rocket launches continued up until a few hours before the January 18 truce. Egypt has reiterated that it has no intention of absorbing Gaza as a protectorate, and Mahmoud Abbas remains only half a president, with the war having rendered his international image even more fragile. What happened to Hamas after the 22 terrible days of war between 2008 and 2009? The Islamist movement lost one of its hawks, said Siyam, killed in one of the last bombardments on Gaza City, a bombardment very similar in style to the one that killed Salahi Haydeh, who had founded the movement's military wing. Hamas, however, has already demonstrated throughout its history of targeted assassinations that it manages to replace its leaders very quickly. Instead, the two crucial questions about the effects of the war on Hamas are about the movement's internal equilibria and about its popular consensus. On its knees as a consequence of the thousands of militants arrested in the West Bank by both the Israelis and the security forces loyal to Abu Mazen's PNA, Hamas has increasingly made Gaza its stronghold. And it is Hamas's political and military control of Gaza, as well as its ability to keep the Strip running despite the miserable landscape of destruction created by Operation Cast Lead, that have kept Hamas active as a major player in Palestinian politics. However, according to recent polls and independent sources, Hamas's total political and military control of the Strip has distanced it from the people, who are already profoundly tired of the isolation, Israel's grip, and the division between the two Palestinian governments. A question arises, and louder than it has before: is Hamas serving the people, as it has claimed for over 2 decades, or is Hamas starting to serve itself? This is the kind of accusation that is now spreading among the people, the assertion that Hamas has become like Fatah. Although it is too simplistic to equate the experience of the two parties, power has changed Hamas, as it changed Fatah during the first 12 years of the PNA. Another consequence of Hamas's focus on Gaza has been the diminishment of the movement's West Bank constituency, which was in the spotlight during the 2005-2006 elections and in the early months of the Hamas-led government. The West Bank constituency has paid the price for its distance from Gaza, not only a geographical distance, a price that takes the form of arrests and pressures exerted by the PNA organs in Ramallah. Given that pressure, and given the inability to move freely through the occupied territory, both the political and military wings of the West Bank constituency have had difficulty maintaining its identity as a movement on probation. There is, rather, a tendency to view Hamas in the West Bank as a more moderate, pragmatic, and political constituency, despite the militancy it showed during the street fighting with Fatah. Yet Hamas's struggle to maintain its identity and representation in the West Bank clearly indicates that Hamas does not mean just Gaza. The movement is present in all of its 4 constituencies and in the popular consensus, and while the leadership inside the Strip is crucial to maintaining the Islamist movement's internal equilibria and to managing its negotiations with international actors, the real question concerns the movement's ability to retain popular support. There are 2 possible answers. The first is that Hamas has been weakened because a part of the population, and not just in Gaza, considers it partly responsible for the humanitarian disaster. The second is that Hamas has in fact been strengthened, given that in the Arab world, the Gaza war resulted in a favorable outcome for Hamas. Historically, Hezbollah's profile in Lebanon and in Arab public opinion was not diminished after the destruction of the 2006 war with Israel, an outcome that might occur with Hamas. Despite the war's seeming proof that Hamas, counter to its identity as a servant of the people, was unable to defend its people, the war brought Hamas back to center stage in Middle East politics after a year and a half of nearly total isolation. In particular, the Arab states had been isolating Hamas prior to the war, an isolation broken by Khaled Meshal's turning up in Doha to take part in an alternative meeting of Arab states hosted by Qatar. The Gaza war resulted in Egypt seriously losing status in the Arab world for having essentially given the Israeli government the go-ahead for the Operation 446. At the same time, Turkey emerged as a newly strengthened regional power with ambitions, as the Freedom Flotilla clearly stated. Hamas's renewed presence on the Middle East's political and diplomatic scene reinforces the hypothesis that the Islamist movement cannot go back on the choices it has made over the past 7 years since the elections, choices that shifted the movement's internal center of gravity inescapably toward politics. If on the one hand the events of 2010 and 2011 have shown that Operation Cast Lead strengthened the more militant and radical fringes of political Islam, it is equally possible that this direction might shift in the long term. The seeds of this more moderate political trajectory could already be detected immediately after the unilateral truces that put an end to the Israeli military operation in Gaza. Hamas was quick to adhere to the ceasefire decided upon by Israel on the eve of the swearing-in of Barack Obama as the American president because fighting militarily would have done nothing but weaken the Palestinian Islamist movement's popular support. This is the reason why barely a few days after the ceasefire had entered into force, Hamas began again to provide welfare services and to distribute compensation to those whose houses had been destroyed or damaged. There are two possible trajectories for Hamas going forward. One is to continue on the path of politics, pragmatism, and moderation. The other is to pursue a return to arms and to the opposition of armed groups within the Strip to any possibility of negotiations. This latter path is indicated by the desperate choice of so many among the young Palestinians who answered the question of what they would do when the bombing of Gaza stopped with a single word, mukawama, resistance. And yet, if radicalization is an unfortunately foregone conclusion of each and every new spark in the close-quarter struggle of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, one cannot therefore conclude that the Islamist movement will be involved in or overwhelmed by that same knee-jerk reaction. In sum, there are those who argue that radical movements in crisis zones, movements that have built into their very birth this dual logic of resistance and politics, cannot but enter whether sooner or later the framework of negotiations, in the context of a sustainable dialogue with institutions. It happened in Northern Ireland with the complete transition of Sinn Féin and the IRA into politics, a transition that, like the one Hamas is currently undergoing, was not wholly free of obstacles that at the time seemed insurmountable. The transition from resistance to politics also happened in Africa, from the pathway to power traced by the ANC in South Africa to the co-optation of the Mozambique resistance movement Renamo by the Vatican-backed community of Sant'Egidio, at a time when the question of recognizing Renamo was taboo for some governments. The transition toward politics of a movement that uses violence and resorts to terrorism never follows a straight line, nor is it without phases of returning to armed struggle. The definitive jump across the chasm is the responsibility first and foremost of those who make the choice to use violence, but the context within which that choice is made is never irrelevant. In the case of Hamas, the context is the conflict itself. Nor is the influence of those who are already present at the scene of the conflict inconsequential. Different approaches to the issue of Hamas have been taken within the Arab world, within the broader Middle East, within the European Union, which to this day remains ambiguous about its ability to act independently within Mediterranean politics, and finally within the United States, which at the beginning of the Obama administration seemed to be taking a new and more open look at the Muslim world. The last few years of Hamas's life have shown that the debate over the transition to politics has been far too intense and protracted to be considered merely a passing phase. Access to power has changed something within Hamas, although it is not yet possible to determine exactly how much has changed, in what terms, or for how long. One cannot separate this transition from the larger transition in Palestinian politics from the pre-Arafat era to the post-Arafat one. The world of post-Arafat Palestine and the new elites, distinct from those who had administered the Oslo process, is a Palestine focused on a wholly national horizon, Palestine within the Green Line, in other words, including the West Bank, Gaza, and East Jerusalem as epitomized by the request the PLO made of the UN in September 2011 to recognize the State of Palestine. This national focus might appear at odds with the Hamas structure and its leadership based in Damascus, deeply connected as it is with the world of those refugees who fled in 1948 and in 1967. And yet even that leadership abroad bases its national perspective on the Palestine carved out by the PNA. It is this Palestine, the PNA Palestine, that Hamas's leadership can neither do without nor disregard. It is no coincidence that Hamas's leadership has often reiterated its acceptance of a Palestinian state on 1967 borders, with Jerusalem as capital and with the refugees' right of return. Sheikh Yassin proposed it in his long-term Hudna of 1997, the Hamas government proposed it in 2006, Khaled Meshal proposed it over and over in the media blitz of 2010. Agreeing to a Palestinian state on the 1967 borders means, for Hamas, narrowing the space prescribed by the Mithaq. It does not mean the acceptance of Israel, but it does mean that Hamas has put effort into the goal of joining the PLO as a political actor and thereby gaining total and indisputable national legitimacy. It is this policy that has characterized the last chapter of Hamas's history, especially throughout the negotiation on reconciliation led by Egypt in 2009 and 2010 and achieved after the Mubarak regime's fall with the May 4, 2011 agreement in Cairo among all the Palestinian factions. Politically speaking, the core issue in the reconciliation process was not security. Instead, it was the PLO reform and the subsequent admission of Hamas as a full-fledged member of the PLO, the only Palestinian institution considered to be the source of legitimacy, even among the refugees who are so vital to Hamas's support. The importance that Hamas attaches to its PLO admission does not undermine its struggle for power inside the PNA. On the contrary, admission to the PLO would give to Hamas's role inside the PNA the national legitimacy it needs. Erdogan, not Taliban. Aren't we thinking about how the Taliban might be brought into the fold, or at least admitting that they are part of Afghanistan's social fabric? U.S. Colonel, RET, Philip J. Dermer traveled and worked continuously throughout the Middle East since the late 1970s until his retirement, as he explains in his trip notes on a return to Israel and the West Bank. 447a reading of his notes, published in 2010, reveals him to be neither naive nor cynical, but rather a realpolitiker with a strong field background. Colonel Dermer is only the latest in the elite circles of Middle Eastern affairs to affirm that Hamas simply cannot be ignored, if the goal is to be a just and long-lasting peace between Israel and Palestine. For the Palestinians, says Colonel Dermer, if concrete progress is to be made in dealing with the Israelis, Hamas cannot be ignored or wished away. They exist and they are Palestinian. How many years was it before we came to the overdue conclusion that Arafat and his PLO were not going to go away and took steps to deal with that reality? 448 Hamas is part of the Palestinian social fabric, and one that takes a less radically fundamentalist approach to religion and politics, compared to the Taliban. On the contrary, most of the Hamas's leadership and cadres perceive themselves as moderates, centrists, or moderate conservatives. In post-World War II Western European historical and provocative terms, they can be thought of as an Islamic version of the Christian Democrats. Thus they say Erdogan, not Taliban, hoping that this association with the moderate Islamism of Turkey might help them overcome the obstacles in the contemporary Western perception of Islamism. The participation in the elections was Hamas's first major push to be accepted in its new guise as a political movement, following the course of the Muslim Brotherhood in Egypt. The international community as a whole rejected this offer by the movement, considering it ambiguous and untrustworthy. Yet as time passed, marred by the blood and suffering of Operation Cast Lead and an idiosyncratic peace process, more and more of those in diplomatic and military circles understood the depth of the strategic mistake committed in 2006. That was the moment, the occasion, the possibility for the West to have put a political bridle on Hamas and dragged it into a democratic institutional framework. Now that moment has passed. The 50s generation of leaders are feeling the pressure of a new brood of young leaders bred by the prison syndrome in Gaza and by the dangerous seeds of Hamas's failure to be incorporated smoothly into the PNA. Involving Hamas is now a bitter and inescapable necessity, but it is not as feasible as it was in 2006. In part due to the divide between Hamas and Fatah that Western diplomats helped cultivate. Thus both Hamas and Fatah have failed and continue to fail to solve the core issue of sharing power, institutions, and responsibility. Consequently, Palestine is sabotaging its future and losing its best chance at statehood on its terms. However, the Second Arab Awakening suddenly offered a second window of opportunity, as underlined by the reconciliation agreement signed in Cairo in May 2011, the prisoners' exchange between Israel and Hamas in October 2011, and the summit between Mahmoud Abbas and Khaled Meshal in Cairo at the end of November 2011 to decide the parliamentary election date. Something changed also inside the Palestinian arena, just as it changed in the rest of the Arab world. Despite this window of hope, the time that remains to adopt the title of last masterpiece of Palestinian film director Elia Suleiman is the most difficult, yet the political elite of Palestine must maintain its identity in order to guide its destiny and promote the dignity of its people. Dramatis Personae. In addition to personal accounts provided by interviewees and official sources, much information was gleaned from Palestinian personalities. A biographic dictionary, edited by Dr. Mahdi Abdul Hadi, Jerusalem, Palestinian Academy Society for the Study of International Affairs, 2006. Mahmoud Abbas, Nom de Guerre Abu Mazen, Safed, 1935. The President of the PNA since January 9, 2005, he did not resign at the end of his 4-year mandate and retained his position as head of the PNA in addition to his position as leader of the PLO. Having become a refugee in 1948 in Syria, he was one of Fatah's founders and has been a member of its Central Committee since 1964. He holds a doctorate in history from Moscow University and has since 1977 been a strong supporter of the two-state solution, one Palestinian, one Israeli. Among the protagonists of the Madrid Conference, he led the Palestinian delegation in the secret Oslo negotiations and on September 13, 1993, signed, on behalf of the PLO, the Declaration of Principles along with Shimon Peres. Having returned to Palestine in 1995, after 47 years in exile, he has remained one of the central figures in the PNA ever since. In 2003, he became Prime Minister for barely 10 months. He negotiated the first Hudna in 2003 and the second in 2005 in an attempt to co-opt Hamas into the PNA. He headed Fatah's 6th Congress in Bethlehem in August 2009, where he was elected head of Fatah and of its Central Committee. Omar Abdel Razak, Salfit, 1958. Abdel Razak was elected to Parliament on the Change and Reform list in January 2006 while under administrative detention in an Israeli jail. He took up the post of Minister of Finance during the first Hamas government of March 2006, just after his release. He holds a PhD in International Economics from the University of Iowa and taught in the United States before being appointed at Al-Najjar University in Nablus. He was arrested by Israeli authorities along with other Hamas ministers and deputies after the kidnapping of the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit. Freed in August 2008, he handed himself in to Israeli authorities the following December 15 after receiving an injunction to return to prison for a further 4 months of detention. Yasser Abed Rabo, Jaffa, 1945. Co-founder of the DFLP, Democratic Front for the Liberation of Palestine, in 1968, he was expelled from the organization in 1991. He has been head of the PLO's Department of Information and Culture since 1973. As one of Arafat's closest advisors, he was part of the Palestinian delegation at the Madrid Conference of 1991, as well as of the secret negotiations that led to the Oslo process. A minister in various PNA governments, Abed Rabo was, along with Israeli politician Yossi Beilin, the originator of the idea for the 2003 Geneva Peace Initiative. An advocate of taking a hard line vis-a-vis Hamas, he became one of current PNA President Mahmoud Abbas's closest advisors. Ziad Abu Amr, Gaza City, 1950. A university professor with a strong grounding in philosophy and political science, Abu Amr holds a doctorate from Georgetown University and has a long list of positions, professorships, and publications to his credit. He is also a specialist in political Islam and in international relations. He served as Minister of Culture in Mahmoud Abbas's 2003 government and is a member of the PLO's Central Committee. He was elected as an independent member of parliament in the January 2006 general elections and was appointed foreign minister in the short-lived 2007 National Unity Government. Samir Abu Eshet, Nablus, 1960. An engineer with a doctorate from the University of Pennsylvania, Abu Eshet became president of the Engineering College at Al-Najjar University in Nablus and was later appointed minister for planning in the first Hamas government of 2006. On June 29, 2006, he was arrested along with other Islamist PLC members and ministers, but released after 2 weeks. He also became interim finance minister following the arrest of Omar Abdel Razak and in this role signed an agreement for the supply of fuel to the West Bank and Gaza in October 2006 with the Israeli private company PAZ, despite the economic isolation to which the Haniyeh government had been subjected. He was reappointed Minister for Planning under the National Unity Government of Spring 2007. Moussa Abu Marzouk, Rafah, 1951. Abu Marzouk headed Hamas's Politburo between 1991 and 1995, until his arrest at the hands of U.S. authorities. He remained in a New York jail until May 1997, when Israel dropped its extradition request, whereupon he temporarily returned to Jordan. He studied engineering in Egypt, worked in the Gulf, and later immigrated to the United States, where he obtained a doctorate in engineering. He took part in many negotiations, including the 2002 talks with Fatah and other Palestinian factions and the truce reached with Israel in June 2008, which ended 6 months later. During 2009 and 2010, he was one of the chief figures in the reconciliation process between Fatah and Hamas. Since 2003, the U.S. government has included him on its list of specially designated global terrorists. Sayyid Abu Musameh, 1948. Having become a member of the Muslim Brotherhood at the start of the 1970s, Abu Musameh studied at the University of Damascus. He is among the earliest members of Hamas and in 1989 rose to fill the post of head of the Politburo for a year and a half after the arrests of Ahmed Yassin and of Ismail Abu Shanab. He was himself arrested in 1992, sentenced to 12 years in prison, and freed 3.5 years later in a prisoner exchange. A journalist and the head of the Al Watan newspaper, he was arrested by PNA security forces in 1995 and later released. He is regarded as one of Hamas's moderates in Gaza. Jamal Abu Samhaydana, Al-Maghazi, 1963–2006. A Fatah militant ever since he was a young man, Abu Samhaydana undertook a journey in exile beginning in the 1980s that would take him to Egypt, Syria, Morocco, Tunisia, and later Germany to attend a military college, finally ending with journeys to Algeria and Iraq. He returned to the occupied Palestinian territory upon the installment of the PNA. Representing a critical voice against the PNA's repression of Hamas and Islamic Jihad militants, he left Fatah and established the Popular Resistance Committees during the Second Intifada. Hamas Minister of the Interior Said Siyam appointed him in April 2006 to the post of the Inspector General of the Ministry of the Interior. He was killed a few months later on June 8, 2006, during an Israeli raid on Rafah. He was second on the list of those sought by the authorities in Tel Aviv during the raid. Ismail Abu Shanab, Nuseirat, 1950–2003. A professional engineer, Abu Shanab earned a degree in Egypt in 1975 and later took on several posts within academia and civil society. Ever since Hamas's establishment, he was among its leaders, and for a year and a half until his arrest by Israeli authorities in 1989 he filled the post of head of the Politburo. Released in 1997, he was considered Hamas's most pragmatic leader and the bridge between the Islamist movement and the PLO. He was one of the central figures in the internal Palestinian negotiations in 2002, as well as of the 2003 Hudna. He was killed by the Israelis in a targeted assassination on August 21, 2003, in Gaza City's Rimal district. Rashid Abu Shbak, Jabalaya, 1954. One of the most important figures in the landscape of Palestinian security institutions, Abu Shbak became a Fatah member in 1971 and was arrested by the Israelis for the first time in 1972. He remained in Israeli jails from 1973 until 1987. Before leaving for Tunis, where Yasser Arafat was based at the time, he rose to leadership of Fatah's military wing, the so-called Hawks. He returned in 1994 upon the installment of the PNA and became Mohammed Dallon's deputy in the Gaza Preventive Security Force, of which he took charge in 2002. In April 2005, he began his rise to the very top of the security services when Abu Mazen appointed him head of the Preventive Security Force in the West Bank and Gaza. On February 20, 2006, he was appointed head of the security services. Later, on April 6, 2006, he was made Director General of Internal Security at the Ministry of the Interior. Along with his strongest rival, Mohammed Dallon, Hamas considers him responsible for the repression against it since the mid-1990s and for the clashes between Fatah and Hamas in 2006 and 2007. Ahmed, Haj Ali, Ahmed, Kasiriyya Haifa, 1940. Haj Ali received a religious education in Damascus and Nablus, residing in the nearby refugee camp of Anbait al-Ma. Later, he was among those deported to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon, and he has been arrested several times by the Israelis. He was in jail when elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in January 2006, receiving a high number of votes. He left prison in February 2006 but was rearrested and released several times between 2006 and 2007. Yasser Arafat, Nom de Guerre Abu Amr, Cairo, 1929–2004. Arafat spent most of his childhood and adolescence in Cairo, where he was born. He was co-founder of Fatah in 1957 along with Khalil al-Wazir, also known as Abu Jihad, after having established the Union of Palestinian Students in 1956. Fatah spokesperson until 1968, he became the president of the PLO's executive committee the following year. Ever since his speech to the PNC's assembly in Algiers on November 15, 1988, he undertook the path that would lead to the Oslo process, to the Declaration of Principles of 1993, and to the birth of the PNA the following year, an organization of which he then became the first president. Also in 1994, Arafat together with Rabin and Paris received the Nobel Peace Prize, and he remained the absolute protagonist of the PNA until his death in 2004. After the failure of the Camp David negotiations with Ehud Barak in July 2000 and the start of the Second Intifada 2 months later, he was increasingly isolated by the Israeli government, to the point that under Ariel Sharon's premiership, his Ramallah residence, the Muqatta, was placed under siege. He died in a military hospital on the outskirts of Paris, having been transported there via Oman. His funeral, attended by several world leaders, took place in Cairo, after which his body was taken via Egyptian helicopter back to the Muqatta in Ramallah, where it currently rests. Farhat Azad, Atira, Ramallah, 1968. Azad became a member of the Muslim Brotherhood in his teens while in secondary school at Atira, in Ramallah. Between 1995 and 1996, he was Hamas's coordinator for all university campuses, preparing and managing elections to student councils. Between 2000 and 2003 he was Hamas's West Bank coordinator for the Second Intifada. Arrested several times by Israel, he spent 100 months in administrative detention in Israeli jails. He was the coordinator for Hamas's electoral campaign in the run-up to the January 2006 general elections. Yunus al-Astal, Khan Yunus, 1956. Having earned a degree in Saudi Arabia and then a first doctorate in fiqh in Jordan and a second in Sharia jurisprudence in the Sudan, he headed the Sharia faculty of the Islamic University in Gaza City for 2 years. He was elected to Parliament on the Change and Reform list in the January 2006 general elections with nearly 40,000 votes and is one of the best-known preachers for Al-Aqsa, Hamas's television channel in the Gaza Strip. Yahya Ayash, Rafat Nablus, 1966 Beit Lahia, 1996. After studying for an engineering degree at Birzeit University in Ramallah, he became a member of Hamas in the early 1990s, just as the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades were being established. He was quickly nicknamed al-Muhandis, the engineer or engineer of death, because he had prepared the explosives used in many suicide attacks in 1994 and 1995. Wanted by the Israeli authorities, he was assassinated in the Gaza Strip on January 5, 1996. Ahmed Bayer, Khan Yunus, 1950. Bayer was elected to Parliament on the Change and Reform list during the January 2006 general elections, then voted first deputy speaker by his peers. A member of the Muslim Brotherhood since the 1970s, he was active within Sheikh Ahmed Yassin's Mujama al-Islami and in several other charitable organizations. Having received a religious education, he took on several roles, among them that of Khatib and of Imam of the famous Palestine Mosque in Gaza City. He was a member of Al-Qala's party in the mid-1990s. He was also a leader of Hizb al-Qalas. Salah al-Bardal, Khan Yunis, 1959. A literary critic and a specialist in Palestinian literature, al-Bardal earned a doctorate from Cairo University and for over 15 years taught at the Islamic University in Gaza City. He founded the weekly Al-Risala and was spokesperson for Al-Qala's party from 1996 to 2000. Considered one of Hamas's moderates, al-Bardal was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list during the January 2006 general elections, and later became spokesperson for the parliamentary wing. He headed the Hamas delegation to Cairo in January 2009 to take part in negotiations for a truce with Israel both during and after Operation Cast Lead. Sheikh Majid Barghouthi, Khobar, 1964 Ramallah, 2008. Barghouthi held the post of Imam in Khobar, a village near Ramallah. Arrested by the Israelis, he spent 4 years in jail before being released in 2005 in a prisoner exchange. Very well known in the area, Barghouthi toured surrounding villages as a preacher on behalf of the Ministry of Waqf. In February 2008, he was arrested by Palestinian intelligence and interrogated in order to extract information on what were thought to be arms caches. According to an independent commission of inquiry, he was subjected to torture and died of a heart attack. Marwan Barghouthi, Khobar, 1959. A Fatah member since his youth, Barghouthi was co-founder of the movement's youth branch, the Shaviva. His first arrest was in 1978, following which he was imprisoned for 5 years. Upon his release, he became active in the student movement at Birzeit University in Ramallah. Deported to Jordan, he played a fundamental role during the First Intifada as a link with the leaders inside the territory. He became a member of the PLO Central Committee and returned to the West Bank in 1994. He was elected to the first PLC in 1996. As Fatah's Secretary General in the West Bank, he became the best-known leader of the Second Intifada. He was arrested in Ramallah in April 2002 and sentenced to 5 life sentences plus another 40 years, accused of having ordered attacks carried out by Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigades. He was elected to parliament for a second time in the 2006 general elections while still in jail. He was one of the first to sign the so-called Prisoners' Document of May 2006 that aimed at Palestinian reconciliation. Mohammed Barghouthi, Khobar, 1968. Labour Minister under the first Haniyeh government in March 2006, Mohammed Barghouthi later took on the position of Minister for Local Government in the brief National Unity Government of March 2007. He has been arrested several times, accused of being a member of Hamas and has spent 5 years in Israeli jails. Mustafa Barghouthi, Jerusalem, 1954. Mustafa Barghouthi graduated from medical school in Moscow and undertook medical practice in Jerusalem. He was a member of the Palestinian Communist Party and later established the Union of Palestinian Medical Relief Committees based in Ramallah. After further studies in the United States, he became one of the main activists in Palestinian civil society and in NGOs. Along with Haydar Abdel Shafi and Edward Said, he co-founded the Palestinian National Initiative, Al-Mubadara, in 2002, during the Second Intifada. He ran as a candidate in the Palestinian presidential elections in January 2005 after Arafat's death. He was elected to parliament on an independent ticket in the general elections of January 25, 2006, and served as a mediator during the formation of the National Unity Government, which lasted between March and June of 2007, for which he acted as Minister for Information. Sheikh Hamd Baita'i, Bida, 1944. Baita'i studied Sharia at Amman University and has been a Sharia court judge for 40 years, as well as a khatib in mosques across the West Bank and at the Al-Aqsa Mosque in Jerusalem and a professor at Al-Najjar University and at Al-Rada College. Considered one of the most conservative leaders of Hamas in the West Bank, he serves as president of the Union of the Palestinian Ulama, as well as heading several other groups, including the organization in charge of collecting zakat, charity tax, in Nablus. Since 1990, Baita'i has been arrested several times by the Israelis and was among the deportees at Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon. He was a member of the Muslim Brotherhood before joining Hamas and was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in the January 2006 general elections. Mohammed Dallon, Khan Yunis, 1961. Dallon began his political activity in Fatah's youth organization, the Shaviva. Arrested several times during the first half of the 1980s, he later became a key figure in the First Intifada in Gaza. He was expelled from the occupied Palestinian territory by the Israeli authorities and remained in the PLO's headquarters in Tunis until 1994, when he returned to Gaza with Yasser Arafat. Until 2002, he headed the Preventive Security Force, masterminding the arrests of Hamas leaders and militants in the mid-1990s. He became Arafat's National Security Counselor in 2002 and the following year was promoted to Minister for Security Affairs in Mahmoud Abbas's government. He was later appointed Minister for Civilian Affairs in Ahmed Karaya's government between 2005 and 2006. He was elected to Parliament as a Fatah candidate in the general elections of January 25, 2006, and selected to act as National Security Counselor by President Mahmoud Abbas. Mohammed al-Diyaf, Khan Yunis, 1965. Al-Diyaf is believed to have been the commander of the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades, a position he supposedly took around the time of the killing of Salah Shihadeh in 2002. Having become a member of the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1980s and later joining Hamas, he was arrested by the Israeli authorities in the first massive wave of arrests in 1989. After his release, he took part in the establishment of the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades alongside Yahya Ayyash. He was arrested in 2000 by the Preventive Security Force and later freed. He currently tops the Israeli authorities' most wanted list and has been the target of several assassination attempts by the Israelis. He is believed to have been injured, but independent sources of information regarding him are very scarce. Abdel Fattah al-Dukhan, Iraq al-Sweden, 1936. Al-Dukhan is a member of the Muslim Brotherhood and heads the largest charitable organization in Gaza, Al-Salah. He was one of those in attendance at the meeting at which Hamas was established on December 9, 1987. Al-Dukhan is a teacher and is considered to have written the Hamas charter published in August 1988. He was one of those deported to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon and had two sons killed by the Israeli army, the first during the Second Intifada and the second while, according to Israeli armed forces, he was placing a bomb along the border with the Gaza Strip. He was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in the January 2006 general elections and is the oldest member of the Second Palestinian Legislature. Aziz Dwight, Nablus, 1948. A trained geographer, Dwight holds 3 master's degrees and a doctorate from the University of Pennsylvania. He founded and directed Al-Najjar University's Geography Department. He has been a Hamas member ever since its establishment and was among the 415 deportees at Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon. Given his family roots in Hebron, he was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in January 2006 in the southern district of the West Bank, and he was later elected PLC Speaker. He was arrested by Israeli authorities on August 5, 2006, and was imprisoned between Ramallah and Jerusalem until June 2009. Qatar Fairs, Silwood, 1962. Fairs is one of the most prominent among the current so-called young guards within Fatah. After having spent 14 years in Israeli prisons, he was elected to the first PLC in 1996. He was a minister without any special role in Ahmed Karaya's administration between 2003 and 2005, and is among the signatories of the Geneva Peace Initiative. Defeated in the January 2006 elections, he heads the Palestinian Prisoners Society. He is considered one of the Fatah politicians closest to Marwan Barghouti. Maryam, Nidal, Farhat, Gaza, 1949. Farhat was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform ticket in January 2006. Known in Gaza as the Mother of Martyrs, she has 6 children and became the subject of international headlines when she appeared beside her 17-year-old son in a video in which he claimed responsibility for a suicide bombing he would soon carry out against an Israeli settlement in the Gaza Strip. 2 more of her sons were killed during the Second Intifada. In 2008, Hamas asked Egypt to allow her to pass through the Rafah crossing in order for her to receive medical attention after suffering a heart attack. Salam Fayyad, Deir al-Ghussoon, Tulkarem, 1952. Fayyad holds a degree in engineering from the American University in Beirut, as well as a master's degree and a doctorate from the University of Texas. He worked for the World Bank between 1987 and 1995 and from 1995 to 2001 as the International Monetary Fund representative in Jerusalem. After a brief period in the Arab Bank, he became finance minister in the Palestinian government in 2002 and began the process of reforming the PNA's financial infrastructure. He held the same post again under Mahmoud Abbas's government in 2003, as well as in later governments between then and 2005. He was elected to parliament on the third-way ticket in the 2006 general elections and was also finance minister in the brief National Unity Government of March 2007. In July of that year, he was designated prime minister in the emergency government established in Ramallah by President Mahmoud Abbas after Hamas had taken control of the Gaza Strip in June and the National Unity Government had been dissolved. Mohammed Ghazal, Nablus, 1957. Ghazal is a professor of mechanical engineering at Al-Najjar University in Nablus, holding a doctorate from the University of Pennsylvania. A Hamas member since the end of the 1980s, he is the Islamist movement's spokesperson in the West Bank. It was he who in March 2005 announced Hamas's decision to take part in the elections for the Second Palestinian Legislature. He was arrested a few months later, in September, by the Israeli authorities and remains in administrative detention. Ibrahim Goshet, Jerusalem, 1936. Goshet is an Egyptian-educated engineer and as a student became an activist in the Islamist sector of the Student League. Beginning in 1961, he worked on several projects in Jordan and in Kuwait, becoming director of the Jordanian King Talal Dam until 1978. He became a member of Hamas in 1989, and during the 1990s he was Hamas's spokesperson in Amman and a member of its Politburo. He was arrested by Jordanian authorities in 1999 and later expelled from the country. After spending 2 years in Qatar, the Hashemite kingdom allowed him to return to Jordan on the proviso that he would no longer take an active part in Hamas's politics from Jordan. Samira Haleka, Hebron, 1964. A journalist writing for Al-Risala and Sawt al-Haq, Haleka was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list on January 25, 2006. Her husband and one of her sons have been arrested several times by the Israeli authorities for their affiliation with Hamas. Ghazi Hamid, Rafah, 1964. Hamid joined the Muslim Brotherhood in 1982 at the age of 18. He spent 5 years in the Sudan studying toward a degree in veterinary medicine. Upon his return to Gaza, he took part in the First Intifada. In 1989, he was arrested by Israeli authorities and imprisoned for 5 years. In jail he became Hamas's spokesman. As a journalist, he wrote for the weekly Al-Risala and emerged as one of Hamas's moderates. He took part in Al-Khala's experiment between 1996 and 2000 and became the spokesman for the Haniyeh government of 2006-2007 and later for the National Unity Government. He resigned from his post after Hamas's coup in June 2007. Jamil Hamami, Ma'an, 1952. Hamami is among the founders of Hamas in the West Bank. He studied Sharia and law at the prestigious Al-Azhar University in Cairo, and he has a great deal of experience within Palestinian religious institutions, including the Waqf. A member of the Muslim Brotherhood, he was arrested 3 times by the Israelis, in 1988 for over a year and a half, in 1990 for a further 20 months, and yet again in 1995. In 1996, he left Hamas after the movement's decision not to take part in the first parliamentary elections for the PNA. Osama Hamdan, Al-Burai, 1964. A Hamas representative in Lebanon since 1998, Osama Hamdan received his secondary education in Kuwait and later studied chemistry in Jordan. Upon returning to Kuwait, he worked in the oil industry for 3.5 years. He joined the Muslim Brotherhood at the beginning of the 1980s and was, along with Khaled Meshal, among those who planned the birth of Hamas. He moved to Iran, where he worked first as assistant to Ahmad al-Alami, Hamas's representative in Tehran, and then took his place in 1994. Since 2003, he has been listed as one of the specially designated global terrorists by George W. Bush's administration. Fathi Hamid, Beit Lahia, 1961. Hamid became a member of the Muslim Brotherhood in 1983, and was also a member of several charitable organizations in the Gaza Strip. He was elected to Parliament on the Change and Reform list in the January 2006 elections and achieved notoriety as director of Al-Aqsa, the television channel established by Hamas in Gaza. He assumed the role of Minister of the Interior after the assassination of Said Siyam during Operation Cast Lead. Ismail Haniyeh, Shadi, 1962. In March 2006, Haniyeh was the first Hamas leader to become prime minister in a PNA government. He joined the Muslim Brotherhood in the early 1980s while studying pedagogy and Arabic. He led the Islamist student bloc in Gaza and took part in the First Intifada. In 1988, he was arrested for the first time and again in 1989. In 1992, he was deported to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon. He was an assistant to Hamas founder Ahmed Yassin from 1997 until Yassin's assassination in 2003. He was also Prime Minister of the 2007 National Unity Government, and after Hamas's June 2007 coup he acted as head of the executive branch that administered the Gaza Strip on a de facto basis. Khalil al-Hayya, Gaza City, 1960. Al-Hayya has an education in religious studies culminating in a doctorate obtained in the Sudan and a career entirely within the Islamic University in Gaza City. He is a member of the Union of Palestinian Ulama and was elected to parliament in January 2006. He is considered one of Hamas's pragmatists and was among the main mediators of the various truces between Fatah and Hamas during the violent clashes that took place in 2006 and 2007. On May 20, 2007, his house was struck in an Israeli air raid, killing 7 members of his family. Bassam Jarrar, Jinan, 1948. Jarrar was considered one of the most important and charismatic Islamist thinkers in the West Bank during the 1990s and directed the Al-Nun Center for Quranic Studies in Al-Bayrat, Ramallah. He was deported to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon in 1992. Jamal Mansur, Balada, 1960–2001. Mansur was a student leader at Al-Najjar University in Nablus during the early 1980s and later became one of the highest-profile members of Hamas in the West Bank. He was among the prisoners deported to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon and was arrested several times afterward both by the Israelis and by the PNA, spending a total of 5 years in Israeli prisons. He became the Hamas spokesperson for the West Bank until he was killed in an Israeli-targeted assassination on July 31, 2001, during the Second Intifada. Mona Mansur, Nablus, 1961. Widow of Jamal Mansur and a physics teacher, Mansur is one of the 6 women deputies elected in the January 25, 2006, general elections on the Change and Reform list. Khaled Meshal, Silwood, 1956. Meshal became a refugee in 1967 and immigrated to Kuwait, where he attended secondary school and later college. He obtained a degree in physics and was very active in the Islamist student movement. He worked in Kuwait until the Gulf War in 1990 and then moved to Jordan until 1999, when he was expelled to Qatar before moving to Damascus. For years he was Moussa Abu Marzouk's deputy until the latter's arrest in 1995, whereupon Meshal became head of the Politburo abroad until 2004. After Ahmed Yassin's death, he became the top leader of Hamas. In 1997, he survived a poisoning attempt by Mossad, the Israeli Secret Service. He took part in intra-Palestinian negotiations between 2005 and 2011. Along with Mahmoud Abbas, he was the major force behind the Mecca Agreement to establish a national unity government in February 2007. Bassam Naim, Beit Hanoun, 1963. Naim was health minister in the first government presided over by Ismail Haniyeh between 2006 and 2007, and later the Minister for Sports and Youth in the National Unity Government installed in March 2007. He returned to the Ministry of Health in the de facto government presided over by Ismail Haniyeh after Hamas's coup in Gaza in June 2007. Having obtained a doctorate and a degree in medicine in Germany, he worked as a doctor at the Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. His first son, Naim, a member of the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades, was killed at the age of 17 during an Israeli incursion in the Shujaiya district of Gaza City. Abdelkhalek al-Natchet, Hebron, 1954. Al-Natchet, a religious authority in Hebron from one of the most notable clans in the city, obtained a degree from the Saudi University of Medina. He was arrested several times by Israeli authorities for his militancy in Hamas. In 2000, he became the movement's spokesperson for the Hebron area. He was one of the 415 deportees to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon. In 1996, he took part in the attempts to establish a dialogue between Hamas and the PNA. As Hamas's most eminent representative in jail, he was one of the first to sign the prisoner's document in 2006, along with Fatah's Marwan Barghouti. He has been arrested by the Israelis with the accusation of directing funds intended for charitable organizations toward the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades. Mohammed Jamal al-Natchet, Hebron, 1959. Mohammed al-Natchet is one of Hamas's leading members in the Hebron area and has been arrested 8 times by the Israelis, most recently in July 2002, an arrest that carried a sentence of 8 years, later extended under administrative detention. He is one of the signatories of the prisoner's document in 2006 and was elected on the Change and Reform list in January 2006 while in prison. A teacher by profession, he was released from detention on September 12, 2010. Sheikh Izz al-Din al-Qassam, Jeblat, 1882–1935. Al-Qassam was a religious man of Syrian origins who became Haifa's most famous preacher. Based in the Al-Istiqlal, Independence, Mosque, he worked with the marginalized and the workers of the port area, and worked in the countryside around Haifa, as well. He established the Young Men's Muslim Association, which became one of the city's most important labor organizations. He later moved from political activism to armed struggle against the British Mandate and the Zionists. He was killed in an ambush set by British soldiers at Yabat in 1935. Ahmed Karaya, Nam de Guerre Abu Allah, Abu Dis, Jerusalem, 1937. Karaya is one of Fatah's oldest leaders, having been a member since 1968. He became a member of the Fatah Central Committee, later of the PLO Central Council, as well as of the PNC. He followed Arafat into exile and took part in all stages of the Oslo process. He was the Speaker of the First Palestinian Parliament between 1996 and 2003, and later headed PNA governments as Prime Minister until 2006. Jibril Rajoub, Al-Dura, Hebron, 1953. Jibril Rajoub was for many years considered the strongman of the PNA security forces in the West Bank. At the age of only 15, he had been sentenced to life in prison for having thrown a grenade against an Israeli army convoy. He spent 17 years in prison, until 1985 when he was released in a prisoner exchange. A member of Fatah since 1970, he took part in the First Intifada, was expelled from the West Bank, and became a close advisor to Yasser Arafat, first in Tunis and later in Ramallah after the establishment of the PNA. He was head of the Preventive Security Force in the West Bank and National Security Counselor to Arafat in 2003 and later to Mahmoud Abbas in 2005. He is the brother of Naif Rajub, a Hamas leader in Hebron. Naif Rajub, Al-Dura, Hebron, 1958. Naif Rajub, younger brother of Jibril Rajub, is a well-known imam and religious leader in Hebron. Since 1989, he has been arrested several times by the Israeli authorities. In 1992, he was among the 415 deportees to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon. He was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in January 2006, and was later appointed Minister for Religious Affairs in Ismail Haniyeh's first government. He was arrested after the kidnapping of the Israeli soldier Gilad Shalit at the end of June 2006, along with several other ministers and Hamas deputies. Mahmoud al-Ramahi, Ramallah, 1963. An anesthesiologist in Ramallah hospitals, al-Ramahi graduated in medicine from the University of Rome. During his years in Italy, he was involved in the Muslim community and served as the president of the Union of Muslim Students. One of the leaders of Hamas in the West Bank, he was in charge of the Politburo of the Hamas movement in central areas such as Ramallah, Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Jericho until the end of 1992. Later arrested and detained in Israeli jails, he continued to be involved in the Hamas leadership. He was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in January 2006 and was later elected the parliament's Secretary General. He was arrested by Israeli authorities on August 20, 2006, from his home in Al-Bayrat, where his wife was elected municipal councillor in 2005, and released in March 2009. He was rearrested in November 2010. Abdelaziz al-Rantizi, Yibna, 1947–2004. Al-Rantizi became a refugee in 1948, settling in Gaza, and spent his infancy and adolescence in the Khan Yunis refugee camp. During the early 1970s, he studied medicine at the University of Alexandria, where he moved closer to political Islam. He returned to Gaza for his internship and later to Alexandria to pursue a specialization as a pediatrician. He joined the Muslim Brotherhood in 1976 and was one of the participants in the meeting that established Hamas on December 9, 1987. He was also the author of Hamas's first communique. In Marj al-Zuhur, he became the spokesperson for the 415 Islamists the Israeli authorities had deported. Between 1995 and 1997 he was detained in an Israeli jail, and between 1998 and 2000 he was incarcerated by the PNA. He was wounded in an attempted targeted assassination by the Israelis in Gaza City in June 2003. He was considered to be among Hamas's hawks and took over from Sheikh Ahmed Yassin after the latter's assassination on March 22, 2004. On April 17, less than 1 month later, he was himself killed in an Israeli raid. He was among the 6 Hamas leaders included on the specially designated global terrorists list by George W. Bush's government. Ahmed Sadat, Al-Bayrat, Ramallah, 1953. Sadat became a PFLP member in 1969 and was immediately arrested by the Israeli authorities. Between 1970 and 1992, he spent 11 years in jail in several stints. A member of the PFLP leadership since 1981, he became the party's head in 2001 after Israel assassinated then Secretary General Abu Ali Mustafa. He was arrested in 2002 by the PNA after the killing of Israeli Minister Riva Amzievi, an act carried out by PFLP militants in revenge for the killing of Abu Ali Mustafa. In the context of an agreement mediated by the United States, Sadat was taken to the Palestinian prison in Jericho, where he was kidnapped by Israeli forces in March 2006. Since then, he has been detained in an Israeli jail. He was nevertheless elected to parliament in the January 2006 general elections on the Abu Ali Mustafa list. Maryam Saleh, Deir al-Amar, 1952. Saleh received an education wholly centered on Islam, earning a doctorate in Sharia from a Saudi university and becoming a professor at the Al-Quds University in Jerusalem. She was elected to parliament on the Change and Reform list in the January 2006 general elections and was appointed, 2 months later, as Minister for Women's Affairs in the first Hamas government. Nasser al-Din al-Sha'ir, Sebastia, Nablus, 1961. Al-Sha'ir, from a poor family in Sebastia, is one of the best-known and most appreciated intellectuals of the West Bank, specialized in Islamic and Middle Eastern studies. He was president of the Student Council of Al-Najjar University in Nablus between 1980 and 1981. After obtaining a doctorate from Manchester University in the UK, he directed the Sharia faculty at Al-Najjar University for 5 years. He has been arrested several times by the Israeli authorities, including once during the electoral campaign of 2005-2006. The Deputy Prime Minister in the first Haniyeh government of March 2006, he considers himself a moderate Islamist and has always denied being a member of Hamas. He was arrested in August 2006, along with other ministers and deputies, but was freed after a few months. He became Education Minister in the National Unity Government of March 2007. He was then rearrested in 2009 and later freed on September 18, 2009, after 6 months in jail under administrative detention. Salah Shihadeh, Shadi, 1952-2002. Shihadeh was a social worker who joined the Muslim Brotherhood while a student in Alexandria, Egypt, in the early 1970s. He worked particularly in Beit Hanoun, not just as a social worker but also as a preacher, later becoming head of the Department of Student Affairs at the Islamic University. Among those closest to Ahmed Yassin, he took part in the establishment of the first armed Islamist groups, as well as in the establishment of Hamas on December 9, 1987. Considered the leader of the Izz al-Din al-Qassam brigades, he spent 12 years in Israeli prisons until his release in 2000. Accused by the Israelis of being the mastermind behind suicide attacks and the production of Qassam rockets, he escaped several assassination attempts before dying in a targeted killing on July 23, 2002, along with 14 other people. Said Siyam, Shadi, 1959-2009. Siyam earned a doctorate in Sharia studies and taught science and mathematics. He took part in the First Intifada and was a member of Hamas ever since its inception. He was among the 415 prisoners deported to Marj al-Zuhur in 1992. 3 years later, he was arrested by the PNA's security forces. In 2006, he was elected on the Change and Reform list. During the first Hamas government, as Minister of the Interior, he established the Support Force in April 2006, later renamed the Executive Force. He also designated Jamal Abu Samhaydana Director General of the Ministry of the Interior. Considered one of the hawks in the Hamas leadership in Gaza, he was killed, along with 9 other people, in an Israeli raid during Operation Cast Lead on January 15, 2009, by means of a 1-ton bomb dropped on his brother Iyad's house, where he was attending a meeting. Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, Al-Jura, 1938-2004. Sheikh Ahmed Yassin joined the Muslim Brotherhood in the 1950s and later became the founder of Hamas. After an accident in his adolescence, he was struck by a serious form of quadriplegia, which would worsen over time. He received his education in Egypt and taught in Gaza until his retirement. In 1973, he established the Mujama al-Islami, the core around which Hamas would later be established. Well before the birth of Hamas, he was already working toward the establishment of an operational branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, for which he was sentenced by Israel for the first time in 1984 to 13 years in prison, but was released the following year in a prisoner exchange. The meeting at which Hamas was established took place in his home on December 9, 1987. He was again arrested in 1989 and remained in prison until 1997, when he was released following Mossad's failed attempt to kill Khaled Meshal in Amman. He was believed to be Hamas's spiritual and charismatic leader, even though political responsibilities were shared among a number of leaders. At dawn on March 22, 2004, he was killed in a targeted assassination ordered by Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon just outside the mosque near his home in the Sabra district of Gaza City. Ahmed Youssef, Rafah, 1950. Youssef left the Gaza Strip and moved to Cairo in 1973. After earning a degree in engineering from Al-Azhar University, he worked in the Gulf and later immigrated to the United States, where he obtained 2 master's degrees and a doctorate in political science. He replaced Moussa Abu Marzouk as the director of a Virginia-based Islamist think tank, the United Association for Studies and Research, UASR, which he led for 15 years, also directing the UASR's Middle East Affairs Journal. A well-known journalist in the Arab world, he's the author of a dozen books on political Islam. He returned to Gaza to become Ismail Haniyeh's closest advisor during the first Hamas government and the National Unity Government. He is considered one of the Islamist movement's most moderate voices. Sheikh Hassan Youssef, Al-Jania, Ramallah, 1955. Youssef is considered Hamas's most important religious figure in the West Bank. He holds several positions in Muslim religious institutions in Ramallah, where he also works in the famous Market Mosque. He is a member of Hamas's Politburo in Ramallah and has been arrested many times by Israeli authorities. He was among the 415 deportees to Marj al-Zuhur in December 1992 and was detained several times for short periods over the following decade until his arrest in 2002. He has been under administrative detention since September 2005. He was elected to parliament as a member of the Change and Reform list in the 2006 general elections. Mahmoud al-Zahar, Gaza City, 1945. Al-Zahar spent much of his childhood, between 1947 and 1958, in Ismailia, Egypt. He returned to Gaza in 1965 but then went back to Egypt to study medicine in Cairo. He experienced the Six-Day War from Egypt, and only in 1972 did he manage to return to Palestine. He began working as a surgeon in the Shifa Hospital of Gaza City, later moving to Khan Yunis. He was among the founders of the Islamic University in Gaza City and among the earliest members of Hamas. He was arrested in 1989 and incarcerated for a few months. He was later among the 415 deportees to Marj al-Zuhur in Lebanon, where he became one of the camp's spokesmen. Arrested by the PNA police in 1995, his beard was shaved as a sign of mockery. After the assassinations of Ahmed Yassin and Abdelaziz al-Rantizi in 2004, he was one of the 3 leaders of Hamas in the Gaza Strip. He was appointed foreign minister in the first Haniyeh government of March 2006. He is considered one of the Islamist movement's hawks, although he has always rejected this characterization. In 2003, he was the target of an assassination attempt in which his son Khaled was killed. On January 15, 2008, his youngest son was killed in an armed clash with Israeli soldiers during a raid in Gaza City.